Every single part of the hospital has been destroyed. The whole infrastructure of the hospital has been destroyed. When I spoke to Marwan yesterday, he told me there were 107 patients still in the hospital, 60 medical staff. God only knows what has happened to them. I think we've seen some of the pictures. Surgeons I know have been executed in the last 48 hours there. Bodies have been discovered in the last 12 to 24 hours who have been handcuffed with their arms behind their back. And so there is no doubt at all that multiple healthcare workers have been executed there in the last few days.
You believe executed by whom, Doctor?
By the Israeli Defense Force.
Why would they seek to execute surgeons and medical professionals?
Well, they've been doing it since October the 7th. Over 450 healthcare workers have been killed. Friends of mine that I have worked with over the years, many have been abducted as well, and nothing has been heard of them since. So there is no doubt in my mind, and I can bear witness from this from my time at Al-Aqsa Hospital and from talking to people, that there's been direct targeting of the healthcare system in Gaza, direct targeting of hospitals, and multiple killings of healthcare workers.
Any death is tragic, but this is not, and I say again, anyone dying in any sense. So this is not, and please don't be upset by this expression, collateral damage. This is specifically targeted, you're saying, medical professionals by the IDF to be taken off and executed, is your belief?
Most certainly, that is my belief.
Have you at any time seen anything that would lead you to believe that there had been terrorists who were hiding in the hospital?
Without exception, every single one has responded to say they have never witnessed any Hamas militant in the hospitals they have worked in.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
Friday, April 5th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today, and welcome back from my brief, but in TLAV time, very, very long hiatus for my birthday, and actually, unfortunately, some other stuff that happened that made that longer than I planned. Which is not even necessary to get into, but unfortunately it took longer than I had planned, and it was a really poorly timed hiatus, it seems, which, you know, I guess any 3 days in the time of what's going on in the world today seems like a lot. But I personally think that there was quite a lot that happened in those 3 days that were developments and things we've been discussing right up until that moment, before that, in the months that led up to it, and then some new events that we're going to discuss that I think are really important for, I mean, really all that generally relate to this. And I'm going to make a point to start, not much of a preamble today, but a point that I want to make about what I'm covering. My point I was going to say there is that things that I think relate clearly to the Israel conversation, but that's my point that I've been making. It's hopefully becoming clear to people that what we're dealing with is not just about Palestinians and not just about Israel's designs on that discussion, that location, the people. Clearly one of the most important, prominent conversations in all of this around at least the current situation at the very least. And it's not to belittle any of the others or make one more important, but the point being that it's connected to so many important, horrific, catastrophic, ongoing foreign policy situations, and domestic as well. It's really hard not to see how this all interconnects. And some of the most central problems that we seem to recognize today as a society stem back to these origin conversations. And that's not about Jews in particular, or even Israelis. It's about a Zionist agenda that's been absorbed by a lot of the power structures today. That's why it's so important to see. Interestingly enough, let me know on your end if you're getting a weird shimmer on my video right now. I'm noticing on my end, it looks like it's like this fluctuating image that looks like the video is shaking a little bit. Just let me know if you see that. Otherwise, I'm going to ignore it and keep going. But so what I said, though, is I'm not going to take too long to get started because I've got a lot that I want to discuss. I just want to make 2 points before we get into it today. One, I've made this point many times, but it's important for you guys to understand that what I do on this show is important. It's important to me that what I do on this show is about covering what I believe is important, which of course includes what you guys think, what you feel is important. You are the last American Vagabond. I wouldn't exist without your support, your donations, your funding. But the point is that you, I believe, support this platform, most of you, because you appreciate that I always do what I think is right, even if that contrasts with what a lot of even the majority of our community thinks. And it's not because the bottom line is I don't just cover what people think is popular. I don't get swayed by even what you think is the most important in the moment if I truly disagree. And I think that's what's important, that you've come to believe in that. Even if you may disagree with me, you can trust that I'm covering what I think is the most important thing at the moment. And so apparently the video is fine, so I apologize for that. But one more thing on my end, welcome to TLAV. But that I think I just want to make that clear because, yes, I've been really focusing on Israel and Gaza, even though for those that have been following long enough know that I was covering a lot around that topic pretty much before COVID, which kind of then took a lot of that conversation focus, sort of like what we're doing now. And I still stand by what we did around the COVID conversation because I think we now, just like I'm saying around Israel, have come to understand that it wasn't just about some hypothetical boogeyman, virus, whatever we're talking about, or just about medical freedom. I think we're all beginning to see that it was a much bigger conversation. So that being said, I just want you guys to know that I'm still covering this as aggressively as I am because I do see this as that important, at the same level of importance, even that if we truly understand that COVID conversation was intertwined with these same entities and their same long sought agendas to control the way you think and everything that you do. And I think that's what this is all really about. So I'm going to continue to do so. And I'm going to, of course, as I have a moment, a discussion about Ukraine to start and plenty of other things that I will get into. If something happens to rise up that I think is monumentally important, it may shift my conversation in general. But if you guys have thoughts, always reach out. Let me know if you think I'm completely misled or whatever it is. And I will always consider what you have to say, but I will always end up doing what I think is the most important, which I do think you respect. Now, on that note, I was actually just speaking with somebody on the phone. It's reached out basically saying that she's going to be in town soon. She wanted to connect with me. We had been planning to connect for Pirate Stream and other things as well. And apparently I have like 3 emails that I didn't have in the spam folder, which is pretty much always what happens for me. So I want to say that in that same note for those that want to reach out. Unfortunately, it seems that my contact page on the website is super wonky. I can't figure out why, even though I've changed it. My emails, only the most important, seem to go to spam, where all of my spam goes to my inbox. My point is, I am here and I am doing my best to respond. For those that don't think that I have, I just want you to know that it might be that you just ended up in spam, and my entire world of communication is constantly being messed with today. So that being said, I'm doing my best to get back to all of you. There's a lot of people that reached out, even just for the amazing sentiments for my birthday. So thank you all for that. Now, on that note, let's get started. I wanted to make sure we made this point in regard to the new month of the Save the Last American Vagabond campaign. Now, as you'll see, I'm a little bit, I think if now that I reevaluated this, we're past the first, I'm thinking that the recurring monthly donations you made will only begin to populate on the number after the day that you set that up, right? So many of you made these middle of the month and further after. So I'm thinking that will only start to populate as we go forward. But I wanted to throw this out there again. We clearly went past the total goal for last month, which is amazing. So now this is the new month, and the whole goal, obviously 10,000 is not the goal that we're shooting for every month. That was just a lofty number we put out. Amazing that we got that kind of response in the first month, which really did make this a lot easier for TLAV to go forward and myself personally. But the point is to try to reach at least a couple thousand recurring, consistent, where we have that same amount. So those out there, you want to support us in any way, not just because of this campaign, but in any way, come here and sign up for $1 a month or more. But just that minimal amount recurring and never think about it again. I don't even donate again. Just give me that one consistent and move forward. You're part of this plan. You're part of the Last American Vagabond. So I want to throw that out there because that's the game here, is we're trying to seek that continual. So we have that off to the side for when the inevitable comes. For those that haven't been following this, read down below to know what's going on. It seems like we're going to have to go to court probably more than once. And it's going to be stupid and frustrating and expensive. And I don't want to put that on anybody, but it's aimed at TLAV. So ultimately, that's where your support's going to go in the moment, as well as to maintain what we're doing. Both of those things. So on that note, let's start with an interesting point that is related to the larger conversation, but not so much as everything else. it's actually sort of like an interesting overlap to both the community notes, Twitter, even COVID-19, and then as well as Israel. So you'll see what I mean. Jonathan Greenberg writes, there were no marches when Assad was gassing Palestinians, which they totally were, though, for the people that completely was misled about what actually happened there and believed that he was doing that. The point was, this is a constant thing we keep seeing where the Israel Zionist, pro-Zionist conversation and by the way, you could search these exact words, like exactly written like that, and you'll find 10 other accounts that posted the same thing. Do you think that's by accident? These things are coming from somewhere, and these bullet points are usually not even valid. So there were no marches when Syria was, are you serious? Or the same way that, where were the marches when Iraq was going on? You mean literally every day all over the place? They just, I guess, don't think that you know that or underestimate your intelligence, which all happens. But there were a ton of marches both against the war in Syria and in pro overthrowing Assad. There was plenty of them. Nonetheless, Assad did not gas any Palestinians or gas anybody in Syria for that matter. And we'll go over that in a second. That's the point that we're going to start with. But he goes to say there were no marches when Sisi was displacing Palestinians. Sisi, right? So like, I've never been somebody who's going to say that Sisi or Egyptian government in general have been on the side of Palestinians in the general sense. The people in Egypt seem to be. But to simply go, there were no marches when Sisi was doing a fraction of what Israel's continued to do, openly, proudly screaming about it for 75. Really? It just seems kind of silly, doesn't it? But the point is, there's a march down here for the podcast where they're simply saying, we can't be silenced. We're standing up for Palestine. And so your argument is there were no marches when Assad was like, I don't even get what you think you're trying to say. So are you saying that they're supporting the killing of Israelis? Is that how far and abstract this has gone? If you just say Palestine should exist, oh my God, you want to murder every Jewish person? That's how crazy this has gotten. But he says people don't care about Palestinians. He says they just hate Jews and the West. Now it's and the West. So now you're telling me that an American, even a very proud, patriotic Republican American who just happens to think this is wrong, somehow secretly hates the West? Like, they've lost the plot, guys. The only answer that they have to people who genuinely want this to stop for actual reasons of humanity and human rights and support both Jewish people and Palestinians or Muslims or Arabs and Palestinians, whatever. They support everybody. The point is, the way they deal with that is to say, you're racist. You hate Jewish people and you're an anti-Semite or that's it. There's no real other response there. And somewhere in there that exists, but it is a fraction. Now, the point is that post was done about a bunch of those things. And the person who posted this plucked this one out, rightly so. And this is Free Assange and posted down below that you're wrong. It's one of 1,000 things like this that keep happening. But I thought this was an important point to start with. Thomas Massey posted this on January 12th. Now, ignore the community notes for a second because that's the second part. He says, CNN anchor in 2017 pushing a now proven false narrative that the leader of Syria was attacking his own citizens with gas. Guys, the fact that it's amazing that Massey gets away with some of this stuff, and maybe he is the only honest person out there. I just don't think that. I'm jaded, but nonetheless, I like a lot of what he says. And the point is that he says the things that we all know. And I mean, know, like we've proven that these things are the reality. It's been broken down with even corporate media investigation, which not to say that means any more than anything else, just that weighs more for average people, or even OPCW information. I mean, Aaron Mate in particular got a lot of credit, rightly so, for just relentlessly making sure we knew and saw the information around this topic and showed that they were completely lying. And a lot of what in that was great work by him alone. The reason I said it like that is because there's a lot of people that put a lot of amazing work into that continual breaking down of that illusion. And Aaron tends to be the one that gets the kind of the lion's share. And he does deserve a huge part of that. He's just gone after that story and continue to show people that they are lying. And yet to this very day, even the community notes will say, no, here's the truth, even though it's not. The point was, we know they were lying about this. Multiple examples have been proven to show you that they're lying, that they continue to do this. And here's the best part. This overlaps with the aid conversation and pretty much everything is U.S. and Israel doing around the world, that they do this themselves and then blame the other side. Just like with Ukraine, like Venezuela, like literally any field of war. And I mean any of them that we can talk about. Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, these examples happened in all of them. They typically shoot protesters and blame it on the other side, but there's variations. It says this media and the deep state were trying to motivate the U.S. to overthrow Assad. Now, you could argue any number of things here, right? You could argue this was done by the deep state, CIA, and other intelligence apparatus that are sort of independent to force the hand of the executive branch. You could argue that this was done by the executive branch to achieve what it wanted, or you could argue it was Mossad to do it to force the hand of the U.S. entity that it does so like every Tuesday. But the point is, here comes the community notes on the completely free speech Twitter, totally not slanted to Zionist Israel. And it says an OPCW investigation and identification team acting on behalf of the United States on behalf of the United Nations concluded that units of the Syrian Arab Air Force and chemical. So basically, the U.S. government said that this is what happened. Now, even the OPCW, by the way, when you look at these links and the whole conversation, it is not as definitive as they're trying to make it out to be. What they ultimately conclude is in the long sought story with all of the evidence, not this one post from 2017 plucked out of obscurity, but the reality of the development of all the information is that clearly that these were manipulated. And this is I could go on forever. I just again will recommend Aaron's work on that because it is sound. The point was, here's his actual post. Here's the actual, community notes on it. And here's what I posted. And I said, in responding to community notes, the UN found before this that it was the, quote, moderate rebels, later revealed to, of course, be the worst kind of terrorists, who were behind these chemical attacks. And the same players carried on claiming otherwise, just like in 2017. So my point was, you go back even before that. I believe this was, I think here's this was reposted anyway. But this is 10 years ago. I forget the exact year when Carla Del Ponte from the UN said this. But the point is, one of the earliest examples where they were going, we knew it, Assad did this, it's our justification. She came out and said, no, it was the rebels. The rebels that we later clearly discussed as being backed by the United States government because they were. And so we can't connect those dots. Here's what she said.
Our investigation for crimes against humanity and war crimes, we collect some witness testimony that made to appear that some chemical weapons were used, in particular nervine gas. And what appeared on to our investigation that was used by the opponents, by the rebels, and we have no indication at all that the government, the authority of the Syria government, have used chemical weapons.
Now, what's so important about that is that they immediately continued lying about that. Now, of course, you can say, hey, I don't trust the United Nations. I don't know why anybody would, by the way. Just because we highlight what they say, because we've alternatively proven that it is true, does not mean we then trust the UN. That's the kind of binary, childish, simple thinking of a lot of people stuck in the two-party paradigm. Going, how do you support the UN? It's like, who said I support the UN? I'm simply highlighting what the UN said, or rather an individual within that body said, which we've alternatively independently proven. The point is, it's just an entity, an authority figure that ultimately holds weight for people that can't trust the due diligence of the process, or in some cases that just ends up till the straw that broke the camel's back. The point is, she's an investigator. They put her to the task to investigate. She came back and said, nope, not what you said. It's the rebels. And then they went on saying, Assad did it. We know it. I mean, Nikki Haley has made this statement 40,000 times in her career ever since then all the way to today, even though people like Robert Fisk have gone there in a much later example of this and proved that they were lying then. Or again, Aaron Mate and the OPCW overlap and how they then put people in place to then lie after the first report said otherwise. I mean, it's just the most clumsy and obvious example. So the point in showing you this is to recognize, one, how the community notes are currently still manipulated, not just towards Israel, but anything for the agendas, and that this is a classic manipulation that goes back to things which also involve Israel long before October 7th. For those that may just be picking up on some of these new things, just like with COVID, when that kind of shattered people's perspectives around vaccines and whatever else, we need to guide some of these people into the next step. They weren't ready at that point to talk about some of the deeper things we were understanding around medical freedom or your health in general. Just like right now, there are people that are shaken and broken free from the paradigm because of what Israel's doing. So we need to step in and go, look, it's not just October 7th. Let me walk you back to the last 20 years of foreign policy and show you that your government, whether in the UK or the United States, are equally complicit with all of this. How do we? I mean, we can see it right now with Israel. Now, William Mackus, to show you one more point that goes into the health side of it, highlights a very important note. He's caught community notes committing outright fraud. Now, of course, this doesn't, just because he writes this doesn't mean that he feels Elon is on your side. I don't know. I'm not following his perspective on that. But he says Elon must step in and fix the blatant criminality that is now being committed on X. Now, personally, I might write something like that, knowing that my point is just to highlight that he's responsible and not truly think that he cares enough to fix it. Regardless, I think if you do think that, it's kind of naive to think, and I'm not saying this to William, I actually don't think he thinks this, but it's kind of naive to think that Elon Musk would just kind of be like the bumbling, unaware fool and be like, oh, it takes all of Twitter to highlight the thing that's been going on for 4 months for me to step in and go, maybe we don't cheat community notes. I think it's obvious that he's either completely uninvolved and allows this in that passive way, or knows it and doesn't care. I'm sure there's plenty of other possibilities, but we have to be honest about the way this has gone. Wait, what happened to Twitter files, by the way? I guess we all just gave up on that, right? Hey, I could go off on that for so long. How many of us were screaming that it would end up just the way it did? How many shouted back about how crazy and wrong and un-American we were, and now here we are and no one cares. Over and over and over. That's the plight of the people that are aware of the two-party illusion. Either way, he writes, our paper wasn't retracted as falsely claimed by this enterprising desert raven who apparently is like this one-stop shop community notes behemoth that's always involved in this. It's, because there's a lot of people involved, but the desert raven asset, whoever that is, continues to seem to be this leading aspect of the fraudulent community note system. But it says this is not the first time they've caught him specifically committing fraud. And it says, by the way, Twitter had to retract another fraudulent and defamatory community note written by him against William on New Year's. So they're already aware they had to remove one for this person, yet continue to let him make these decisions, or at least give him enough influence or allow him to build enough influence to continue to manipulate these when he wants to, or he, she, or it, whatever it is. It says our paper is peer-reviewed, published, and available on NIH, which it is. I'll show you right now. The community notes actually references the wrong paper in all three of those sources I'll show you next. A completely different paper, in fact. He's calling lawyers. He's tagged them 14 times. This was posted on the 2nd. Don't you think this would be quite a big deal for the whole central community notes concept and the fact that this is actually a big deal? You're kind of defaming somebody who, it's interesting. In any case, it says the paper won first place in a 2023 most popular preprints award, but now it is peer-reviewed. But here's what it says. The study was retracted because its conclusion was not supported by the methodology. They show 3 links. If you check yourself, they go to the wrong study. I just think that's ridiculous. And then here is the actual study. This is on PubMed. Here it is on Wiley, onlinelibrary.wiley.com. And it even says right here, previous iteration was on the preprints, which means it is now peer-reviewed, which it is this platform anyway. The bottom line is this is going on constantly, and very easy to see right now with the aggressive, clumsy, transparent Zionist propaganda, but realize it's been going on for a lot longer than that. And in ways that are, hard to see in many cases, right? Israel right now is easy to see. Now ask yourself, how many very subtle ways is this manipulating your perception that you don't even recognize? That is what truly scares me about how Twitter is being used right now. Now, on that note, just in a kind of opening smattering of points here, this one I think is important as it relates to the bigger conversation we're about to get into. But this is Decensored News pointing out former Blackwater CEO Eric Prince, well, I guess it's Academy now, isn't it? Says because, quote, so many countries are, quote, incapable of governing themselves. The U.S. needs to, quote, put the imperial hat back on, as if that's ever been taken off, to say we're going to govern those countries. That's what this mercenary leader is saying. Quote, you can say that about pretty much all of Africa, he says. They're incapable of governing themselves. I can't even really tell you how much this bothered me, how insulting this truly was. For him to sit here and say, by the way, as an individual who's been responsible for at least being behind the company, or rather the mercenary group that has been used in many, many invasions and overthrowing destabilizations of countries, and have this guy stand there and say, that they're incapable of leading themselves. So we have to go back in and fix this, even though what's going on is because of what you're doing. And he makes a point to say that these refugees are coming in and invading our countries. Like, you have to realize how much he's trying to tap into the right-wing talking points. But either way, that because they're coming in and invading our countries, we need to go and stop that. So he's literally pointing at the byproduct of of foreign policy of belligerent countries that utilize his services, right? Invading, destabilizing, all sorts of black behind the scenes black operations, right? Black market type stuff that you don't see, that then drive refugees like crazy. Then they point to those and go invading, and we need to go back and stop them because they're doing the thing that we created. I mean, it should bother you, but realize this is not by accident. This guy, I don't think this is being stated unless there's something driving this. Here's what he had to say. This is from February 2024.
All this talk of illegal migration in Europe, in the United States, it ultimately comes down to a contest of what is governance. Who is governed? Which countries are governed well? And if so many of these countries around the world are incapable of governing themselves, then it's time for us to put the imperial hat back on to say, we're going to govern those countries if you're incapable of governing yourselves, because enough is enough.
Wow. So again, manufacturing your own. I mean, this is like Israel trying to step in and control Gaza. It's the same damn thing. They're incapable of doing it, ignoring 75 years of brutal occupation, apartheid, rape, murder, and theft, and just completely making sure they have a fraction of what they ever need to truly be successful, then turn around and say, look at how bad they are at making that successful. That's exactly what they're doing. This guy is literally stepping back on the scene. Do you know how many things surround this guy that would blow your mind? We've gone over it. The kind of think about it like this. Do you realize how many atrocities are committed by the U.S. military, Iraq, Afghanistan, that we know about? Now ask yourself how little you think that a mercenary group would be able to. I mean, do you think they're going to hold them accountable? The only reason we ever even get a glimpse of what the U.S. military does is because there's a spotlight to some degree. Foreign military, other foreign entities, press, who then go, boom, we got you on camera. Then they're forced to go, oh, we're investigating. Same thing is happening with the World Central Kitchen. Do you think that these mercenaries running around with sometimes with no uniforms on, do you think that they're being held accountable? Do you realize the stories surrounding this, the investigations? And this is the guy speaking off the cuff about how we need to go back in and put our imperial hat back on. I mean, they're trying to shift something right now. And that's one of the topics we're going to get into today, is the shifting discussion around Israel. Now, I put it at the U.S. because that's really what I'm focusing on, but truly it's the world. The shifting conversation, the shifting perception around Israel in the world is dramatic right now. It's happening rapidly. And so I see an effort. It goes both ways right now. People like this are trying to basically enshrine this, the might makes right mentality to kind of make them, what they're doing, look less crazy, I think. But at the same time, they've pulled the rug. We're going to get into this in regard to the support for Israel. Now, I genuinely wonder what shifted over the last so many days, how we can suddenly have, which we'll get into next, open conversations about how Israel, or specifically Netanyahu, and there's a reason it's just Netanyahu, funded Hamas on Morning Joe. The thing that we've been swinging around for 20 years? However long we've talked about this, we go, look at this. Look at what's happening. Oh, conspiracy theorist. Oh, you're a racist anti-Semite. And then Morning Joe with all of this big, tough, gruff talk, which is, you'll see what I mean. It's hilarious, acting like he's this big, tough journalist who's breaking the story that we've all been screaming about for 14. It's embarrassing. But they're trying to set themselves up as the one who suddenly cares. Okay, what changed? How can you go from 30 seconds ago acting like anybody accusing Israel of any of this is a racist, which is what they were just saying, to now acting all tough and strong with a representative of Israel acting like you know better? Because something shifted. So my question is, what? Now, if I give you a guess, just giving you a theorizing about what would shift here, is, look, there's only a couple ways I see this. Is clearly there's something that has been stopping these entities from wanting to be honest about this. Now, again, it could just be that they literally don't care. I actually think that's the biggest part. I don't think they care about any of this. So they're already kind of morally ambiguous. So it's not hard for them to go, fine, we'll ignore whatever, we'll lean in what Israel says because it benefits my career. But suddenly they start losing all of that because we see it and we care. Well, now they're going, okay, well, now I have to act like they can't bomb the aid. They can't do this. They need more aid to go. But then Israel says something. They lean on something, whether that's sexual blackmail, whether that's political careers, whether that's lobbying, whether that's just, hey, you don't support us, then we won't support you. Who knows? All those things exist as much as we pretend like they don't. We don't want to look at it. So what just happened? Did they collect behind the scenes and go, man, Israel is not relenting. We're losing everything, ask Biden, everything to keep supporting this. So we can either let them continue to use their whatever pressure they have over us, or we can collect and say, okay, what can we do as our powers, whether we're talking presidents, prime ministers, or just all the power structure in the United States, who knows, and simply go, hey, what can we do to remove that pressure, right? So whatever they have over us, what do we do over here that stops that from being so important? I don't know, just theorizing, because all I can see is on a dime, they've all suddenly come over to the other side, start going, well, this is wrong, that's wrong, this, and more so than we've seen so far. So ask yourself what might have shifted. I don't believe that it's just they suddenly started caring. I mean, that's a really kind of naive thing to think, right? Anyway, sorry, I broke into that in the middle of this video. I shouldn't have done that. So let's keep finishing this.
We're done being invaded.
Because our own national security risk is at stake.
Exactly.
National security interests are at stake.
You can say that about pretty much all of
See, of course, then I'm mad at myself. I broke into that. So the point where it was the thought broke into my head. The idea that we're being invaded, when he's pointing at the refugees that are coming out of the areas that they have destabilized, like there's no denying that. So we're just skipping over the first invasion and then discussing refugees, which, look, you can't call refugees have a specific status. That's why they don't want to call them refugees in Israel. That's why they don't want to engage with it here, because that means there are people that were forced or had to leave for some clear reason and then are given certain special status. Now, that doesn't change the fact that you can engage with a 30,000 strong situation and argue that it's not safe to do so or whatever else, but it's not the same as saying that they're just forcing through. That's the way our politics are framing this on one side to hide the fact that they're responsible in large part for what they're trying to point at to justify their next step. You know, classic U.S. foreign policy. But invaded is the point.
Because enough is enough. We're done being invaded.
Because our own national security risk is at stake.
Exactly.
National security interests are at stake.
You can say that about pretty much all of Africa. They're incapable of governing themselves. And
we'll ignore the centuries of brutal colonialization, occupation, and the way that their foreign policy operates, which is not a secret, right? We're going to make a quote deal with the Congo, let's say, because we need their rare earth minerals. Well, what we're going to do is going to make them, we're going to force the government that we put in place, by the way, for our benefit, to out-export literally everything they need and then buy what they need as staples for their country from us at twice the cost. And then we're going to make them produce locally everything that we need at their expense. And we're going to call that a deal, because what ultimately happens is the deal benefits the people at the central top of the power structure, and then they end up being pliable. We'll do whatever U.S. wants as long as we keep getting that paycheck. And then we'll always make sure and stand up and profess to the world that it's about the betterment of society, the benefit of the world, and about the Great Reset and about sustainability, even though every single one of those things is completely at the expense of the immediate benefit of the U.S. government. Now, that's the deals he's talking about. Do you think that's their fault? That their corrupt governments that the U.S. put in place don't care about the long-term success of their country? I mean, these are basic fundamental realities that any actual intelligent person who understands, I don't mean just, this is an opinion. You can prove these things because, I mean, really, in an academic sense, it's a general understood fact. The only place this is not clear is in situations like this: political interviews, conversations, and people who have vested interests. And you could argue that what they do has some kind of long-term benefit, but you can't deny that what they're doing is crushing these countries for the expense of corporations. By the way, that used to be pretty much the stated policy of U.S. foreign policy. Just ask South America how they fared when they were overthrowing countries for fruit companies. We just don't say those things out loud anymore.
benefiting their citizens, because the governments there are all about looting and pillaging and lining their pockets and going shopping in Paris.
Yeah, exactly. Because I just told you why. You know why we know that? Because they've told you that. Throughout history, you've got endless processions of examples, just one after another from countries that they have manipulated. I mean, guys, you could talk about any of them. Even the central ones are the most obvious. Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, any of these countries where they have aggressively tried to remove the people in power and put the people they want in place. Why do you think it's different anywhere else? It's not. And I think we all know that.
Instead of actually
All right, hold
making
on a
the
second.
country
Hold
a
on.
better
People on the left
land.
are going to watch this. They're going to say, wait a minute, Eric Prince is talking about being a colonialist again.
Yep. And he says, right. He's talking about regime change because they're trying to make this mainstream. Regime change for freedom. Well, by the way, that's already what they've done. They just didn't work. Trump tried to do that. They try to make the argument that it's just about the same war that we've always pretended we don't want is now what we do want, but we've always been doing it, but it's for freedom. Same thing they always do.
And Eric Prince is talking about being a colonialist again.
Absolutely. Yes. Enough. Because
So now, mark my words, you're going to see a lot of these right-wing talking the manipulators in the right-wing conversation, or those too stupid to know they're being manipulators, they're going to jump up and start let's make colonialism great again. Mark my words. Now, or some variation therein to try to make the argument that what we need is a stronger hand. Might makes right. We can't just let these bad, evil brown people ruin our world. Like, that's the kind of argument that we're going to start to see. And honestly, it's not about racism. That clearly exists, and it clearly plays a role in these mindsets, but it's more so about people using people who are racist. That's what this really comes to. Even Zionism. It's all about ultimately manipulating people for their own ends. And we can see how it's playing out because there's too many people that are still lost in this paradigm.
if you go to these countries and you see how they suffer under absolutely corrupt, made-up governments that are just criminal syndicates, the people of Africa, the people of Latin America, a lot of them deserve better.
And here's a classic example of using the truth to manipulate you. He's not wrong. He just leaves out the part, which I know he knows, that they set those governments up. That's how that works. Now here, in what case, in general on this point was just to make you generally see the shifting of the conversation in favor of what Israel's doing is the way we need to do this. Now, it's not just about Israel, but that's the most obvious kind of overlap because that's the same thing, guys. That's exactly why Israel, when they're really pushed, goes, you didn't scream when the United States was killing people in Iraq. Well, it's like, well, what's your point there? So you're saying it's okay that we're murdering everybody because they did, and you didn't care? Well, okay. Then let me take your point and say, you're right, we failed over here. Now you're going to jail. Is that okay? I mean, it's wild because they're really trying to whine about it and go, well, we get to do genocide if you let them do genocide. That's not what they're saying, but that's what they ultimately mean when they make a point like that. Now, a great point made by Max here, and I've already covered this interview in text version in the sense that I already covered what he said here to a degree. That he basically said, you just got to finish it up, right? Got to finish your war. And the point that Max makes and the point that anybody honest should be saying here is that Trump is no different than any of the rest of them, at the very least when it comes to Israel. I quite frankly think it's the same as any of them. I think that he has shown himself with the injection and everything else to just be another player in this game, which is sadly exactly what I expected, even though I hope for the best, and I still do. I just don't believe anybody's right that are trying to argue that he's somehow the savior of anything. Just give him 4 more years. Then he'll get it all done. And then 4 more years and goes, well, they wouldn't let him. Yeah, that's hard not to see coming, right? But he says, in order to become president of the United States, Trump has to grovel before a couple of Lukanite, the Likud party, Israeli propagandists controlled by the widow of dead Zionist warlord Sheldon Adelson. He says controlled by the widow. And he says, this is the guy who will take on the deep state. Now, I want to watch this, and I just want to make a couple points in all of this. And it's the same old thing you're always going to see. Anybody who is not blinded by partisan politics is going to obviously point out Trump's typical non-answer. What would you do with this, or would you support that? And it's like, well, I'll tell you, it wouldn't even happen if I was there, which is his go-to response, which doesn't mean anything. It's a hypothetical about a thing that never happened, that you can never prove right or wrong, and ultimately comes to be the answer that you want no matter what he said. One side's going to say, yeah, he meant what he meant to say. That meant that he would do what you wanted him to do. And the other side will say, no, that proves that he didn't mean it. It's almost perfect, and it suits everybody. That's kind of one of the more reasons I think that he's not we think he is, or what people think he is. But overall, the point is this kind of dynamic is what always happens. And I want you to realize that what he's saying here is either too cowardly to acknowledge that what's going on is bad, which even a lot of Republicans think, but also just the towing the line for Israel at a time when they have never been more unpopular. Now, specifically, the Zionist-controlled Israel, which I promise you is a coming ploy if they truly need it to pretend that it's just, well, that's already happening, by the way, just Netanyahu. That's the only problem. We already floated that a couple times in the conversation over the last couple months. It's already been started. But how much you want to bet it becomes something about burying the Zionist agenda with that, which I find hard to say would be realistic because of the crazy Zionist influence over almost all of the Israeli government. But nonetheless, if they decided that would win them over the favor of the people of the world, I would argue that they would bury that, at least for now. So my point would be this kind of overlap is what we're going to see from every part of our government till we recognize that it's not something we can vote our way out of.
First question is whether you support Israel's goal to completely destroy Hamas.
Okay, so let me just explain why it's so sad. If I were president, you would have never been attacked because Iran was broke. They had no money.
Oh, so we're talking about Iran already. Just like that. On to Iran. Because Iran is Hamas? No. Not the game. This is the classic game. So the rest of the conversation is about Iran. Under the guise that we're talking about Hamas, but that's not the same thing. He's not stupid enough he knows that. Trump's not a stupid person. I would argue he's stupid in some cases, but he's a tactful person when it comes to maneuvering the political conversation. But it's infuriating for anybody that's smart enough to see what he's doing, which is hopefully a lot of people, because it's not an answer. But that's the kind of politics that wins elections. Staying right down the middle and ambiguous, and people who want to believe will believe, and that's how that works. But if you're already talking about Iran, then you've lost. And of course, he goes right to the money, which, by the way, the same old stupid conversation that only gets lost in the partisan game, that it was Iran's money that was seized, that they returned, and this game becomes that he's funding terrorism because the political sides want it to be what they want it to be. It's so infuriating to deal with the childish nature of the two-party paradigm.
China couldn't buy oil from them because otherwise China wouldn't be able to deal with the United States. I said to China, I said to many nations, 47 nations, I spoke to many of them personally. If you buy oil from Iran, you will not do any business in the United States, and we're going to tariff your products. And Iran did almost no oil business. You know that. Nobody would buy oil because of me. They were broke.
By the way, the question is, would you support our war on Hamas? Just making sure you see we're now like 3 or 4 points past that, which is what he does.
They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for anybody. And now they're sitting with $221 billion in cash. And
oh yeah, because they're just sitting on pallets, still sitting on the roof, right? Right, because they just have pallets of cash just sitting there. No, the money was already there as it was returned to them because it was seized illegally by the U.S. government and those involved, and it's now gone back into their governmental processes. Now, I'm not going to pretend that means all freedom for people. I don't think any government is on our side. Nonetheless, it's just a sad point that only people who are dishonest or unaware of the truth will go with.
They control Iraq, which has $300 billion in cash. Stupidly, and they control Iraq, which has $300 billion in cash.
Oh, so now you're telling me Iran controls Iraq? You mean the country that the U.S. is currently occupying? So, I mean, how do you take that? How do you honestly try to pretend that Iran, I'm telling you, this is a talking point coming from somebody set that in front of him. I honestly don't even truly think he understands the dynamics of what he's talking about in this conversation. You'll see what I mean. But the U.S. government fully occupies Iraq. You have got Israel that has bases in Iraq. And you're telling me that Iran controls Iraq? Either you just admitted that the U.S. government is completely incompetent to the point to where you can have an entire military occupation and still not control the country. Or you're just trying to state something and which will become a talking point for blind followers of Donald Trump, that, well, Iran controls Iraq, and that's why they've got all that money. What money? What are you pointing at? The net worth of it? It's just, these are points that people run with because they believe in Trump, even though there's no basis for this stuff. U.S. government controls Iraq. It's shockingly obvious because they use it as their footstool for all sorts of other things. Iran has an ideological overlap with the PMU, which they work with to actually fight ISIS, not what Trump has been doing or any of the rest of the governments. Clearly, that's why they bombed Soleimani, who was the chief asset in regard to going after ISIS. Either way, the point is, This is absurd smattering of nonsensical points that are just meant to say anything but blatantly, I would continue doing whatever you're doing in Hamas, even though he ultimately kind of comes around to that.
Stupidly, the United States went in and blew everything up. You know, you had two countries that were sort of equal in power, and one of them got blown up by the United States, and now Iran has a big advantage in the Middle East over a lot of other countries.
Right. God forbid Iran, who is central in the Middle East, should have an advantage over somebody who's nowhere present. Right. God forbid Iran should have more of a standing in the Middle East than the United States. Right. The only reason that makes sense to anybody is because Iran, bad guy. Iran, terrorism. Iran is ISIS. Ooh, wait a minute. ISIS attacked them, so I take that back, even though they've said that 45 times, right?
When I saw October 7th, it was one of the saddest things I've ever seen because there was no reason for it. They would have never, ever done that for two reasons. Number one, they were broke. And number two, I was the president.
Okay, so let's break that down. So in a 75-year occupation of constant resistance that has been constantly with multiple Nakbas, multiple ethnic cleansings, rape, murder, pillaging, apartheid, and all of it, that wouldn't have mattered if he was president, right? Or what he's trying to say is that it was some kind of combination between the current administration's policy and whatever Ron's doing, and that if he was there, somehow this wouldn't have happened. Talk about the hubris of this man. Like, that's just grotesque. The truth is obvious. This was a resistance against an occupation that had nothing to do with Donald Trump. I wouldn't say nothing to do with Iran. I would only say that Iran clearly supports their plight. Other than that, I personally don't think Iran was involved with driving this into reality. If you end up finding some overlap to their in some way involvement before the act took place, it still wouldn't surprise me. Then I would just report then, well, clearly they reached out and they were involved. It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't see that evidence. The point is, they're allies. So when Britain works with the United States to carry out an act against Iraq, is that some kind of secret bombshell? Well, no, they're allies. They exchange arms and aid and everything else. Again, it only becomes super dangerous and terrorism when you just arbitrarily label that group as terrorism. So then when their normal benign actions that you do every day happen, those are terrorist acts. Here's a terrorist calendar. Here's a terrorist lamp. It's the same game.
They would have never done that because they knew there would have been very big consequences.
Again, the point being that they wouldn't have done it because they would be worried Trump would respond. So how do you take that? So you're telling me that this group wouldn't have acted against Israel on the other side of the world because they would be worried that Trump would do something? Well, the only way to read that is that he would be belligerent. And that's the kind of thing that they're trying to push in the world. That's what Netanyahu's doing. You push me, I'll murder your entire society. Right? You push me, I'll bomb you with nuclear weapons. That's the kind of game they keep playing. They just did it with Iran in the consulate. They pushed the boundary. They went way past the line and said, okay, now it's on you. If you respond, we're in World War III. So is it their fault? Why is it always on them to be the one with restraint, which they continually show us? Because these are the kind of people we're dealing with. Belligerent, mad Zionists, and Trump, who's willing to toe every line possible to maintain his power and hubris.
All right. That being said, you have to finish up your war. You have to finish it up.
There it is.
You got to get it done. And
get what done? The thing that most of the world, and I mean like the vast majority, is not okay with? I'm not talking about going after Hamas. I'm talking about murdering everybody in Palestine in order to pretend you're going after Hamas, which is ultimately what we all see happening. But Trump says, get it done. Get it done. I just don't know how anybody can support that. I said the same thing about anybody, RFK Jr. included. Morally indefensible. It's embarrassing. And that he should be embarrassed with himself for towing a line of genocide to maybe win an election, which, again, I frankly think he's the next choice. Has nothing to do with voting.
I'm sure you'll do that. And we got to get to peace. You can't have this going on. And I will say Israel has to be very careful because you're losing a lot of the world. You're losing a lot of support.
That's all that really matters, it seems. Support. It doesn't matter about human lives. We just can't lose all of your influence.
You have to finish up. You have to get the job done. And you have to get on to peace. Well, look, there has been no president better to Israel than me. Iran wanted to make a deal. And what the deal, 90% of the deal that I want to make is no nuclear weapon. I'm a very loyal person. I've been loyal to Israel.
See, it says we're operating in some fantasy land. Even the IAEA has said more than once recently, even the State Department came out and said Iran is not seeking a nuclear weapon. even though we've been screaming that for 10 years, proving that with their own. I mean, obviously the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, that was set up in order to kind of measure all this stuff, that's been set for a long time. And even the smallest moves that were even regulated by the deal themselves were dishonestly framed by Israel and even our media as some kind of encroachment on our numbers. Or when they then removed themselves from the deal, and then Iran acted legally within the deal, which said explicitly, if the U.S. does X, Y, and Z, we can enrich to this level. And they did it right in line with the deal that the U.S. agreed to, and they called it a breach. I mean, it's just pathetic. The point is that and I'm not saying I know. They could be lying. Iran could be lying, and it's all some big ploy to secretly make a weapon. That's certainly possible. Nothing backs that up. Israel's been saying they wanted the nuclear weapon for 25 years or more, and he's been saying they're like right there, and it never happens. And again, the State Department recently came out and said, no, they're not. They don't religiously. They don't think it's appropriate. They're never going to do it. They've said that many times. And the engagement with their actual process is showing you that they're not anywhere near making the point is they're not enriching to the percentage that's needed in order to make the materials that are then needed in order to make a bomb in and of itself. They're very far away from that. The only thing that makes you think that's a problem is people screaming like this online about how it's about to happen, like Netanyahu. But here he is, towing these same old lines. And you know what the worst part is? I know for a fact that there are Republicans who support him that know that's not true. Work that one out for yourself.
Been the best president in history by a factor of 10 to Israel because of all the things I do. The embassy.
Yeah. It seems like a really smart move to say how pro-Israel you are right now in the U.S. in the country that is clearly not okay with what Israel's doing. Right? It's like you know what it is? Same point. They know that it's not about your vote. Otherwise, why would you keep tripling down on the one thing that most Americans are not okay with right now?
See, Jerusalem being the capital, the best location.
Move, by the way, that everybody called illegal, but who cares? Because Israel liked it, so yay!
Embassy built. But then you have Abraham Accords, and then you have...
Yeah, Abraham Accords, which Robert Inlakesh called the steal of the century, which was another lie, trying to pretend that the two-state solution was going to happen, when all they did was basically enshrine the current situation and just call it a two-state solution, which gave Israel more power over them. Hooray, freedom, right? And then when they said, well, no, that's crazy, they said, oh, they refused the deal, like they're doing right now, over and over and over. Didn't start on October 7th. I hope we can all be honest about that.
Have Golan Heights.
I want to show
Golan Heights, another illegal occupation, which gives Syria the illegal right to arm resistance against Israel. Same with Lebanon, same with Gaza, same with all of them, because that's the legal reality.
with you a question that in our minds, every leader in the world should reply. How would you react if, God forbid, it was your children or grandchildren who were kidnapped by Hamas or suffering the horrors that so many Israelis were going through on October 7th?
On October 7th.
All right, so 6 months ago, right? We're gonna rehash and say, what would you do if your child was kidnapped? Okay, do we realize now, by the way, despite if you remove Israel, remove the overlap of the claims of Jewish people being attacked and the Holocaust and all these anti-Semitism, remove all of that from the conversation, just acknowledge the amount of people that were killed, the amount of people that were kidnapped, and then compare that to large events in the world. Do you realize it's not that unique? Now, that will probably really bother some people. It's a horrible event. People died, and it makes me sick. It's sad, whether it's a Jew or a Muslim or a Palestinian or Israeli. And we also have to make sure we remember that the Hannibal Directive was in place. That's a provable fact at this point, and they have provably shot their own people. I don't know how many. Could have been all for all I know, but I don't know. So that very clearly flavors that. The point, though, is you can highlight very serious abduction events where people were kidnapped and other, these things have happened in the past. It's not a small thing. My point in saying that is it's only becoming this right now what they're doing is going, let's look past the continual now 40,000 plus killed in Gaza and point back to this event over here and talk about it like it's 9/11 level. Talk about it like it's the Holocaust level. And that's all about an agenda. The truth is their ongoing genocide has made that less and less impactful every moment they continue. And they've seen that now. I just don't think they know what else to do.
I would say I would act very much the same way as you did.
Okay, so Trump said he would commit genocide. Just so we're clear on that. I would do the same thing you did.
Have to be crazy not to. Only a fool would not do that.
Commit genocide. Great. So Trump said only a fool would not commit genocide, which the world court has said is a meritorious claim to what they're doing right now. And everything we're going to go over after this is shockingly clear. And here he is telling you he'd do the same.
That was a horrible attack. But it was an attack that I blame on Biden because they have no respect for him.
There's your political game. That's it. So are you saying Hamas respects you? No, he's talking about Iran still because that's the game, even though that's not what really happened. So it's all Biden's fault.
He can't put two sentences together. He can't talk. He's a very dumb person. He's a dumb person. You're in a very dangerous neighborhood. And with Iran getting a nuclear weapon, once they have a nuclear weapon, you'll
see. That's it. I'm just going to leave it there for time, but it's the same old thing. Round and round we go. Lie after lie after lie. They nod along. Trump is aware of what they want him to say. He's aware of what will get him elected, and he's aware of what his people want. And most times those things contradict each other. That's why he walks down the middle with his flimsy answers that don't really answer the question, and they all take what they want from it. Which, by the way, is smart. He's a smart guy when it comes to that. I'll give him that. But it's for those of us that want honesty, hardly what we're getting. Now, lastly, on that point, and this will overlap with the humanitarian aid discussion, this is from 2019. From humanitarian aid to a nationwide blackout. What's next for Trump's coup in Venezuela? Do you remember what this? Remember, we actually referenced this before in the conversation of October 7th, when they already pretended to deliver aid, just like we're dealing with right now. They delivered a truck full of barbed wire and wood and whatever else they ultimately found. Remember that? And then they had their people throw Molotov cocktails on it. They tried to blame Maduro, but they were caught on video because that's, I guess, how clumsy these people truly are in real life, I guess. Whether CIA or Mossad, who knows? That's how dumb this was. And they all got caught. Washington is growing increasingly desperate as its coup efforts go further south in Venezuela. And this is from an article was written by Venezuela Analysis. But you remember, we talked about this a lot when this happened. There's a good shot of it right there. Remember this? They were trying to get the aid trucks across. And they were trying to set up a situation where it looked like Maduro was bombing the trucks they didn't want. Here's John Bolton. Mass thugs, civilians killed by live rounds. Same thing, shooting protesters, remember? That's him trying to blame it on Maduro. This was 100% perfect. The video showed the Juan Guaido supporters making the Molotov cocktails. Then it showed them throwing the Molotov cocktails, and people like Bolton just didn't care. So just think about this, whether we're talking about, any foreign policy conversation, this is what they do. What do you think it's shocking that Israel's doing the same thing? They probably learned from that. Now, we just talked about this, both Al-Shifa and the Iranian embassy in Syria. Now, I'm going to make a quick point about the Syrian embassy or the embassy in Syria for why and how important I think this is. And then we'll get into Al-Shifa, we'll get into the World Central Kitchen, we'll get into the Lavender artificial intelligence bombing campaign, and a few other things. Now, this is our show from the 1st of April, and it was entitled "Horrific Israeli Massacre of Civilians Exposed at Al-Shifa, and Israel Attacks Iranian Embassy in Syria." Now, in this, I should have grabbed that actually, now that I think about it. I put out a post on Twitter where I basically just, somebody shared their clip of the show. In this, we have an interview with Vanessa Beeley. I just wanted to include it. It was about 30 minutes, and that's the latter half of the show. If I remember to grab that, I'll include it. So you guys can have that link if you just want to watch our conversation with Vanessa on just this one point, because it was a great conversation. Now, one thing I want to point out about this, just in case you didn't see this, it's unequivocal. This was Israel bombing an Iranian embassy in Syria, which is a gigantic leap past this is a red line crossed 14 times over. This destroys any semblance of what they're claiming is international law or rules-based international order, which, by the way, has already been completely destroyed. But this is just like, in case anybody was hanging on, just because you claim they're bad guy, like we just told you, or they're terrorist, to just go, well, then nothing matters. Well, then why wouldn't anybody else do the same to you? That's the base, and nobody can deny that. Even if you think Iranians are all terrorists, there has to be something that is sacred. Otherwise, there's nothing bound. And that's the whole point. That's why the U.S. government does whatever it wants and Israel does whatever it wants. And they just claim they're fighting freedom or we're fighting terrorists. Same excuse. They both use both. The law doesn't matter. Who cares what the UN just said? We're fighting for freedom. This is what everybody is now beginning to see, which frankly is going to cause chaos. But it's a necessary step through that chaos to get to a place to where we're no longer bound by maniacs like this. That's always what they point to. It's like the blowback theory or vacuums. Well, we can't just pull out of Iraq. It would be chaos. Well, maybe so, but it would all, and I don't think so really based on the vacuum theory. I think it's a manipulation, but nonetheless, or usually, I've explained it in the past, not that it's a real thing, but the point is in most of these cases, like in Syria, for example, if they moved out of Syria, well, then the Syrian government would move back into its place. It wouldn't just be some chaos vacuum. That's only when there's literally nothing left to come back into it, like they did in Afghanistan and other places. They let the people that they empowered, the maniacs, rush back in. But the point about it is that it's about trying to create the justification that, well, maybe we were a bad guy and doing the wrong things, but we can't just leave because then it would be even worse. I argue that we need to push through that and allow things to resettle, to reconcile themselves, right? The equilibrium will come back into play. And, and there's still an international body that can guide these things. Saying that out loud, I don't trust what they're doing, but honestly, better than allowing these governments to continue to dictate everything. And as always, I don't have all the answers, what's going to happen in a perfect society or what the world government, if anything, which again, who says we even need that, would look like, I don't know. But I do think we need change, and I think everyone can acknowledge that. Now, on the Iranian embassy, I wanted to point this out, that as Israel clearly did this, and they're ignoring this, and this huge step, what did we see right afterward? Israel is going to be bombed by Iran. We all know it. The CIA apparently said that's going to happen. I don't know if I can confirm that. Quite frankly, I don't think it matters, but you're going to see these accounts that are coming out and screaming what they're supposed to say, which all turn out to be false, by the way. CIA warns Iran will attack Israel within 48 hours as revenge, which I'll just wait to read what I said about this, which encapsulates the whole thing. Now, would the CIA say that? Sure. That whether or not they have evidence, quite frankly, because they don't have evidence. It's about trying to push the narrative that Iran, maniac, is going to respond. And then, false flag territory opens up. Israel could make something happen and claim they did it. Either way, didn't happen. I don't believe this for a second. So make sure you make a note, hopefully, in the accounts that were pushing these lies, you can remember and not blindly listen to or at all, like this, where this guy, who is a huge account, Jack Straw, whatever that is, total QAnon follower based on his thread feed, 117,000 followers, I think. He came out and said, breaking alert. Iran has started to attack Israel, Tel Aviv with heavy missiles. Fires of hell are burning. Several buildings destroyed. WW3 info. The same stuff we're getting from the Alex Jones of the world. World War III is already here. Certainly could be. Sure as hell can prove that they don't know that, though, and they're saying it anyway, right? The ship and the bridge, and it's like, so, well, certainly. I mean, of course, one of the things we should ask is whether that was a cyber attack and it's a foreign government. Well, what happened with that? Did we ever prove that? Didn't stop all of them from stating that without anything, unequivocally, not could be, we're there. I just want people to recognize how flimsy that is. Some people just don't care. It's entertainment to them. This was posted. It's now deleted because he was wrong or lying, however you want to look at it. Frankly, I think people only delete these kind of things when it's like people like us very much call it out. But I said, be careful who you choose to listen to. As far as I can tell, this is not happening because it was a video showing the bombings. And I said, I doubt it will, at least like this. And this is the important part. I do not believe for a second that Iran's government would respond in some non-strategic, emotionally responsive attack like that. Like the U.S. and Israel do on a regular basis. They are far more restrained and measured. That's not good guy, bad guy. That's not pro versus bad or pro versus con, whatever else. It's just simply highlighting what they've done. It's acknowledgement of their history and their track record, which is restraint. Where they bomb Syria, and they don't really respond because they know if they do, it's going to be used in reverse because the media will say, Syria attacks Israel, just like they do every time something happens in Gaza, instead of acknowledging the ongoing situation where they're trying to make things happen. So I just want you to recognize this. Of course, Iran came out and said, we're going to respond, but we're going to do it in our time in the right way. It's just so infuriating that the idea is they present their adversaries as what they are. Because I bet my life that if this was reverse, Israel and the United States would have already bombed half Iran. To the point to where they would know that would cause real war and they just wouldn't care. Sadly, that's how I see what we're dealing with right now. And the point is, this came out, they lied about it. They said, we're at war. And I don't know, maybe to hope. I mean, you know how dangerous that is? He has free speech. He can say whatever he wants. But do you realize how dangerous that is? To think about the reality of what that would cause. What if somebody read that, thought it was really happening in a serious position and did something? I mean, as ridiculous as that would be, it's certainly possible. Or what if an individual who was there in one of these locations and thought it was real and then acted accordingly? It's pretty wild. But he deleted it. So the question is, are you still going to follow someone like that? Certainly could have just been wrong, but you have to ask yourself if what happened was posting a video and literally stating this is happening and saying things like fires of hell are burning. Do you really believe for a second that he did his due diligence? Do you think for a second that he even cared that it was going to be real or not? Or did somebody go say this, say it like this with the prophetic style? I think you know what I'm getting at. Here's another example, by the way, and in case you missed it, Jack Straw reposted. Mr. Mario Narfall. Breaking. Danish Navy warns missile could launch any second. Of course, interestingly overlap with what everything else was going on. So this is between the 3rd and the 5th, and even before, right when all this crazy stuff was breaking about Israel was murdering people and, bombing aid convoys and getting caught with their programs that prove that they did it. But look over there. A story that Mario says is breaking and we're about to launch, except that resolved days before this. The issue was actually resolved on April 4th when this was exaggerated. Basically, it says well, now, again, the point is, read this stuff for yourself. Ultimately, nothing happened. So I don't know whether the Danish government was hiding something or whether it was my point is, it ultimately ended up being a story that was posted on a day when it had already been resolved. That's the point. Think about how ridiculous that is. Breaking story, a missile could launch any moment. The day before, it had already been resolved. And the story was, it was exaggerated, wasn't even real. Do you think this is happening by accident? Do you think the Mario Narvals of the world care? Or are they just pumping out whatever's dumped in front of them? I don't know. But question this stuff, guys, because it's effing everywhere. Now, the Pentagon says Israel conducted the strike against Iran. Just in case there was any confusion, and I'm not saying that's because Pentagon says it, therefore it's true. I hate that I ever have to say that so often. The point is simply to say that even if the Pentagon is saying they did it, that carries weight or carries water for the average people. At the very least, it means the Pentagon wants you to think they did. The truth is, they did. I just want to make that very clear that this is from every angle, even though Israel is still kind of keeping it murky. They bombed the embassy in Syria, which is a huge deal that apparently is just washed away. Nobody cares in the position. Can you imagine what would happen if Iran bombed an Israeli embassy anywhere in the world? I mean, I don't even need to go into it. It would be a huge earth-shattering event. They would say that they've changed everything, that they've now crossed lines, that the international law is at stake, and our democracies are at risk. Does anybody disagree with that? Yet here is Israel choosing to bomb a country they're not at war with, who is a sovereign country that has agreements with Iran, that they're allies, in an embassy, a consulate, which is a protected area, no matter what is going on, diplomatic immunity, and no one even... this is the kind of article you get. You know what's not mentioned in here? The word law, not even mentioned. International law, nothing. Pentagon says Israel is behind this. Israel says they're not. Our assessment right now is that it was a few leaders that were there. Really? Nothing. Not that this is a huge breach of international law. Not that this is going to change the conversation. Nothing. Good job, ABC. Here's Reuters. Iran embassy strike shows Israel's growing reach. My God. Yeah, let's just kind of blithely talk about this like it demonstrates how far they can bomb. No conversation about how you're violating the law, how you murdered innocent people. Do you realize the complicity in this is shocking to me, even from corporate media? Now, I'm going to read just the beginning of this again for you to see. Elijah posted this. I wonder how the U.S. will justify the act of terrorism carried out by Israel against diplomatic mission for a foreign country. This act of terrorism, if left unpunished, means that no diplomatic mission in the world will ever be protected or safe. And of course, they'll blame everybody else for that. ignore the fact that they're the ones that crossed that line. The building destroyed by Israel is protected under the Vienna Convention and is divided into two parts, just highlighting the different aspects. And the main point that I wanted to highlight in this is talking about the fact that this mission, and based on the 1961 Vienna Convention on diplomatic relations, enshrines the fact, I mean, this is where all these come from. The idea, as they write down here, the inviolability of premises, the idea of diplomatic immunity, freedom of movement. The argument is, because of diplomatic immunity, that there's nothing that would cross these lines. Like a point I made the other day, just to make it make sense for somebody. Let's say the United States randomly decided they wanted to invite ISIS to have some kind of meeting about something or some kind of diplomatic overlap. And then because of another country said, well, those are terrorists, we're going to bomb the building. No, even if that's exactly what was happening, that's crossing a line. So it doesn't matter what context or what, and that's even to realize the point is that they're simply claiming that Iran's military is terrorism. Therefore, because they're there, the embassy in general, that it's a target. So I'm making it even more clear, to going even farther to make even pretending there was actual terrorist members, and it would still be a gross violation. So it's obvious to me that, and hopefully everybody, that they knew this was a violation. And I don't know, I maybe they're trying to destroy our perception of international law. I don't know. But at the end of the day, they're clearly getting away with it. Now, Torah Judaism, for your daily reminder, says Iran is not the enemy of the Jews. The enemy of the Jews is Israel and Zionism. We support Iran. We support Palestine. It's a gigantic Orthodox group around the world in multiple countries that just wants you to know that Zionism does not represent all Jews in the world. And they're simply highlighting this because they see the Zionist agenda trying to throw Iran at everybody. And they're saying Iran supports Palestine. We support people that support Palestine. If that confuses you, look further, guys. Now, on that note, same kind of point about the propaganda around all of this. I saw this point. Now, for all I know, this could be real and I can't find it. But I looked, as I'll usually do, I looked in Hebrew media, I look everywhere. But what I found is that you find this all over Twitter, April 4th forward for the most part. And it says, breaking, according to Israeli media, which already means that we don't know for sure, or anything, according to U.S. media, according to anybody in media, that means, well, that's what they said. Iranian trucks continue to cross the border from Iraq into Syria carrying various types of weapons. Okay, first and foremost, anybody have a problem with that? If so, why? What's the issue for you? Do you not know that U.S. traffics weapons all around the world? That U.S. sends weapons across borders everywhere, and that's just okay because we pretend it's all freedom weapons? It's all murder for freedom? The only reason that you think that's bad is because you've been convinced that Syria as a nation and Iran as a nation are evil terror doers that are whatever, trying to make it sound dumb, trying to make it, into something that is bad simply because they are present. They are sovereign countries, they are allies, and they have trade agreements. Weapons, food, whatever, anything. They're legally allowed to trade weapons. Do we realize that? So it's so mind-blowing to me that we're at a point where something that is legal becomes bad because Iran or Israel says so. Did they just say you're bad, so therefore nothing you do? So why if they're terrorists, then why does it even need to be something trafficked? Aren't they just because they're present? Well, that's what they're ultimately getting at. My point in showing you this is I can't verify this. I mean, look how many posts with the exact same image, all on April 4th. Same, literally, save for one or two words, identical text. And as far as I can tell, it goes back to nothing. I can't find a link on any of it. I searched for the headline. I can't find it in U.S. media. I can't find it in Hebrew media. So where'd that come from? Now, to me, it makes me concerned. This is about trying to seed these kind of things. I mean, look, this is a huge platform. This one has 97,000 followers. There's no link. And they're just like everybody else, taking the same image and sharing the identical thing. Where did it come from? To me, it's about trying to push the idea, because that's what the partisan media is doing, mostly Republican, highlighting this and going, oh, here we go. They got what they wanted. Iran's coming. Here comes war. Really the only thing that make you think that is what the U.S. and Israel are doing. This is responding to what they're doing. You show me where Syria and Iran have been stomping around the world trying to overthrow countries. Now we're going to get into an Azov point next that highlights exactly this problem. about the illusion of who's doing what and where the real problem is coming from. This funding coming from the problematic, not just governments, but the factions of these governments that are have a vested interest in all the kind of stuff we're talking about. You could talk about the neocons if you want, but regime change, overthrowing countries, and causing murder, destabilization for their own benefit. And before we get to that next part, Lahav Harkov writes, all the people who said Israel shouldn't attack Gaza during Ramadan. Where are you now that Iran is threatening Israel in the run-up to Passover? Like, what an abstract, clumsy point. So the argument is people who said Israel shouldn't attack Gaza during their holiday, attack the place you're currently starving to death during one of the most important holidays of the year, then comparing that to Iran, who isn't Gaza, threatening, which, by the way, didn't happen, in the run-up to a holiday that hasn't happened yet. I mean, talk about being desperate. Talk about trying to find anything to... All you're really trying to do is hide the fact that you're murdering children on a holiday. The point is that Iran said they would respond, but all of this hype that we're talking about here is what they're pointing at and going, see? Now they're going to maybe do it, even though they didn't say that. I'm going to assume what they meant when they said that, and maybe it'll happen on this holiday that hasn't happened yet. I'm outraged. That's just embarrassing. And Whitney said maybe they should have not bombed their embassy 2 days ago or something. Exactly. And at Times of Israel writes, hinting at Damascus strike, Gallant says Israel will act, quote, everywhere, every day against enemies. I should have grabbed this, actually. I forgot. I bet you it'll pop up. Let's legislate. More than once. Oh, I misspelled world. More than once. Yeah. This is just, I'll include this. This is a human rights group, so it should have weight with you. But look, you'll see there's plenty of examples. What? Of course. For the podcast, it says, you have been locked out due to too many attempts to access a file that doesn't exist. That's classic. So let's do this real quick. Let's see if this pops up. The point is, more than once, and it's public, guys, you can look this up many different ways, Israel has stated that they're above the law, that we can legislate anywhere in the world, we can act anywhere in the world. That's what their own Knesset has said publicly. One more try on this, and I'll try to find another example. Nope, doesn't look like it. Oh, we got one. Nice. Okay. It's weird how some of these were for the podcast on which archive is more effective. But back to this while that loads. So and this is the way they do this. So it's just, they really want you to know in a lot of ways. They definitely want their people to know they did this. So they're not hide it. It's like pretending they don't have nuclear weapons when they basically threaten nuclear weapons attacks plenty of times. But he's hinting at the strike that we don't want you to know. It's almost meant to be like an insult. That we did it, and that we know, but we're going to pretend we won't admit it. And that's like a demonstration of their power over your conversation. So here's this. Israel declares it's above the law. September 25th, 2018. The Israeli government has announced that it is allowed to legislate anywhere in the world and is entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. Even though most people probably disregard this just because that's what people do. Let me just look one more time here. This was written by Times of Israel and others as well. Here's a newer one. By the way, for those watching on the show, the podcast, there's a bunch of these popping up on the list here. This one says Israel settlements international law. Justifying, this one says Israel is entitled to violate the sovereignty. It's the same one. Israel continues to flout international law and violate the human rights. Like, this is the United Nations. Like, how long they've been writing about this is just so insulting. Here's Mondeweiss. Justifying land grab, Israel says is allowed to ignore international law anywhere that it wants. This was 2018. I think this is the one they're referencing. Yeah, I'll include this. Don't leave it there. This is the article where the quotes are coming from, where they're basically saying, and what it ultimately comes to is the idea of the West Bank and the land they're taking, which is illegal. Everyone knows it's illegal. So what they ultimately say is, look, it doesn't matter. We can legislate anywhere in the world as long as God says we're supposed to. That's what it ultimately comes down to. That's my worry about all the overlap with the prophecy. And, that's what we're going to get into, the whole red heifer thing at some point. It's very alarming where this all goes. Now, they're telling you that. He just said this again on the 2nd. Anywhere, every day. So what happens if they decide that their enemies are in Florida? I mean, I don't need to spell it out for you. It's very clear. Just because that wouldn't happen, well, he's telling you that it would, should he decide so. Now, let's talk about Ukraine, NATO, the Azov movement, and right back to Israel, because this all connects. Now, here is Blinken saying Ukraine will become a NATO member. Now, that's not too new, right? We've already talked about this. We've already made it clear that they've insinuated every which way that it's going to happen, even though for a very long time and even kind of intermittent with that, made sure you knew that it wasn't going to happen because that's a red line, but then insinuates we have to for this reason and so on. We always knew this was going to happen. It was always the plan. And so this is how clumsy their game has gotten, and most people see through it. But now he's coming up and saying it. This is new, and saying explicitly there will be a member of NATO. It is going to happen. And so it's a very forceful step in this. And what does that ultimately mean? Well, the obvious is we've talked about many times, the Article 4 and 5, in fact, and the discussion about what we're talking, the initiation of the thing that's only ever happened around 9/11, which is that, well, you're at war, so now we're all at war. And so that becomes a full-scale war against Russia, which, by the way, is already happening. There's U.S. involvement in flying them into Russia. There's U.S. involvement on the ground, in action on the ground. Same with Gaza, by the way, even though we pretend it's not happening. So the point in this is to show you it's not new, and that the Azov overlap is very important to the overall conversation about what they're doing everywhere else. But this is coming.
The determination of every country represented here at NATO remains rock solid. We will do everything that we can. Allies will do everything that they can to ensure that Ukraine has what it needs to continue to deal with Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine, an aggression that gets worse with every passing day. Ukraine will become.
I mean, imagine saying that while what's going on in Israel is happening. I mean, most of the media isn't even talking about Ukraine, and all you're saying it's getting worse every day while we're watching a genocide that's literally getting worse every day. It's a shocking thing. Like, you'd almost argue that they would do nothing as opposed to do this. This just seems like you're pushing the boundaries. They know we see it, guys.
A member of NATO. Our purpose at the summit is to help build a bridge to that membership and to create a clear pathway for Ukraine moving forward.
Of course.
And again, this is the proxy element, just like what we just discussed, that they put in place in Ukraine. It's an undeniable fact. We've got the receipts. We've got Newland on record hand-picking the supposed Democratic election choices. And they know we know that too. So all this is just about forcing it in hopes that we don't get enough momentum to make sure that the last scrap of people that don't know it finally know it, which even then, maybe it won't change. But at the very least, we need to make sure people are aware of what's really going on. The neo-Nazi element as they're pretending to fight Nazis. The white supremacy element as they pretend to fight white supremacy. Right? I mean, everything they're doing is insulting to you at this point.
We believe that Ukraine deserves to be a member of NATO and that this should happen sooner rather than later.
Well, of course, because when they do that, well, then suddenly there is no debate anymore about how we have to help them. That's where this goes. And of course, that's as much a U.S. agenda as it is anybody else. So then all of a sudden, there's no debate. Then you got politicians that act like, well, our hands are tied because NATO. None of them really care. Now, here is Caroline Glick. She writes yesterday, not every day that the America stabs the Jews in the back and stands with present-day Nazis. At least not openly. That happened today, she said. Today was a bad day. Now, here's what's interesting to me. Do you think she's talking about NATO and Ukraine and them standing with Nazis? I don't think so. That would make it more fun to talk about, but I don't think so. I think clearly they're aware at some level that Israel's openly funding Nazis in Ukraine, so they don't call them Nazis. You see how that works? So Zionism is the same overlap, and when you understand the history, since Nazis and Zionism work together, and the conversation about the final solution and the idea that they were working with Nazis while that was happening. I mean, it's a public conversation at this point. You can look it up on Wikipedia. But what is she talking about? I'm just grabbing this article for the podcast so you guys can learn about this. This is the hardest thing to like mention in passing, because people who haven't understood this, you can look this up on their own documentation that they've publicly talked. They see this as a racist, which again, it's people that can't do their own due diligence. I'm not going to try to factor in everything we talk about, but nonetheless, Zionism versus Nazism and the history around the overlap. But what was she talking about here? Was she talking about the fact that she's arguing that the United States is now siding with Hamas? Because that's really the only other conversation here. So did they say that? To some degree, when the U.S. abstained from the recent ceasefire, which Israel ignored, like always, which nobody cared about, even though it's a violation of the law. But are they talking about the idea that they're now pushing them to allow more aid in, which we'll get to, while they're bombing aid? I mean, how do you argue that this is what we're talking about? That America's stabbing the Jews in the back, not Israel, first of all, or even the idea that it's not even about Israel. You're talking about the concept. I mean, it includes them clearly, but it's about the idea of bringing aid in, not for Israel or Hamas, but for Palestinians, which of course the game argument goes that then gets used by Hamas, which I don't know why it certainly could be, but that's irrelevant to where we currently are. They have created a situation where they have put the entirety of a society in the brink of famine. Level 5, the worst, children dying every day. So the world goes, look, we don't care what narrative you have. We want this to stop. Stop murdering children. And so the U.S. and the rest of these governments are forced, because I don't think they care, to eventually go, okay, we have to stop this, and we'll show you why. And she says that is America stabbing Jews in the back. That's how hyperbolic and ridiculous this has gotten. And then siding with present-day Nazis, not Ukraine, not the most clear and literal embodiment of Nazis, but Hamas, who is not a Nazi organization. It's not a white supremacy organization, and in fact is diametrically opposite from ISIS or Nazis, by the way. And a group, by the way, who is actively fighting a group who is more closely tied to Nazism than anything Hamas ever became. And again, that's Zionism. I just find it to be ridiculous. And of course, down here, people are already saying Jews or Israel. The two are not the same. People are waking up. But just in case you hadn't seen this, I wanted to go over this again. We went over this in depth in the beginning when I first saw this. But I just want to go read a couple of these paragraphs to show you something that's interesting. If you haven't seen this, it might surprise you. This is from 2018. Okay, good. I thought it was under the page. That's weird how it's grayed out. 2018. Rights groups demand Israel stop arming neo-Nazis in Ukraine. I've mentioned this many times. This is the Azov movement. So it says, a group of more than 40 human rights activists have filed a petition with the High Court of Justice demanding the cessation of Israeli arms exports to Ukraine. Now, this is also interesting because we'll end with, they're now voting to stop arms exports to Israel because they're committing a genocide. Now, it says they argue that these weapons serve forces. Now, again, back to 2018 article, back to Azov movement, Israel. The human rights groups are arguing that these weapons serve forces that openly espouse a neo-Nazi ideology and actually cite evidence that the right-wing Azov movement, whose members are part of Ukraine's armed forces and are supported by the country's Ministry of Internal Affairs, is using these weapons. Isn't it funny how much shifts when the moment this starts and all of a sudden it's like, what Nazis? What? Are you racist? He's led by a Jewish president. You're all a bunch of liars. Even though the very groups that were saying that in 2022 were the ones saying this then. And right up until 2022. It says an earlier appeal to the defense ministry was met with no response. Now, the real point is, remember, they are the ones that are creating these groups, using Nazi elements and neo-Nazi elements and fascist elements all around the world, whether that's the Hamas that they've been funding or the other jihadis they use to pretend that all Muslims are bad, or the U.S. government doing the same, funding and arming the most radical elements of what they claim they're fighting, provably. because the moderate elements of these countries don't want to work with them. So they fund the crazy ones and pretend that's what they all are, and then use that to eventually take everything. The good guys. But it says the ministry's consideration in granting export licenses for armaments are not disclosed to the public. But it appears that the appearance of Israeli weapons in the hands of avowed neo-Nazis should be a consideration used in opposing the granting of. Yeah, you'd think. But it says, nevertheless, this is not the first time in which the defense establishment is arming forces that embrace a National Socialist ideology. Again, that should be confusing, or it might be confusing if you didn't understand the reality. So maybe if you want to pretend, if you just a lot did reflexively say fake news, then you can hide from it. But if you read this and you realize, okay, well, they funded armed neo-Nazis and Nazis, you might say, well, there must be one-time explanation for that. Again, ignoring the history of that working with the actual Nazis, or the fact that it wasn't just one time, that they went on and before this and after and continued to arm elements that are considered fascist, if not Nazi themselves. Now, how do you make sense of that? If you ignore it, you can always pretend like this is just some other story. But the truth is, the Israeli Zionist government has a history of working with the elements they pretend they're saving Jewish people from. Now, it says in the past, Israel has armed anti-Semitic regimes. How do you make sense of that? It goes on to say, such as General's regime in Argentina, which murdered thousands of Jews in camps while its soldiers stood in watchtowers guarding the abducted prisoners with their Uzi submachine guns that they got from the Israeli government. According to a Freedom of Information petition to Israel's defense ministry from last January, and there's the Hebrew article if you want to read it, it's usually much more detailed, Israel also armed Bolivia's military regimes. The ones that were trying to fight against the one they later overthrew, knowing that Nazi war criminal Klaus Barbie was part of that regime. Literal Nazi war criminal. So how do you make sense of the fact that the supposed government defending against this, fighting for the Jewish people, was in fact arming neo-Nazis in Azov movement, arming neo-Nazis in Bolivia's military regimes, arming neo-Nazis in Argentina? Well, the only logical explanation is that they have a history of working with Nazis, because that's the truth. It says legal documents used to convict the head of the junta also showed that Barbie's death squads used the Israeli Uzis. Not unique. This is written by Haaretz, guys. It says, in the case of Ukraine forces using Israeli weapons, are openly stating their support for racist and anti-Semitic ideas. Wouldn't that seem to stop a group hinging only on the idea of protecting Jewish people? Unless that's a lie. Unless this is a game that they play to create the very thing they point at and say, there's the threat. This is why we have to exist, even though we're funding the groups that we point to make that claim. The Azov militia was established in Ukraine following the Russian invasion of Crimea, 2014. But that's not where this started. Remember, this 2014 was the Maidan coup. Involved the same groups we're talking about, right? So they created the situation that allowed this rise to power. It says the militia's emblems are well-known National Socialist ones. Its members use the Nazi salute and carry swastikas. The thing that your media has been screaming is not true for the last however many years. It's written by Haaretz, plain as day, in 2018, because they did and they still do to this day. And by the way, we just showed you the image of them working alongside ISIS as well, because that's the other angle to this, is they funded them from Syria using the same groups they've used everywhere else, Israel and the United States. So this needs to begin to flavor all of these conversations. The fact that they have created the boogeyman they've used to justify 100 years of nonstop murder, rape, and pillaging. I just threw out 100, but a lot longer than that, quite frankly, when you understand this goes long before even the creation of the United States, too. But it says the malicious emblems are well-known swastikas, Nazi symbols, and so on. It says, moreover, some of them openly admit they have neo-Nazi sentiments and that they are Holocaust deniers. So is that something Israel would fund if what you believe of them is true? It says one militia member said in an interview that he was fighting Russia since Putin was a Jew. An Azov sergeant, said that he was a National Socialist, although he was not in favor of genocide. As long as minorities in Ukraine did not demand special rights, he would have no problem with them. Interesting. Well, here's where it gets even more interesting. Remember this guy we've talked about? His name is Arsen Avakov. The person that was like the most extreme example, the one that's behind the creation of a lot of this stuff that ultimately was kind of kicked to the side when this started in 2022. And they go, well, he was the real Nazi. He's no longer part of the group. Well, then he slowly drifted back in once you looked the other direction. That's what happened. And is currently still involved. The point is this guy is shown here happily working with Israel. Hooray! Azov movement, freedom, right? Here's what it says. With the delegation of the Knesset, Israel's government, and of the state of Israel, in particular, the chairman of the committee of the Knesset of Israel on domestic policy and the vice speaker, in a warm and friendly atmosphere, they agreed on fruitful cooperation in the field of security. That's the Azov movement. That's their symbol. That's what this is. He is the Nazi. That guy is the one that they've all even the corporate media was like, yeah, that's the bad one. That there he is, happily smiling, shaking hands with the Israeli government. It's not hard to understand, guys. It's really not hard to understand. Now it says the militia's founder, Andriy Belitsky, who is now a member of Ukraine's parliament, formerly headed a neo-Nazi group called the Patriot of Ukraine, now defunct. Its members comprise the founding core of Azov. So no matter how you spin this, these are the same people that they know they're funding, which are the worst of the worst. And here's the best part, or the worst. The best part being for the exposing the narrative, but the worst part when you understand what they really are, and that Israel funds this while claiming Russia's doing this, while claiming Hamas is doing this. It says, quote, our nation's historic mission at this critical juncture is to lead the final march of the white race towards its survival, says the Azov movement member that this person shaking hands with, or the ones that were behind the creation. It says this is a march against subhumans who are led by the Semite race. Okay, here's another way to ask this question. If this is what the Azov movement is saying, explain why they're working with Israel. See, because this is a whole wag the dog situation. I guarantee you there are crazy extremists that believe a lot of this that are at the front lines. The truth is, it's another element of proxy. This is what the U.S. and Israel have been doing everywhere, along with other. I'm just highlighting them because I think it's central, but Britain and the rest of the groups I think are involved in plenty of ways, if not leading the charges in other locations. The point is, the same way they funded Hamas to use them as justification to do what they did here, they created this element to justify their actions there, all at the expense of the individuals they claim they're fighting for. It should make you angry. It says, in tandem with the rising power of Azov, remember, this is 2018. Oh, and then up here it says, according to the reports by human rights groups, militia members are suspected of war crimes, torture, sexual violence. As we're screaming about rape allegations, they're funding people that are guilty of rape in general. It says, in tandem with the rising power of Azov, which has more than 3,000 members, there's a rise in anti-Semitic incidents and attacks against Ukraine's minorities. Neo-Nazi groups have attacked Jews and Jewish memorial sites across Ukraine, as well as journalists and members of the LGBT community. All these lies. Bottom line, this doesn't line up with what you're told. Now here is it's Arsen Avakov, the guy we were talking about. Just a couple points I want to highlight. The creation of the Azov movement, first and foremost, but it simply says the most famous of them, the initiatives of this person, it says he has a significant impact on the separatist pro-Russian movement and was located, it said impact on the fact that the pro-Russian movement was localized in eastern Ukraine and prevented the situation from being shaken throughout the country, was the creation of volunteer battalions. These are the people that are completely all of the problems, all of the atrocities, all of the ethnic cleansing, all fall back to these groups. The most famous of them, the Azov movement. Just to make sure we understand who Israel's openly dealing with. Now, here's what Mike Pompeo said. So remember the one we just showed you, right? The idea that what they're telling you is this group was openly saying that their goal was to lead the final march of the white races to its survival. Around the world is the point. When we read more of what they're saying, they're talking about marching them around the world and overthrowing these countries. That's what they're saying, and they've openly and proudly stood by that. Isn't it ridiculous that that's what they're saying their adversaries are doing? Well, they fund the groups that they're pointing. It's insulting. Here's Mr. Pompeo, who I swear is just completely checked out. This guy is it's like an old Nikki Haley, just tapping into the old neocon that nobody even respects anymore. He just jumps into the conversation and says, if Putin wins in Ukraine, he won't stop there. What indication do we have in any way to make that? There's no evidence of that. In fact, everything points in the opposite direction. But this is all they have. And he says, helping Ukraine win and end this war is far less costly than the alternative. And so by funding and supporting the group who is actually outwardly saying they want to do that, that's the smart thing. And it's just so insulting, guys. These people are very, very dangerous. And this guy's just waiting in the wings. I'm telling you, this guy's going to run for president at some point. Mark my words. And that's scary because this is what he's putting forward. Things that I can prove to you he knows aren't true. Doesn't matter. It's all about narratives. Control of everybody at the expense of everybody. Now, interestingly enough, I just had this thought that I'll include this because it's relevant to the conversation. Operation Aerodynamic and the proof, CIA documents that show that Pompeo and the rest of their lackeys were openly, I should say openly, but on the record now that we can see it, funding Nazis. Both Nazis, neo-Nazis, fascist elements in order to do exactly what we're talking about. Like funding Hamas to throw at the Soviet Union, or to throw at the Palestinians, or the Mujahideen to throw at the Soviet Union, which later became Al-Qaeda, becomes ISIS. It's what they do. They fund the madmen, the crazies, and then they use them to justify their actions and then leave, which leaves the people they claim they're fighting for left to deal with the people that they funded, which is chaos, murder, rape, and pillaging. And then later come back and go, hey, here, we'll help you again to fight the thing. It's just like Eric Prince. We need to step in and stop these people from invading us. You mean the people that you created with your belligerent foreign policy? It's always how this works. But this point is the document that shows you that they've been doing this in Ukraine. The Organization for Ukrainian Nationalists, Mykola Lebed, Nazi war criminal, setting them up in companies in the Ukraine and the United States to influence your perception as an American. A media company. Your CIA and your government put a Nazi in charge of what was called Prologue Inc. at the time to inform you in New York. Because they care about you, right? The point is, that was in 1948, or at least the document goes back to at least 1948. Well, what else happened in 1948? I just thought it was interesting to recognize, while you're recognizing that the CIA was literally creating the beginnings of what became the Azov movement, which is something the Zionist governments were also funding. Well, 1948 was the first Nakba. Right, so all I'm showing you is the interesting overlap to the Zionist agenda, which goes back to at least the early 1800s, at least, or not early, but late 1800s at the very least, just before. And so into 1948 was all that time passed. The Balfour Declaration. They got the illegal mandate to take Palestine. They then ethnically cleansed it in 1948. Hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, right here it just simply says almost 800,000 were expelled, but thousands and thousands of people were killed in the most grotesque ways. So it's hard to recognize that while the group or the general agenda was being created in Ukraine at the behest of the CIA, a group that's currently funded to this day by the same thing, I just find that hard. We need to see that. I guess the general point I'm trying to highlight, it's more of an outline, is that these groups were doing the same kind of things all the way back then, funding the most extreme in order to create the justifications for what they want. It's everywhere. It's everywhere you look. Now I'm going to include this for you to check out. It's about a 16-minute video that Truth and Media put out. Ben Swan narrating this about Zelensky and the truth about him. It's very well done. The truth about this guy being a complete cutout proxy that's a manipulator. And I love right in the beginning, he makes fun of how the guy's only ever wearing green. It's because they realize that makes people think military. That's how simple these people are. It's a great, make sure you check it out. It's important. Now, Ben Shapiro, of course, is just spinning out over all these contradictions, at least in his narratives. But it says Joe Biden will cause World War III. Look at him just tapping right into the partisan narratives, right? Now, I'm like anybody else, the one that can see this could spin out into something very serious. And we're already on the precipice of that. But this idea of pushing it's the idea that it's anybody that other than Israel that is pushing people to almost forcing people to drive into World War III. It's a kind of a willful ignorance. I mean, can we all acknowledge that Ben Shapiro has a blind spot around Israel? I don't think we even need to say that. But he says, here's the current position in the conversation of Joe Biden causing World War III because he's incompetent. He says, here's the current position. Number one, his current position. The United States is willing to go to direct war with a nuclear power by admitting Ukraine to NATO, which obviously, the minute Ukraine joins NATO, Article 5 will be invoked, and we are then in a shooting war with Russia. Well, that's like saying it's the sun rose today. I mean, it's very basic and obvious. The point is, that's already happening. If you can't acknowledge we're already in a shooting war with Russia, then you're the liar that I know you to be. But overall, it's trying to kind of balance these two conversations. So that's crazy. It's always been crazy. Number two is the United States is demanding a ceasefire from an ally, Israel, in a war with a terrorist group. Well, that's your framing, of course, even though you also know that they funded them. But he never wants to acknowledge that. Holding hostages, including Americans, while ignoring the 600 plus American Palestinians, which don't matter to Ben because he's a totally good guy, in a conflict involving precisely 0 U.S. troops. Also a lie, seeing as how we can literally prove that there are generals and people on the ground because we've seen videos of it, and that the U.S. has admitted that. Axios wrote an article about a 3-star general who was there. We've seen people actually on the ground. Do you think he doesn't know that? Do you care? I don't know why people listen to people like this. But he says Iran and its terror proxies, of course, right back to Iran. They all know their talking points. Now know that if they murder over 1,000 citizens of an American ally, take hundreds of hostages, and then hide among civilians, Joe Biden will save them. Oh, is that what's happening? They've been saved? I mean, it's despicable that this person has any standing of, who takes this person seriously? He said it's nearly impossible to believe one human being could be so stupid. Well, you're making my point for you, Ben, only I'm talking about you. Joe Biden always surpasses expectations. Like, what is different about this than anybody else? Is he arguing that Trump would be different? He literally just said, the bottom line is, you're asking for a ceasefire because they recognize that what they're doing is destroying everything, and you don't care about that. I don't care about their agendas, destroying their agendas either. But I can be honest about acknowledging that ultimately what they're trying to do here is, or that they're being forced to do here, is stop them from committing an obvious genocide that the entire world can see. And you can't frame that as anything other than hurting an ally. I mean, imagine framing that as a political detriment while we're watching children starve to death. There's no other way I can see that. And I think the reason he tried to frame this against Ukraine is because he's trying to make it seem as if Ukraine is a situation that is belligerent, which, again, everybody sees that. I don't know. I feel like it's incoherent. Overall, I feel like this person has lost himself in this conversation. And I think everyone continues to see that. Even his own people in his own circle, as with, I forget her name, Candace Owens. In any case, I just think it's very obvious that people are drowning in the lies that people are finally starting to see through. Thank God. Now, a couple of opening points before we get into the larger point about Israel, just opening points, but, just one-offs that I wanted to inform you of. The UAE has now announced the suspension of diplomatic relations with Israel, which is a huge deal. Now, this is one of these groups that it was, essentially coerced or bribed into a normalization deal. And now that they've removed diplomatic relations, all it shows you is whatever they bribed them with is no longer enough. They're losing more than they're gaining from whatever the agreement was, which is what everyone's dealing with. It's showing you the true nature of these inner workings. They're all corrupt. They're all personal driven. And so at the end of the day, right now, they're going, well, no matter what you promised us, no matter what you're threatening us with, it's more damaging for us to continue to pretend that you're not murdering children. So they pulled back. On top of that, Thomas Massey points out yesterday, when I asked Republicans in my district if they support sending additional aid to Israel, consistently only 9% do. Now, it's just his one district, but that's really fascinating to me. He says, as you may know, the United States sends roughly $3.8 billion in taxpayer dollars to Israel every year in foreign aid. Do you believe the United States should? And by the way, it's way more than that right now for all the money they've sent, and especially the money that we don't even know that they've sent, guys. But guess what? The point is 9% of Republicans. He says in 2022, 47% supported the current amount, while 38% supported less. 2024, only 43% supported the current amount, while 43% supported less aid or no aid. He says this coming week, Congress will vote to send an additional $14 billion to Israel. while what's going on is going on. Imagine that. This is primarily a handout to U.S. military-industrial complex. That's the truth. Now, here, the thing is that war is shockingly costly to you and taxes and technically the country. The problem is that so many of the people in power in these countries have overlapped themselves with the merchants of death. So for them personally, it's wildly lucrative. And then when they end up getting a job in those positions later, it's even more lucrative. So they're willing to put you in debt as the country and individually so they can make billions of dollars on the back of murder. This is how I've said many times that this country, this government runs on the blood of other nations. I don't even see how they ever pull away from this at this point, because it will truly hurt the economy because everything's invested in that. But at the end of the day, it's a costly reality. And if we've been at war, I mean, what? Quite frankly, there are people right now that have lived their entire lives in wartime. That's why we're in 30 plus trillion, whatever it is now, in debt. And that's why the wealth continues to condense at the top, because they've all bought into the plan. Now, back to the point. I simply said, so who exactly does support sending this genocide aid then? Right? Because what we're being told right now is that, Israel does their fake polls and they go, 90% of Americans agree, which isn't true. And they say all of our people agree, which also isn't true. They're all protesting for the full deal right now because that they want their people back. The majority anyway, which is clear. It's openly transparent. Doesn't mean they want to stop fighting Hamas or Gaza for that matter, but they've just decided right now they can recognize that everything they're doing, everything is putting their people at risk because they're getting killed in the process. It's a no-brainer. So they're lying about everybody. They don't have support. But if they're telling us everybody does, and our government is saying that we're doing this because of democracy, well, apparently only those who are being lobbied to do so support this. If at least in this area, which I do think is indicative of the truth, that only 9% of Republicans in this Republican area truly support this. And I think the point is obviously a huge portion of Democrats don't. So what's actually happening right now? Well, that means Americans, which means Americans, regardless of which side of the two-party illusion they're on, or, smart enough to see through it, by and large, do not support this. Not democracy, guys. That's your government spending your tax dollars to benefit themselves. So not only do they spend your tax dollars for war and then reap the benefits of those sales, they're straight up taking your tax dollars or I guess it's kind of the same point, but either way, stealing from you. I think that's pretty transparent. And so make sure you recognize, just like with COVID, it is not some kind of bipartisan divide. There are some bipartisan lines here, but I think most people, Republican or Democrat, just have morals. And they can see, regardless of even ones that are, maybe dishonest for their politics, truly, they're not sociopaths. So even people that are dishonest are going to get pushed to a line where they go, okay, I can't side with killing children. I think that's where we are. Nobody does. Your governments are supporting it to its own detriment, which means, again, the point I made at the beginning. Why? What is it they have over these people? And now getting into the point where this shifts, what has recently changed? What has just happened over the last 3 days where suddenly Morning Joe is going, you're wrong and you funded Hamas? Something did. And I just want to know what you think that might be. What do they realize they can do or change or alter or ignore that suddenly means they can no longer be cowed by Israel, at least right now? Or maybe I'm wrong. Decide for yourselves. But here, Anomaly points out, under investigation for criticizing his own country's allegiance to Israel. And this is in the UK. Just wait until they activate the hate speech laws in America. So this is a member of the Conservative Party who is being placed under investigation because he simply criticized other colleagues' support for Israel. Like, that is chilling. So we're always screaming about free speech and democracy, and yet one of these politicians stands up and goes, well, you're supporting Israel and genocide. And now they open an investigation into this person. Who do you think pushed for that? Who do you think drove them to investigate their own for criticizing Israel? Shouldn't be too hard to piece together.
Who can bring you? Sky News understands that Sir Alan Duncan is under investigation by the Conservative Party following his comments on LBC Radio this morning. Well, the former Cabinet Minister called for fellow Tories, Lord Pollack, Lord Pickles and Tom Tugendhat, to face repercussions over their support for Israel. And Sir Alan also called for arms sales to Israel to be stopped immediately. So he is now under investigation by the Conservative Party. We'll bring you more on this as the story develops.
That's wild, guys. I mean, very clear. He criticized political action, and they investigate him for it. I don't know how you misunderstand that. It doesn't even need comment. That's alarming. So here is an important conversation, I think. Thank you to O for pointing this out. And this is one of the things that drew my attention to this. Because a lot of today in general is kind of me getting caught back up with what's been going on over the last couple of days. And he says, I don't know what notes were sent out this morning, but wow, of course they frame it as Netanyahu's fault, despite the fact that a new administration wouldn't change a thing. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Let's not forget that even from Israeli media, the point is that Netanyahu is by and large, I mean, he's more afraid of the extreme right than he is of anything else right now in his own party. That's been reported by Israeli media because they are lunatics. I mean, like religious zealot maniacs. And I'm not trying to be insulting. They're out of their minds the way that what they're doing right now and publicly stating it is supporting everything, including the killing of children, the starving of people in Gaza, the ethnic cleansing of the area, illegal settlements. I mean, publicly. I'll play one on the way out today where they're going, we don't care, go into Rafah. I don't care if we run out of bullets. We need to do everything we can to make them all suffer. Like it's open, not just Hamas. Every one of them. That's Ben Gvir. So here is MSNBC speaking with the mayor, I believe, of one of these areas. Representative. Oh, excuse me. It was the economic. I could have swore. Anyway, the Israeli economic minister, and the way they're engaging with this conversation it's almost hard to watch. But it's important to go through this because they are overall. He's pulling up the old funding to Hamas from Qatar, as if this is some new thing they've sleuthed and pieced together, which again is just the most insulting thing in the world for all of us. And to say, nothing new for me. I get picked off information like this from all sorts of independent media too. Now we're all feeling like this because it's corporate media doing it to all of us. It's the same damn thing. MAMs or corporate media, they're the same to me. Either way, it's not new information, as we've covered 100,000 times, and we'll go over again in a second. It's and even more insulting, this is from 2020, by the way, and he references this as if this is a brand new topic. Now, even if it just happened again, the point is it's not some new thing that they pieced together after October 7th. They have publicly, this is posted on Haaretz on 2020, that they sent the Mossad chief to get funding for Hamas. And I'll play that clip for you again when we're done. But watch the way they respond with this, and you tell me that something has, you tell me if you think something has shifted.
The number of civilian deaths among the Gazan population. Not only that, but the famine that now has taken place because Gaza is cut off. Again, no one contests what you're saying about Hamas. We say it every day on this show and have for a very long time, especially after the hideous attack of October 7th. But is Israel concerned about the human suffering inside Gaza, number one, and the number of civilian deaths that have been incurred since this attack began?
We're concerned about 134 hostages. Here's a picture of some of them.
Doesn't that bother anybody? Any honest person with a heart recognizes so you don't care. His directed question was, the issue, we all agree Hamas is the worst thing ever. We've said it 1,000 times. We've talked about October 7th ad nauseum. But do you have an issue with the people dying in Gaza? I care about them. So your answer is no. I only care about these Jewish people that were taken. That's it. He just said that. Doesn't that bother anybody? Why is it that so explicitly don't care about anybody in Gaza while pretending you're only fighting Hamas? Because it bothers most people because it's so transparent. And that's in these corporate media lackeys and the governments that are supposed to care but don't. We know they see it because it's self-evident.
Girls are under tunnels for half a year, raped, tortured.
No evidence of either of those.
This is what we're concerned about.
We have one person now who's come back and claimed that she was abused, didn't use the word rape, while she was there under threat, which I've never denied, certainly could be. I don't have anything other than her sentiment, her statement, her testimony, because that's all we have. And because we've now proven that they've lied about almost every single aspect of that topic in particular, we should be confused about that. We should wonder. Either way, torture, rape, none of these things have been proven. And he goes on to cite all the atrocity propaganda. And to this very day, even though and I know at this table that they've read the Haaretz articles too. They don't push back on it though, not this one. They weirdly chose to push back on very specific things.
We're concerned about those victims in Israel that were murdered, slaughtered, little children that were put in the oven.
Fake news, lie, story. I mean, this is the kind of stuff they keep doing. That didn't happen. 40 beheaded babies didn't happen. The woman's stomach cut open and he cites all of these things. Do you don't think that we know that by now, seeing as how even the corporate media in some cases has been forced to highlight this, and they just quadruple down. We're going to keep going. That's desperation.
Women that were raped and killed while they were raped.
One of the fake stories.
By terrorists, by jihadists. So we're concerned about those. How do we eliminate these folks? And by the way, they're funded. They're funded by Qatar and Iran.
Yeah, they are.
So here's what happened. So they're sitting in an interview in the studio. Morning Joe, who apparently is in the background, like just surveying, just jumps in, all ready to break this one thing he thinks nobody knows about, or whatever it is. I find it very telling.
Yes,
Qatar is a big enemy of Israel.
They are, Mr. Mayor. Mayor, can I ask you a question? I'm so glad you brought that up. So I have always looked at Hamas as Nazis. They're terrorists. Have you always looked at Hamas as Nazis?
See, this is like a gotcha moment. First of all, you're already starting with a false premise. Oh, you've looked at them as Nazis, have you? Like it's a meaningless thing. A Nazi has a very specific meaning. To say you've always looked at them as Nazis, are you claiming they're part of the Nazi party? Or are you simply saying that they're white supremacists? Or are you simply saying that they're extreme? You see, because neither of the only word that might fit would be extreme. They're not white supremacists. They're not part of the Nazi party. It's stupid. So this is an intentional thing, in my opinion. So what you're doing is trying to set the statement up because he's going to go, yes, of course. And then you're going to go, oh, really? Well, explain to me why then you funded them. Like everybody else has been screaming for 6 months, or how about for 75 years, or however long it's been I shouldn't say that, since, let's say 2000, what would it have been? Let's just say post 2010 to be specific. The idea that this was an open conversation, either way, that it's been a public conversation for a very long time. We know this is happening. And do you think they don't know that? So ask yourself why he's suddenly jumping in with this one point.
Unfortunately, yes, and it was demonstrated October 7 what they do.
Yeah, so you always have. Have most of the Israeli people always looked upon Hamas as Nazis?
Well, some of the people in Israel, because we seek peace, thought maybe one day they will prefer peace than war. October 7.
What about Benjamin Netanyahu? What about him? Has he always looked upon Hamas as Nazis?
Well, you're talking about Qatar or Hamas? Hamas. I think that everyone...
He's clearly hostile with him. Like, I just think that something shifted, and I'm seeing this on other platforms too. Now, we've seen a little bit of that, where they've gotten a little more forceful with certain platforms, but rarely on MSNBC, Fox, CNN, right? He's openly hostile right now with this guy. I just think that that's very interesting to me.
Understands that Hamas's charter is to destroy Israel. And by the way, not only Israel.
So you've always known this. We know the charter.
Yes.
So let me ask you this question, and I can't get an answer, and maybe we're just not covering it in the press. Maybe you can help me out. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu send the head of Mossad to Doha 3 weeks before the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust, and told Qatar?
See, there's all these sub-points that are ridiculous, right? Like and that's how you're following along to get to the point he's about to make, this big gotcha moment, and he's subtly putting in these things: Nazis, biggest attack on only Jews. These are not the reality of the situation, but that's how this works.
To continue funding Hamas?
I think, if anything, October 7 shattered that concept. And it's my understanding.
But you just said you always knew they were Nazis. I always knew they were Nazis. I would never give. We were always angry that Qatar funded Hezbollah and Hamas. I want to know, why did Benjamin Netanyahu do that? Let me ask you this. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump know in 2018 the sources of Hamas's illicit funding?
Lies.
And they still
See, he's trying to use a moment of truth to try to. This is the way this stuff works, to cement in other very clear lies. You know why? Because they know everybody in the world now knows they funded Hamas. So this is, in my opinion, a careful, typical Mia CIA Morning Joe conversation here, right? She comes right from the Brzezinski background of planting a story to pretend like we're breaking a news, but only to cement the idea that, oh, we all knew it was Iran. It was always Iran. We always knew that we know they're Nazis. You're getting caught because the one bad guy did this thing that we knew. And it's all it ultimately does is shuffle him off the stage, acting like he was the bad guy that did the one bad thing. But what did we clear up? Well, they're all very seriously dangerous and we have to continue going after them, but the right way. This is an effort to try to reframe the entire agenda, in my opinion. And it's clumsy, but it's probably going to work for some people because a lot of times these do. I mean, just the way that you have these guys acting like they're being so, they're both sitting there like they're breaking some kind of information. And ultimately the point is valid. The idea that they're funding Hezbollah was open and public and everyone's angry by that. We don't care that you're then allowing them to fund Hamas. Well, no, because if you're going to be honest about this, you already know the answer. That's a lie. You knew they were funding them because here it is public from years ago, long before he's pretending it happened. You just didn't say that. And we, as the corporate media, dutifully pretended it wasn't there. That's the truth. So it infuriates me that they get to act like this and stand like they're breaking some kind of news story. But ultimately, it will work on some people.
Did nothing. They wanted that money to get to Hamas. I'd like to know why, because we don't know in America. Have there been any investigations in Israel at this point?
I'm sure we'll investigate it, and I totally agree with you.
When?
Oh, you're sure? You're sure? This decade-old story?
That Qatar is a wolf in sheep's clothes, and they're buying their way in.
No. I must correct you. Benjamin Netanyahu was asked by the leaders of Qatar, do you want us, Qatar, to give money to Hamas? This was in September. And Netanyahu's representative said, yes, of course. You're feeding that wolf, and you're telling that wolf to feed the Nazis in Gaza. So explain to me, because I really want to.
So now all of Qatar is a wolf, right? Like just these broad stroking, ignorant concepts. Like it's just painful to watch people pretend like they're in the know and knowledgeable about something when they're just very clumsy, and in the way that they're producing the information is broad stroke all over the place. It just bothers me. But the point is that Qatar is angry about this, not just this one point, but this whole thing. They've now spoken up and basically said that what's happening is it's insulting to them, which obviously it is. But I think there's obviously more going on behind the scenes about allowing we may end up just seeing that Qatar lets the cat out of the bag and says, we're no longer going to protect your assets. That's what I think, but we'll have to wait and see.
To know, why was Benjamin Netanyahu and his government funding? They were allies with Qatar in the funding of Hamas. Why?
I think it's a mistake, and it was uncovered October 7th. October 7th demonstrated that if you think you could buy quiet, peace, by funding Hamas, it's a huge mistake.
Here, really quickly, I'm going to pause it there so we can make a point and come back to it. Like, this is the reality. The same things we've been showing you. This was posted in 2019 in a Haaretz public article. We've already shown it to you many times. This is Haaretz reposting that on October 9th, 2 days after October 7th, making sure you knew that Netanyahu said anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas. So explain to me why Morning Joe and all of their deep diving due diligence couldn't piece that together. Why? Tell me why they're doing it. He's told you why. It's plainly stated right there. In fact, it's also stated in this article that he's incorrectly citing to the wrong date. Mossad chief visits Doha or urged Qatar to continue Hamas financial aid. Either way, we're being artificially set up with this conversation, in my opinion, right now. This is what people like Morning Joe are supposed to do. Don't forget, they told you we're supposed to be the ones to tell you what to think.
Why did Benjamin Netanyahu, knowing that their charter said that they were to kill Jews and eradicate Israel, why would any leader of Israel work to fund that organization to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Nope, actually 1.5 billion. Right? They're really good at this journalism job, aren't they?
And work with Qatar to fund Hamas.
I think that question should be asked, and we'll get an answer. We'll ask.
It's been asked. When are we going to?
Yeah. See. Oh, I guess we'll have to wait and find out. No, we've known for a decade. It's infuriating. But how about let's look at the other charter point. I think this is important too. Right, this is one of those falsities they shoehorn in while they're giving you something they think you'd never heard before, which is the fact that they're claiming the charter said X, Y, and Z. Well, the truth is that, yes, an older charter, which I think was very clearly influenced by the entities being funded by the Israeli agenda, the Zionist agenda, or not, either way, or not, I do think that was part of it, but I've never argued that every part of Hamas was all some kind of construct like any of these. Like ISIS, there's people that are extreme that they then manipulate into thinking it's about what it is, when really it's Zionism pretending that they care about certain things to manipulate people that do. But either way, this is the charter on Jewish Virtual Library in 2017 of Hamas. Now, you could, of course, argue that they're lying. You could argue that this is about hiding what they really are, but you can't say you know that for sure, especially since their actions do seem to align with what they've later argued here. And I think from 2005 to 2017, a hell of a lot could have changed. And I think this is what happened. I think we've seen the resistance movement and the children growing up in Gaza after their families have been destroyed and they've been called terrorists their whole life that want to fight back in a legal way. Armed resistance, Geneva Convention, occupied territory. The point is that 2017, this is what they changed it to. The movement, the Islamic Resistance Movement, or Hamas, is a Palestinian Islamic national liberation and resistance movement. Its goal is to liberate Palestine and confront the Zionist project. Its frame of reference is Islam, which determines its principles, objectives, and means. Palestine, which extends from the River Jordan to the east, in the east to the Mediterranean in the west, from Ras al-Nakura and to the north in the other location, I won't mispronounce it, is an integral territorial unit. Now, before you freak out and say that's all racist, let's not also forget that the Likud party has that exact statement in their own founding charter. Between the sea and the Jordan will only be Israeli sovereignty. It's the same point. So if you're going to call one about pro-genocide, then the other one is too. You can't keep playing it both ways. Same on Jewish Virtual Library. You can read it for yourself. But going forward on that charter itself, it says, the expulsion and banishment of the Palestinian people from their land and the establishment of the Zionist entity therein do not annul the right of the Palestinian people to their entire land and do not entrench any rights therein for the usurping Zionist entity. Most importantly, it says Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project and not the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet, it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. It's as plain as day. So what the argument is, and even Roberts talked about this, that in the language barrier, the word Jew, which gets translated to Jew in English, is used basically synonymously with the Zionist project, and because that's how they frame it. So often they're talking about the Zionist project, but that gets translated to Jew. But I'm not saying, for sure they could be racist. That's always possible. But at the end of the day, it's stated publicly that's not what it's about. It says it's a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. And then it says Hamas rejects the persecution of any human being or the undermining of his or her on national, religious, or sectarian grounds. Of course, they could be lying. I guarantee not everybody in the Hamas even believes in this. Sort of like in any organization, somebody might be part of a military, but, not really care about what they're fighting for. I mean, these are really basic concepts that when it comes to foreign boogeymen that we just pretend are all encompassing. Look at what they wrote in this book. Everybody's a racist. Everybody's a terrorist. Because that's what they want you to think, because it's easy to control people who are dehumanized, who you broad stroke as one thing. It's amazing that some people haven't learned this yet or don't want to. Now back to the clip.
We've been asking it for 6 months. When are we going to get the answer?
At the end of the day, once we finish the war, all these challenges will rise and we'll deal with them. Right now, we're focused on winning the war.
Yeah, sure. Who cares about all the facts? Let us finish the war. You know, the facts, though, that we're discussing are whether or not you're killing people during that war. But let's push it aside until we're done. Then we can go back and dig through the bodies and decide what happened, okay?
And I
okay,
want to make sure.
I need to ask you another question.
Please.
I want to ask you another question because you brought this up.
Yes.
You brought it up, and it is so sickening to think about the Israeli women that were beaten, raped, murdered, the Israeli grandmothers who were burned to death.
These are lies, guys. Still being stated by corporate media to this very day. There were no people burned to death by Hamas. That's been shown by Owen Jones, who watched the actual, snuff video. They claim proves everything. It didn't have any evidence of that. It had secondary pictures they claimed and then filled in the blanks for you. And it was later proven that the only thing that could have caused these burns, the burn of the whole buildings and families, were the kind of munitions that only Israel had. Haaretz broke this down. Channel 13, I believe, or is it 14? Ynet News, Mondoweiss, Electronic Intifada. They've openly admitted this. And yet here we are 6 months later with a representative of the Israeli government and leading supposed corporate, quote, journalists. And this is what we're being told. This is why people are breaking free from this right now. It's bad. It's always been bad. But for whatever reason, I think they're out of their comfort zone, quite frankly. These people are used to being a very clear set of talking points and lies, and they're being danced around right now. And I don't think they're good at that. I don't think they're truly journalists, if you really want my belief about who these people are. Not all of them, but most of them.
The toddlers who were shot in their beds.
There's only two toddlers in the entire conversation we talked about. One was shot through the door. The other one died after. That's reported by Israeli media. Here he is reading off some list that someone gave him without any actual due diligence. They should be embarrassed, but quite frankly, I don't think they care.
For 10 hours, some of these people waited for Benjamin Netanyahu's government to come and rescue them. Those people whose faces you were holding up.
Okay, so now we're getting into an interesting part that is important, but after he set the table with 14 different lies, that's how that works.
They sat and they waited in shelters. Their children saw their parents shot. Parents saw some children shot. And they kept waiting for Netanyahu's government to come rescue them. 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, in some cases, 13 hours.
Oh, he's so angry. Joe, you're just so morally outraged, aren't you? Took you 6 months, even though you're not even aiming at the right direction. It's pathetic. I think it's insulting. I'm embarrassed for him for pretending like he's outraged about something that is not even the real point, right? How dare you have not killed Hamas faster? Right? Who cares about the children being murdered as you're screaming about things you don't care about?
Where was Benjamin Netanyahu? Where was the IDF? Where were the defense forces over those 12, 13 hours? While the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust was unfolding.
The point is, clearly that's a good question in the middle there. Where were they? We've all been asking that for 6 months. Glad you came around.
Holding within 40, 50 miles of Netanyahu.
Let me answer you. We will investigate that. We were caught by surprise. And there are many faults.
Let me ask you
both
this.
Of the army and the government.
How could you be caught by surprise? How could you be caught by surprise when you had Hamas's plans for a year?
I agree. The chat's saying the same. This does. I mean, I've already said it many times, but Sarah is saying the same thing in the chat. This is fake pushback. I mean, like he didn't even ask. He didn't even wait for a response. If this is about Joe blustering, grandstanding, and how did you not even know all the things that every independent channel has been screaming for 6 months that we've ignored until now? How did you not know? He's just pushing these things out there as he's setting the table with all these different lies. That's exactly how I see this.
Netanyahu had Hamas's terror attacks for a year. Why didn't they act on it?
These faults. Was that Mika just telling him to slow down? Say, let him answer. Hold on. Did you hear that?
Since terror attacks for a year.
Yeah, she just told him what to do. I love that. I guess we know who's in charge, huh? She said, let him answer. And he pulls back. You know, Mika Brzezinski, which is Zbigniew Brzezinski's daughter. For those who don't know who that is, look it up. It's very important to foreign policy.
And they act on it.
These faults will be uncovered, and there are many, many challenges, and we will investigate everything.
So you have no answer. Your answer is nothing.
Honestly, believe me, everyone in Israel, right, left, we all want to go down to the to investigate, have deep investigations on this issue, okay? But this is not the time. Right now, we have to focus on winning the war. With all due respect, this is not the time to interrogate and ask these questions. And I agree we should ask these questions.
With all due respect, I would say if Israel, a country that is absolutely necessary
Yeah, like, look at the way she's even looking at him. Like, she's like ready to pull the plug, it seems, or whatever is going on there. I just find that really telling now that we just got that. Just look at her, look at the way she's staring at him. Sorry, I won't stop again.
That is absolutely necessary to freedom and democracy in the Middle East, in the world. If Israel has been led in this position by a leader that allowed all of these things to happen.
There it is.
How in the world do you trust that leader?
So Netanyahu, that's it. How did you let yourself get led into this? Because you're the beacon of democracy in the world. How dare you? Does that sound like an attack? No, that sounds like Israel's the best thing ever. And we're mad that you let Netanyahu do this. And we're on your side, but you're bad. This is embarrassing. Now, I could go, there's not that much more, but it's not, the point is the same. It's obvious to me that this is a very clear shift in a jarring way. That it doesn't even feel like it's about any investigation. It's about setting the table with everything's great. Israel's a beacon of democracy. They care about everyone's rights. And it just turns out that Netanyahu funded Hamas and worked with Qatar, and it's all bad news because Netanyahu. We already told you this was going to happen. We called this, it wasn't just me. Most of the independent media, as usual, light years ahead of the corporate media or the mainstream alternative media, picked up on what they were already beginning to do. I gave a shout out to, I think it was Dan Cohen and somebody else who started kind of picking this out from what they were saying. And it was clear that was starting to happen. This seems to be the big shift, right? Suddenly it's all about him. Until he gets out of the way, we're not going to have peace. And then once he's gone, we're going to at least try to pretend like everything's good now. And they'll look to us, right? You guys buying this and we'll see how we respond. Maybe throw another couple people out of the way. Maybe. The real point is they do not care about solving anything. This is about maintaining the status quo in hopes that you don't notice that. Now I want to play that clip just because it's important to see the Hamas clip right after what we just discussed and know the truth of it.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
So what we did, with the permission of our Prime Minister, is to let Qatar to transfer a huge amount of money in cash, probably more than $1.4 billion. By doing it, we increased the power of Hamas. We did everything in order to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza and Palestinian Authority will control the West Bank, so they will fight each other.
Netanyahu. And that's the main point. Now, what's interesting to point out right there, guys, did you to sound like Netanyahu unilaterally went around everybody? No, he went through the government. As the government. They agreed as the Knesset, this is not a secret. It's publicly written about in 2020 on Haaretz. So the idea that Joe's there talking about this like it's some breaking story, at the very least, that they've been trying to get this out, or you've been waiting for an answer. Have you been waiting for 4 years, Joe? Because that's how long this article's been out. And the reality being that statement that we just played for you, or the video, that's not new. Barack has openly said this many times. Again, that was 2019. The tweet we're talking about from Haaretz is, or the article from Haaretz. So in 2019 is when they stated that publicly to stop a two-state solution. And 2019 forward, they still, even to this day, pretend like they want a two-state solution. That's why it's so infuriating for people that are honest. We can read, they wrote it, it's right there. And then people like Rubio and all the rest of them stand up and scream that you're racist and that's not true. And it's right in plain day. They said it. Here's the video. It's two-party illusion, as usual, stopping stuff from happening. Now, let's talk about the ongoing genocide and talk about Shifa, talk about AI programs, and talk about finishing with the World Central Kitchen discussion. Now, the reason I made that last today is just because I know that's been an ongoing conversation for like 3 days now. And so I thought some of this might have been more pressing to start with, but either way, I think it's important to make sure we see it's not new. I mean, as we've already covered many times, even go the Flower Massacre, but even before, how obviously this is something that's been going on, that they've been bombing, targeting aid nonstop. But Euromed Human Rights Monitor put out a new update as of the 3rd of April. 41,496 killed. 37,676 confirmed as civilians. 15,370 children. 15,000 children. 136 journalists killed. 2 million people displaced. 301 health facilities destroyed. 3 churches, almost 650 mosques destroyed. Just sickening what's being supported right now. Now, here's UNRWA pointing out Gaza's being destroyed. Critical infrastructure, including houses, roads, schools, health facilities, UN buildings have all been attacked. It will take, and this is the craziest part to think about, whatever you think the motivation is, it will take years to remove the estimated 26 million tons of debris and rubble left behind by the war. So no matter what, it will take years just to remove the stuff that it's in the way of rebuilding. You know, assuming they don't move it all over to build a pier full of dead Palestinian bodies, which has already been provably seen on video. The rubble they're getting from these houses they destroyed illegally is full of dead Palestinian people, children, women, anybody. And their arms are being folded out of the rubble as they drive it over with dump trucks. That's how grotesque this is. I showed it on the show. Now, here is Yuval Abraham pointing out, and this, I believe he was the journalist for, the 972 magazine journalist, who wrote this new article about something called lavender. Now, seeing as how we're already past 2 hours, I'm going to give you some of the overview of this and not go some of these in depth that I might go through in a future show. But really, the point on this is just the extension of what we've already covered, including what they've already covered on 972 magazine, which is the mass assassination factory. Right. So as I understand this, and this one was written by Yuval on November 30th, 2023, is that this is the general program. Habsora, the gospel is what it translates to. And this was what we discussed at the time, that these were, I think it was 6 former and current IDF members on the record with the magazine telling them that they were killing civilians. To sum it up very simply, murdering civilians for the intention of scaring, for destabilization, for just destruction in general. On the record, and it's horrifying if you haven't read this. This is the article from the new one. Same author, April 3rd. And as I understand this, it's more about the specific. So the Habsora is the large program about deciding what buildings and general locations to bomb. This is called Lavender, which is a specific part, I think, of that, which is about basically a mass system of deciding who individually are Hamas terrorists, and then combined with the larger Habsora program, then deciding what locations to bomb. So, this is a in-depth investigation further into their AI program and finding out that they're now using, and I'll play a video for you that is crazy. They are using the hypothetical, right? And this is exactly what I told you based on the facts. Somebody who is in the same building as somebody who they believe is a terrorist, then suddenly becomes a level or a number. So you get like a level 3 grading. just because you happen to be in the same building as somebody, right? Then those numbers are used in regard to where you're present and whether or not the building target they're going for is justifiable because you could be Hamas. And it all comes down to assumption and very broad stroke arguments because of things they claim are Hamas, like UNRWA, like anybody teaching children, like all the most abstract concepts that they just overlap with UNRWA, which therefore is Hamas. Therefore, 70% of the population at any given moment can be deemed Hamas. And that's how that's working. And it's sickening how transparent, public, and accepted this is by the very people fighting, they claim, against terrorism or whatever else you want to call this. Oops, hold on. Didn't mean to close that. So here was his post, first of all. Oh, wait, did I not close it? Oh, sorry, it's right here. Here's his post, first of all, if you want to read it. And he says, I spoke with Israeli intelligence officers, which, by the way, I think has a lot more standing than IDF members, about the AI-based target machine. Also, don't forget, just the point I make about any of these situations. I mean, I would be very skeptical about whether the Israeli government military apparatus is trying to deceive you in some way. But realize that IDF, Israeli general, Jewish person in general, it's not all one thing. They want you to think. That's why I'm trying to always say that. It's not all Jewish people, all Israeli, all IDF. There are some of them that don't, for God only knows how, don't recognize what's happening. And some of them that have realized that and don't know what to do. And some of them that are okay with this. And so when you have them to speak on the record with these magazines, I think that's what we're seeing. People that don't want to get shunned from society because a huge majority are okay with this, but they feel bad. They don't like what's happening. They don't want to be a part of it. So they do what they can and speak on the record with the media. That's one of the possibilities. So it says they used this AI-based targeting machine that they used, which marked 37,000 Gazans as suspects for assassination. These whistleblowers exposed numerous machines and policies that killed thousands of civilians since October. Now, the number I threw out, by the way, was just to make a point, like saying that they can just take these numbers and say this many people are deemed Hamas adjacent or whatever. And the point is, based on how many we've already been seen killed, how they've treated the entire population, I think it's obvious. It's quite subjective anyway. But here, what the media hides, plays this video interviewing the author and discussing the breakdown. I'm not telling you guys, this is hard. This is why average people who may have otherwise been supporting of Israel can't find a way to be okay with this. It's pretty wild.
Has denied using a secret
And by the way, I forgot to download and up the volume, so it's a little bit low, so turn it up for yourself. I won't be jumping in too often.
artificial intelligence-powered database to identify targets for its attacks in Gaza. A newly published investigation into the existence of an AI targeting technology called Lavender has cited unnamed Israeli intelligence sources who claimed it was used to fast-track the identification of low-level Hamas operatives, with an error rate that meant many civilians were killed. According to Israeli investigative journalists at 972 Plus magazine, Israel has been using an artificial intelligence machine called Lavender to identify thousands of potential Hamas targets in Gaza. The report says Israeli intelligence sources who served in the current war told how Lavender collects information on almost all the 2.3 million residents of the Gaza Strip through a system of mass surveillance, and on a scale of 1 to 100 gives a likelihood that each person is a member of the military wing of Hamas. Being in a WhatsApp group with a known militant, changing address frequently, or swapping phones every few months could all be factors in the machine determining potential targets to kill. The report claims that after October the 7th, Israel decided to move from targeting high-level Hamas figures to anyone regarded as in the organization, no matter how junior, and alleges that during the first stage of the war, when thousands were killed in a few weeks, the military allowed for 15 to 20 civilians to be killed as collateral damage per militant. In a system dubbed Where's Daddy, bombings often taking place when targets had been tracked to their family homes. At its peak, Lavender allegedly picked out 37,000 possible targets.
Can we really just take a moment and acknowledge how how just sickening? Where's Daddy? Let's not pretend we don't know exactly what that means. That's the kind of thing that really, truly pushes me over the edge with this stuff. That instead of just murdering people and being okay with that, you're taunting them. You know you're killing the fathers of children, and you name it Where's Daddy? That's the kind of mentality that I'm talking about. Not every Jew or every Israeli, clearly, but enough of them to this is a very disgusting problem where you're not only doing the thing that we know is immoral, wrong, criminal, but you're not just laughing and praising it, but doing so publicly to the sense that you know you're going to get away with it. In many cases online. This is just simply naming it something that you know is going to be seen as making fun of the people you're killing. It just really does make me sick.
In its development, it has claimed human checks on the targets selected by Lavender suggested it was accurate 90% of the time in picking out Hamas members. So in a campaign killing thousands, it was accepted that 1 in 10 targets were not Hamas. Lavender was allegedly wrongly picking police officers, civil defense workers, or relatives of militants.
Now, you see, that's important because we know that the police officer overlap was the discussion, the illusion, the ploy to frame anybody police as UNRWA and then anybody UNRWA as Hamas. And that's the point I was just making. It's abstract. It's unverifiable, but just because we say Hamas is UNRWA, therefore anybody who is tangential to UNRWA is therefore Hamas. And it's crazy. And then one more step removed, if it's police, therefore we know, this is where they killed the police leader who was responsible for a lot of the aid stuff and then blamed them for not being there when aid was later manipulated. It's self-serving. It is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And they know that. And now later quietly admitting that, well, maybe we killed some police. We didn't know. You think that where's CNN and Fox? Where's Biden? They don't care about that?
In a statement to Channel 4 News, the IDF denied using AI to identify targets and said, contrary to Hamas, the IDF is committed to international law and acts accordingly. They claimed to make efforts to reduce harm to civilians and said that exceptional incidents undergo thorough examinations and investigations. And the process of identifying military targets in the IDF consists of various types of tools and methods. Well, earlier I spoke to the journalist Yuval Abraham, who wrote that article for Plus 972 magazine. The IDF have issued a statement saying the IDF does not use an artificial intelligence system that identifies terrorist operatives or tries to predict whether a person is a terrorist.
I read that out to one of the sources, and he burst out laughing. He said it's just not true. It's a lie. I mean, and if you look at, for example, in 2023, the IDF itself, one of the top commanders in the IDF, the head of the H200 AI data center, gave a lecture in Tel Aviv University where he presented a machine that, quote, uses AI to identify terrorists. He was relating to 2021. So I don't know who wrote that response from the IDF.
It's a lie. We know it's a lie. We can prove it's a lie. They've even publicly stated things that we know contradict that statement. But don't miss the point about the Unit 8200, right? This is what Whitney's talked about a lot. And this is what is very concerning for the influence inside the United States. Interestingly, that the Republicans largely don't seem to have that much concern about, even though they care about every other country's overlap with our internal processes, which just shows you a blind spot, as always, even though it is here in spades when you can see the Israeli intelligence influence into everything, including 911 call centers, medical overlaps, hospitals, or in this case, the fact that we're talking about an AI murder system that's using the same group. The point is that Unit 8200 is a very alarming overlap when it comes to a lot of things that are immersed well outside of Israel. I think that's one of the things that overall we recognize there's this clear tech-driven idea coming from, and they've written publicly about this. So I just think it's interesting to consider that these are the same kind of overlapping, the people that stem from the same group that are involved with companies that work inside the United States that act directly against the interest of Americans. People will love to try to make that about racism. I didn't say anything about Jewish people. I said specifically about the Zionist Israeli government and what they're doing and the influence of our country. Like, again, isn't it insulting that they always pretend when I'm talking about Israelis that we must mean Jews, even though we can prove there's not only Jews in Israel? Doesn't that mean that they're racist? Yes, it does.
Yes, but it's clearly not true, based on their own statements in the past, and also based on what I've heard from numerous Israeli intelligence officers. The sources said that they knew there's a data science team that checked. They took a random sampling of this 37,000 and checked one by one. They realized that the machine is occasionally marking complete civilians or people who have a very loose relation to Hamas or Israel. The decision was made to authorize strikes based on this list without meaningfully supervising it. One source, for example...
That's the key, isn't it? This question of what they would do with the list to check it.
This is the point I already made right when I first covered this story from the first article. Remember what I said? I already see this being set up to be a lack of accountability. To say, well, it's not our fault. We just, the machine was picking and we were told to follow orders. Right. And so at some level, everyone's going to point to the machine and we go, well, and then eventually you can just say, well, we had a miscommunication. We thought they were checking. I thought they were checking. Well, it doesn't ultimately matter. Even no matter what you claim is the process, you're the one that initiated the system. So the Israeli government would be responsible. But we already know how the U.S. would line up with that and say, well, it was a glitch. They were sorry. It was a mistake. Just like we're going to get into with the central kitchen. Oops. Our bad. Can we move on? Well, no, mistake or not, somebody needs to go to prison, but it doesn't usually happen that way unless you're dealing with one of their adversaries. But either way, you can clearly see how this works. And I think we're going to work into a situation here where, I mean, what did they say about the AI, the Habsora general program, the gospel, the AI assassination factory? Well, they said that they were incentivized to get as many targets as possible, that they were driven to not even, basically incentivize them to not check the system. And that was the point they made. That was from Israeli government. They created a system that incentivized them to not look at it. To, if they waited, they got knocked points for taking too long. Paraphrasing. So you create a situation where the system was deciding, and how do we not know that's not just Israel back there picking sites themselves and pretending it's we don't know. But that's where we are now. And he's already telling you that. And they're leaning into the idea that it's not their choice. And don't forget, Eric Schmidt himself said, well, some point in the future, AI is going to be picking decisions for us. And we're going to be basically saying, well, it may seem like it's immoral, but they know better. Paraphrasing, that's basically what he said. Maybe we're already there.
Because the Israeli statement is very, they're very insistent that there's a process of identifying military targets. And that these are, that these are people and teams, according to international humanitarian law. And what your article is suggesting is that there were no meaningful checks at all.
So what sources told me is that the protocol in the places that they were in the IDF, was to check. The only check that was in place was to listen if the targeted individual, it has a male voice or a female voice.
Exactly.
And if it's a female, they said the machine for sure made a mistake, but it's not supposed to mark women. There are no women who are militants.
Even though it also did that, though, showing mistakes.
But if it's a male, they were to accept Lavender's recommendation without needing to look at it, without needing to look at the raw intelligence data. And one source, I asked him, he said, he claimed he bombed dozens of houses every day based on these recommendations in the beginning. He said 40, 50 houses a day that he authorized. And I asked him, how much time did you spend before bombing a house that is often killing a Palestinian family? And he told me, and this is a quote, he said, roughly 20 seconds. It does not take a long time to figure out if somebody has a male voice or a female voice. And I've heard that criteria, male or female, from more than one source.
How did they explain that they were ordered to work in that way? Could Israel say these were people who were not doing their job properly? Analysts are supposed to look at lists, analyze intelligence, and take considered decisions. And if they were only considering it for 20 seconds, they weren't doing their job.
So what I heard from these sources is that this is the command they got. One source said, quote, there was not a zero mistake policy. In order to accelerate the target production, in order to bomb so many human targets,
and that's what it is.
They realized that they have to accept these machine results.
What difference do you think the AI machine made? Do you think it meant that they were able to kill more people more quickly?
Yes.
Or perhaps, without that machine, might the bombing have been even more indiscriminate?
One of the sources told me, he said, the machine did it in a cold way. He said, everybody lost people on October 7th. The fact that we relied on the machine so much, on a statistical mechanism, it made him feel comfortable. And this operation came on the expense of precision. It came on the expense of targeting civilians occasionally as targets. And it came on the expense of the human agency of Israeli soldiers. And I saw it again and again in the process, in calculating how many civilians are in each house. Some sources said they did not even check if they managed to kill the target. They abandoned the BDA protocol, bomb damage assessment, so they can move on to the next target. I think this emphasis that was placed on the kill lists, you know, we're going to kill every single Hamas operative, even if it means that we will sometimes kill civilians, and even if it means that we're going to kill entire families in the process. One source said that this policy, in his mind, was partially motivated by revenge.
Yep.
And I think the last thing I will say, you know, I think if international law has meaning, if when we are saying all of these things that we've been hearing over the past months, the principle of proportionality, the principle of distinction, if these words have meaning, if they're not just, you know, some lip service that we're paying, then I think what my investigation show and what my sources are telling me is that the military emptied it out of meaning.
Yuval Abraham, thank you very much.
Yep. Well done. It's doing good work. I mean, I think it's obvious, right? They've depersonalized, or what's the right word for it? They've made it not personal, or, you know, like anonymized it. Like essentially now you're just a faceless person hitting a button behind a screen, and you don't really, or not even that. You're not even hitting a button at this point. You're just you're approving their preset, you know, investigation. You're not even looking into it. So you don't ever, like, it removes you from feeling like, I bet you they noticed that there was an issue. Don't forget, at the beginning of this, they had a lot of IDF members. They had a low turnout in general that didn't want to be a part of this. So I think they recognized already an issue building over 75 years where people were not sitting okay with what they were doing to Palestinians. And again, it's the majority that is okay with that. We can clearly prove that. But there's a lot of people that aren't in that majority. And I think it's clear that even going back to the documents I read to you from the 1958, 57, I think it was the Kurd, I forget the name of the operation. The point is that it was horrible, horrific. The idea that what they did to people was the most shocking. And even Israelis at the time, who were not fully unaware of what the Zionist leadership truly were at that point, not all of them, they spoke up publicly. It was reported. They said, we're not okay with this. A member of the Israeli government spoke up and said, this isn't who we are. And clearly they shut them down. And over years, they convinced more and more people this was who they were, at least that was justified. And that's where we are now. The point is that some people started to wake up, I think, and now this is the way to go. Look, you don't just close your eyes, just listen for a man's voice and just nod your head. You're not responsible. So here is what Arnav Bertrand wrote about the point we were making. He says, it turns out that the head of Israel's Unit 8200, Brigadier Yossi Sarel, who actually masterminded the killer AI used in Gaza, literally wrote a book in which he heralds the concept of an AI-powered targets machine. You know, but guess what? Fake news, guys. Israel said it's not even real. So this guy just made a fake book. Clearly, we know it's real. We can even prove it. Now we've got what, like 14 different sources directly from Israel approving, like we're talking about current and former IDF members, intelligence, who have said this is clearly what's happening. Do I need to play it again? Do we need to understand the reality?
Let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars in their.
Pretty simple. That's just simply the reality, guys. That's not every Israeli or every Jew, but the Israeli government, absolutely. The U.S. and Israel are quite the same that way. But it says, how much more obvious can you make it? Top Israeli spy chief exposes his true identity in online secret security labs. The point is they're talking about all this, the AI machine. And here's what he writes in regard to that article from the 3rd. I think I actually might have already pointed this, but he says this is without a doubt one of the most important pieces of reporting on Gaza and by far one of the most disturbing. And just goes over what we already discussed. They're killing civilians, guys. They're even finding ways that you can pretend that you're not doing it. Like, that's how transparent this is. Also, Propaganda & Co. makes an interesting point. Is Amazon and Google powering Israel's Lavender AI system to target and murder Palestinians in Gaza? Well, according to The Nation, Amazon set up 3 data centers to advance this tech industry and IDF AI programs. You know, the thing that's totally not happening, though. It says the IDF is the primary beneficiary of $1.2 billion contract between Israel, Amazon, and Google. For a surprise. Increasing Israel's competence in AI, 972 magazine reported that IDF used at least 3 AI systems in conjunction with the other one to target them. This is what we talked about. Habsora. That's the gospel. I'm actually surprised that nobody else has pulled that into the article, even though this was his original article from November 30th. It's Yuval, same discussion. So what I described at the beginning is what I think. I think it's 2 parts of a larger thing, or rather that the Habsora is the large program and Lavender is the specific grading number AI system for individuals. or however it actually ends up being what it is. But, you know, the truth. Like, I just question whether there really is an AI system. Not that it's not possible, but it would be very, very convenient for them to just pick them themselves and pretend it's not them. Somebody else's fault, right? And look at where's daddy? I mean, God, that's disgusting, guys. It really is disgusting. Now, I was going to play this. Let me play a little bit of this. I just like some of the points he made in this were important. And then we're going to continue forward on this into the Al-Shifa point. And maybe we'll see where we get to after that. Definitely the World Central Kitchen. We're going to finish with that.
Dystopian killing machine has been exposed in truly chilling and gruesome detail. Now, you may have concluded that you're not capable of being shocked anymore after 6 months of the genocidal slaughter against the Palestinian people of Gaza. Well, I fear, and I warn you, you may have to find some more room for some more shock. A new piece, an extraordinary piece, has been published by the Israeli-Palestinian publication Plus 972 magazine, and it's penned by the superb Israeli investigative journalist Yuval Abraham. It's based on testimony from 6 Israeli intelligence officers, all of whom have served in the Israeli army during the current onslaught against Gaza, and they detail an AI, artificial intelligence-based program, which has been used to reduce Gaza to its state of murderous ruin. Now, this AI program is called Lavender, and it's played a crucial role in a bombing campaign which has severely damaged or destroyed most civilian infrastructure, leaving Gaza looking a different colour and texture when looked at from space, and slaughtering tens of thousands, of course, of Palestinians, many of them children. We'll come on to that. According to the intelligence sources who have briefed Plus 972 magazine, Yuval Abraham, the influence on the military's operation was such that they essentially treated the outputs of the AI machine as if it was a human decision. So what the system does is mark all suspected operatives in the military wings of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, including low-ranking ones, really important, we'll talk about that, as potential bombing targets. Now, here it would be clearly instructive to know how these so-called operatives were defined, because work by human rights organisations in previous, much, much smaller Israeli onslaughts against Gaza have revealed that Israel uses Hamas, let alone other armed groups, as a catch-all term, which includes so-called targets which by no definition are armed militants who pose any sort of threat to Israeli forces of any description. We'll talk about that. Now, they relied, Israeli forces, on Lavender when targeting as many as 37,000 Palestinians as suspected militants and their homes for possible airstrikes. Now, as a previous Plus 972 investigation pointed out, which I covered at the time, imagine Hamas targeted the homes of Israeli soldiers when they were with their families, at night, lying in bed, blowing them all up, including their children. Well, that would quite correctly be regarded as a truly hideous crime, would it not? It's worth keeping that in mind as you listen. Now, according to the piece, in the early stage of the so-called war, the army gave sweeping approval for officers to adopt Lavender's kill lists without requiring them to thoroughly check, as humans, why the machine made those choices or to examine the intelligence data on which they were based. Dystopian doesn't really cover this, does it? It's like the most warped version of Black Mirror imaginable, but it's real. Now, apparently one source stated that human personnel often served only as a rubber stamp for the machine's decisions. So normally they would devote only 20 seconds to each target before authorising a bombing. And guess what the criteria for ensuring that this was the right target? It's whether the target was male. So to return to the point I made earlier, we're relying on a machine here to decide who is an actual so-called military target, and the human oversight there is based on whether they're a man, with a process deciding whether the target, and indeed often their entire families, live or die based on 20 seconds of human insight. And the clincher, or one of them, listen to this. This was despite knowing that the system makes what are regarded as errors in approximately 10% of cases and is known to occasionally mark individuals who have merely a loose connection to militant groups or no connection at all. In these cases, by the way, they were targeted, for example, because they had a name or nickname identical to that of a Hamas operative. Although it, of course...
Now, just briefly think about the overlap with that one possibility, right? Just the possibility that maybe they bombed somebody that wasn't who they said it was. And let's just even give them the benefit of the doubt that they thought that they did. It turns out it wasn't. Now think about that overlapping with every single time we've seen these forceful, these people like Elon Levy come out and tell you that we know for sure they're Hamas. And if you say otherwise, it's blood libel. And then 45 other of the cutout people just like him, the rest of them, Hen Mazig and Eli David, and all of them come out and say the same thing. And then you get the same people, the same two general brigadier, whatever their names are, come out and say, we know for sure, we did our investigation. And then later turns out that it wasn't. How many times have we seen that? The RPG turns out to be a kid with a bike. Or, I mean, I could go on forever. We've covered all of them. I mean, at the very least, you must realize when they come out and so forcefully say we know for sure, you know that they don't. Or that they know they didn't and they don't care, they're lying. And that is obviously what has happened so far. My point is to say that as we go forward tomorrow or right now, and their next lie gets completely parroted by corporate media and we get to debate it online, we already know what's going on, guys. This should have been over after 1 week of what we've continued to see. Instead, we've seen 6 months of constant murder, genocide, rape, pillaging, destruction, ethnic cleansing, mass displacement. It says a lot about the power structures of today, not the countries individually, the individual peoples of these countries, but the power structures. And that should alarm us because this is a much bigger problem than I think we all realized.
Love to know the process which determines whether an error was made. But therefore, we know as a fact that people who are not legitimate targets of any kind have not only been slaughtered themselves, but often including alongside their entire families, including their children.
And that goes for journalists, doctors, nurses, medical ambulance drivers, all of them, guys. All the different individuals we keep seeing are all the Hamas members they arrest and they go on, say, look at all the terrorists that came out of their holes and surrendered and turn out to be a bunch of innocent people that they killed regardless, or had their legs amputated because they had the bounds so tight that they had to have their legs cut off, which we'll talk about. All of this is happening. Meanwhile, we have all the evidence we need to know that most of this is unjustified, if not every single part of it.
These notes, the Israeli army systematically attacked the targeted individuals while they were in their homes, usually at night, while the whole families were present, rather than during the course of military activity. According to the sources, this was because, from what they regard as an intelligence standpoint, it was easier to locate the individuals in their private homes. An automated system was used to specifically track the targeted individuals and carry out bombings when they entered families' residences. Now listen to this. Do you know what they call that system? Where's Daddy? The consequences, as the sources themselves have said, is that thousands of Palestinians, mostly women and children, and those with nothing to do with any fighting, were slaughtered by airstrikes, especially in the first few weeks, because of decisions made by an artificial intelligence program. Well, these sources have offered testimonies, which I think will prove invaluable in the future war crimes tribunal, which we need to fight for. Now, the sources make it clear the IDF bombed them in homes without hesitation as the first option, because it's easier to bomb a home rather than look for them whilst fighting.
And that is not a personal, unique, sole decision for Netanyahu. That is the government that made that decision. Agreed upon, thought out, voted for. Okay, so this game of blaming only Netanyahu is clearly a last-ditch effort to try to blame it all on the one person and throw it under the bus. It's not going to work, but they're clearly trying.
Which would at least ensure that they were targeting a militant and spare their families from being exterminated. Now, as I said, I did a video in a previous Superb Plus 972 magazine investigation about the so-called Gospel AI machine, which marks buildings and structures the army claims militants operate from. But Lavender is about targeting people. It's an AI-compiled kill list. Now, as ever, when discussing the horrors unleashed against Gaza, this only gets worse. When targeting what are only alleged junior militants, often with their families, the army preferred to use unguided missiles known as dumb bombs, unlike smart precision bombs.
From the United States, which, by the way, since I'll show you really quickly. Oh, never mind. The U.S. just sent another shipment, seemingly right at the same time of the bombing of the World Central Kitchen bombing. But those are the dumb bombs the U.S. provides that have been used on the safe areas, as written by New York Times and Haaretz.
You've seen the impact of these bombings. They can bring down entire buildings, crashing down on everyone who lives in them, killing and maiming often large numbers of people. One source says, you don't want to waste expensive bombs on unimportant people. It's very expensive for the country and there's a shortage of those bombs. Well, Palestinian life is cheap in the most literal of senses. Another source said they'd personally authorised the bombing of hundreds of private homes of alleged junior operatives marked by Lavender, with many of these attacks killing civilians and entire families as collateral damage. Previously, the Israeli army didn't authorise any collateral damage during assassinations of low-ranking militants. But for what I must emphasise are alleged junior Hamas operatives, they could kill now up to 15 or 20 civilians. Just process that. Up to 20 civilian 20 civilians. They're not targets. That's the point. They shouldn't be targets. Up to 20 civilians could be slaughtered for the sake of killing a low-level target who may not actually be whatever the AI machine has determined them to be anyway. Now, the sources added that in the event the target was a senior Hamas official with rank of battalion or brigade commander, on several occasions the army had authorised the killing of more than 100 civilians when assassinating a single commander. The evidence just shows the utter moral degradation evolved here from a place which was already morally degraded. In that in previous onslaughts, because it was understood that killing someone in a private home when their entire family was there was especially brutal, you're not kidding, in terms of how you kill someone, what they did allegedly previously was to ensure that such human targets had previously been marked very carefully, with only senior military commanders bombed in their homes to maintain what was described as the principle of proportionality under international law. Since 7th October, under so-called Operation Iron Swords, instead all operatives were designated as human targets. Their rank or military importance not relevant. They're all targets to be bombed. Finding out their information, like where they lived, previously was done by humans because there was a manageable number. But when the kill list is tens of thousands of lower ranking operatives, that's not possible. So it becomes automated software and artificial intelligence. 37,000 Palestinians as potential targets. Then multiply that by however many relatives and civilians are nearby in one of the most densely populated places on Earth. Well, this completely destroys, does it not, the narrative about human shields. You can't talk about human shields when you're targeting low-level operatives in their private homes where they live with their families. That's clearly a nonsense, isn't it? And to underline just how disturbing this definition of junior operatives is, a source says they didn't know who they were previously because they weren't tracked routinely before 7th of October. So they wanted them to go, especially the IDF, for junior operatives. Why? Because they're done automatically. So you get loads and loads and loads and loads of targets. So if Lavender decides an individual is a Hamas militant, that was therefore to treat the IDF soldiers in question had to treat that as an order from an AI machine. No.
And the bottom line, guys, is that this ended up being if you realize that the goal was to eliminate all of them, anyone that remained, ethnically cleanse the rest, push them wherever they can go, they don't care. Out of the way, dead, it's out of the way. The bottom line is that's how you clearly create that and almost allow a level of unaccountability, even for people that might have to push the button, right? You just broaden it out. You say AI knows better, and you just murder anybody in your way. How do we not see that that's exactly what's happening? Now, let's not forget, by the way, that we just talked about another Haaretz article. This was a new clip that Jason put out today, I think. What does the Obama, Trump, Biden administrations and the IDF all have in common? Well, they've all engaged in the manipulation of wartime statistics by labeling civilians killed in the areas they designated as combat spaces as terrorist combatants. It's the same old game. It's disgusting. And this is exactly what we just talked about. This is on March 31st, right? So it's the story that's breaking now is just the program. It's not actually even breaking a bigger story. The idea that they're killing anybody they want to. Israel created kill zones in Gaza. Anyone who crossed into them is shot. And it's very clear. These lines are invisible to anybody but them. They change often, just like the nautical mile zone conversation, and they kill anybody that crosses it unknowingly, including their own people. In practice, a terrorist is anyone the IDF has killed in the areas in which its forces operate. Right. So when we kill an innocent person, we say because we killed them here, therefore they're Hamas. I don't know why this is even difficult for average people. So this is what I think it comes down to, as I said in the first week. You have people who are not stupid and can see what's happening, and then blind sycophants for Israel. And that's pretty much the divide we have right now. I've never seen it this clearly divided. Here, Australian Green Senator says Israel's committing war crime after war crime. This is even from Australia, for crying out loud. I mean, it's everywhere is coming down. Now, some of them seem to be highlighting that it's the government in general. Some of them seem to be slanting it towards Netanyahu. In any sense, it's unparalleled. When's the last time you've ever seen this much negative attention? Justly so. Attention showing what they're doing against the Israeli government. Never in my lifetime.
Is committing war crime after war crime in broad daylight and is getting away with it. We know that aid workers and civilians are protected under law, yet nearly 200 humanitarian workers have been killed over the past few months. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been massacred by Israel. And now Zumi, who is an Australian aid worker, like other aid workers who are putting their lives on the line to feed the children that are being starved by Israel, are being killed. This is completely heartbreaking and devastating. No one, literally no one and nowhere is safe in Gaza under Israel's genocidal attacks. And yet we have seen Western governments call Israel a friend, and we have seen Western governments continue on business as usual with Israel while these war crimes and war atrocities are going ahead. So it's not enough for the Prime Minister to say that we are demanding accountability. Of course, that's the bare minimum. But the Australian government still uses terms like human tragedy and humanitarian catastrophe as if this is happening in a vacuum, as if Israel isn't attacking and murdering these people. I think these weasel words have to end. Australia has to take strong and concrete action.
Yep. And the reality is it's coming out every which direction. Here's a new what's the word I'm looking for? It's a new article posted on Human Rights Watch, but it's a new investigation. Gaza, Israeli strike, killing 106 civilians, an apparent war crime. This is April 4th, yesterday. It's just, this is probably the 14th, just for us, Amnesty International has had at least 5 or 6 of them that have been very definitive. The first one was October 13th. It was between the 7th and the 13th, and it found 5 examples of them deliberately murdering civilians. That was in the beginning. It was October 2023. This is a new one. Israeli forces unlawfully attacked a residential building in Gaza on October 31st, absent any apparent military target, killing at least 106 civilians. This is the one I was referencing. So interestingly, this one seems to be going back to October 31st, but they've been investigating. This is the one that was October 20th, between the 7th and the 12th, And they have 5 examples showing that they are war crimes, either targeting civilians, not caring if they're present, any number of things. And each one of them, they prove it in this investigation. I don't know how much more people can ignore. Halil Falud writes, if you don't stand with Israel now, you stand with Hamas. You're either with us or against us. Right out of the same old tired playbook. Because it's not possible that there's another perspective here, right? All this is about is trying to say either you support murder, rape, and pillage, or you fight with the angelic freedom fighting Israel. Like, that's how dumb this is. Neither of those are true. That's the same old two-party illusion kind of a game. Now it goes on to say, if you stand with Hamas, you are an immoral creature and will be remembered as such. Well, who is exactly standing with Hamas? You realize what they're doing is lumping in anybody not supporting Israel's agenda as supporting Hamas. The pro-Hamas, pro-rape, pro-murder, pro-everything we think we can tell. That's what you get. And even though most of the sentiments end up being narratives we've proven have never happened. But overall, they're supporting Palestine. But you see, they're the same people who want you to believe that we're only fighting Hamas and we believe we're saving the good Palestinians, but then at every other opportunity conflate them all as the same thing. Because it's not that obvious, right? They say here, I'll simplify it even more. If you stand with Hamas, you stand with pedophiles, rapists, and mass murderers. See how it keeps getting more ridiculous. Raping corpses and animals and pedophiles. Why? Because it's not working. Because they're 40 beheaded babies and all the things we've proven aren't real. It just needs to get more extreme, pushing the boundary a little bit more to make you go, pedophiles? Really? I can't support that. Well, nobody's asking you to support Hamas. This is a false paradigm. Okay? The people out there are fighting, and some of them sure do, but most of them, I argue, and I've researched in regard to what they would respond with, is that they're supporting the resistance Hamas carried out, not the structure, because most of them aren't stupid enough to ignore the fact that you can see Israel has in some way funded and used this group. So they're not that dumb. What this is about trying to create the illusion that anybody fighting against Israel is supporting Hamas. It's not true. Because I just thought I'd let you know. Here's what Tiberius said, and I love how he got a hell of a lot more engagement than this guy did. In fact, it's also important to note that he got wildly ratioed because nobody believes these Zionist liars right now. It says, oh, look, the idiot who brought you outrage over killing aid workers is anti-Semitic. Here's what he said. I'm sorry, but the global outrage about Israel accidentally killing 7 aid workers is totally insane, utterly anti-Semitic. Wow. So the outrage of an accidental killing is anti-Semitic? So can't you simultaneously acknowledge it was an accident, even though it wasn't, but then also go, I'm outraged that it happened? No. Apparently, if it has to do with Israel, that's a racist concept, along with literally anything in the world that makes Israel look bad. Just in case you were confused. It says, is now trying to sell you standing against Israeli genocide means standing with rapists. Like, again, that's how dumb this is. Even though there's far more evidence of IDF rapists than Hamas, which is easily proven. But here is the same point. I'll play this first for you. Here is what we've referenced it before. Forget his full name. He's a comedian, but he's speaking on the record about how he thinks Israel has corrupted the West morally for 100 years.
Corrupted the West morally for 100 years. You cannot come with a straight face lecturing us about morality or about human rights anymore. The fact that you have like an evil player in the world just like violating all the international laws and getting away with it, what kind of message are you giving to the rest of the world? How can you have a moral standing if anybody else commits war crimes if you're letting this happen? You can't. I mean, the thing is, I said it before, I said Israel has corrupted the West morally for 100 years. You cannot come with a straight face lecturing us about morality or about human rights anymore. You can't. You can't just go cry about... Do you remember Charlie Hebdo?
Yeah.
11 people were killed. Terrible. The world leaders collected into the streets of France. It's like, oh, Charlie Hebdo. And we changed our profile. You sweet Charlie. 11 people. Oh, my God. 30,000 people? They're collateral damage. Inevitable. It's sad. It's sad. It's just like, and you watch these like TV anchors. Oh, yeah, there's so much civilians. It's sad, but it has to happen. I mean, what can we do? Not this.
Yeah.
Not this.
Anything but this.
Oh,
Yeah.
What else can we do? What else can we do? It's very frustrating to look at this, and just, I mean, it is comical, but it's painful.
Right. It's just that stupidly obvious, right? That's why we keep laughing about these dumb people in the corporate media who are being rapidly exposed, whether they even realize it or not, because they've not used to being in a position like this, where it's not easy to pull the right line and toe the right thing, and people are seeing you for what you are. And I think that's why, like, you get the Morning Joe kind of childishly set together response to make it look like you're the big standing, we're the ones pushing back because we're journalists. It's just flimsy. But either way, it's that simple to see. What are we going to do, right? I mean, it's all like, how do you actually stand there and act like it's just a moral imperative? I know it's bad. That's war is just bad. Well, duh. But it's not just bad. It's murder. And that's ultimately what we're watching play out. And so too is most war in general. But the reality being that today we can see this is not the only choice. Your hands are not bound. But here's what they say. That response, just pretty simple, wasn't it? It wasn't about Israel only. It wasn't even about Jewish people in particular. It was about the fact that the overall, I mean, I guess he did say that Israel has morally corrupted the West. So I take that back, but I quite frankly think that's transparently obvious. But I guess the main point then is to take that in the larger point. Of course, you can't just mean the Israeli government, can you? The only way this makes sense is to say he secretly means only Jewish people, even though there's more than just Jewish people in Israel. So you're racist, but it has to be. He's anti-Semitic. That's the only response that these people have. He is anti-Semitic. That's it. End of story. Well, guess what? That doesn't end the story anymore. It used to, because people were scared. Not anymore. Because people are very clearly seeing how you using this term to label people who are not racist because you want to hide what they're saying about Israel has only increased the reality of the very thing you pretend you're fighting, and means you, Zionist, have made Jewish people more insecure, more unsafe. That's the reality. Now, again, I'll even with that happening, I'll still argue that there is, in my opinion, no oversized threat to Jewish people more so than any other group. There's racism everywhere. People are at risk. There's dangerous people. But quite frankly, your governments are the biggest risk. But in any case, the racism is wildly transparent coming from these people. And of course, I mean the Israeli government. Lens Veritatis points out, this watch as the Knesset member marginalizes and mocks a token group of 4 Arab Israeli party members. Now, this is the game they play where, it's equal and everyone here's the same because we got Arab. It's like that I've got a black friend, I'm not racist, but as it is real conversation where they go, we've got Arab people in these few positions, therefore we're not racist, right? Here's how one of these members is responding, is addressing them. Like, okay, so for those that aren't familiar with the dynamic, the Knesset, just imagine this is U.S. Congress, okay? And a U.S. congressman or woman stands up and acts this way in regard to a black Congress member or a Palestinian congressman. It's so wild to me that we can't see how petty and small and vindictive these people are. Like, to me, what this begins to show you is the more you look at what the true nature is of most of these powerful entities in the Israeli government, these are the children in the room. These are not adults. These are people who have used the worst of humanity to get what they want at no real cost to them in the overall point of how they've achieved this. And I'm not talking about Jewish people, guys. That's what they want you to connect the dots to. I'm talking about Israelis from all over the world, or rather before this, wherever they were from, who have come to Israel and abused this, whether or not they're Jewish and the religion is Judaism. That you have people who have taken power at the expense of others and ultimately don't have the responsibility, the maturity that comes along with earning something, I would argue. And my point is, in a very broad way, you can see these kind of childish, clumsy, petty reactions from all these leaders, in quotes, in most of what we're dealing with. They step in front of the media and they don't get the special treatment they're used to, and they lash out in very aggressive. And look at how Rabbi Shmuley has completely burned down in front of everybody. In the most, to the point to where both Jewish and Israeli communities are now going, that guy's embarrassing. That doesn't represent us. Even Rebel News interviewed some of the overlaps with this and are going like, don't you realize how this is embarrassing us? That's how crazy that is. Now, as much as people are going to want to make those statements about Jewish people and the Holocaust, that's not what I said. It's not what I mean. I'm talking about Zionists and their abuse of Jewish people and gaining this through the worst means possible. And this is what you get. She stands up in front of them and acts like a 13-year-old girl, making fun of the Arab leaders. And I'm only going to play a second because the point is that you can't hear it. You'll see the subtitles and I'll go from there. For the podcast, it says, in the air of a new party, the whiners and the weepers, and she's referring to the Arab politicians, who complain about every member of the Knesset. Now, already, if you can't see it, you can hear it, but she's dancing around and she's acting like a child and very, very clearly diminishing and disparaging these people just because they're Arabs and saying that they support terrorism and you don't like what we say. And the whole point is that, well, they're allowed to say what they want and they're not allowed to say that. They can go away. They're not going to get what they want. They're not going to ever gain power. And she is just flaunting this because she's a Zionist Israeli. It says, my Lord, why don't you find me? My Lord, my dear. He said this, and he said that. Like complaining about the other people and what, because they're saying they're conducting criminal activity, because they're openly saying things that the world is aghast about hearing. Yes. And she goes on to say, and I'll end it after this, I want to sing a song. She says, it's allowed to sing a song. I'm allowed to sing a song here. It's allowed. She said it's depend on which one. It's allowed, a group. Right. So the point is, and she just made a little slight to them right there, right? It's allowed depending on what group you're from, right? So you're not allowed to come up and sing what you want, but I can sing what I want because it's totally equal in this country, right? Then she goes on to sing a song that is super long. It's like 3 minutes, and it's all just about her disparaging them the entire time, with most of the people in the room laughing about it as they leave the room because they're embarrassed, but they're, outraged, embarrassed by being a part of this body, I would argue. He got used to being a terrorist. That's what they're saying. They're saying that about other members of the Knesset.
גוטליב מתנגדת, לה לה לה, לא יקרה, לה לה לה, אף פעם, לה לה לה. למה? כי אתה תומך טרור. איימן עודה התרגל.
These are children. This is a child who has always gotten what they want. and are now standing up, knowing that the world might see this and acting racist and disparaging towards the people that you called terrorists because you don't like the way they look. I mean, it's just insulting. Them singing a song in front of everybody and dancing around. Can you imagine? I mean, look, I have very low opinions of people in Congress, but I can't even imagine this happening there. Makes me sad. Now, here is the same day, by the way, because you can tell by that she's wearing the same clothes, and a member of Knesset who you've already heard before, I believe his name is Ophir. He's the one that spoke up and said what's happening is wrong in certain ways, but he's still, it's a mixed bag because other things he said I don't agree with, but he has said some positive things in regard to that what they're doing is wrong about Gaza, other than, and has been threatened because of it, right? He stands up and says that they're complicit in war crimes in Al-Shifa Hospital. He not only gets screamed at by this woman and the rest of them, they escort him out of the room. Well, let's pretend this is a democracy, if that's even what we should pretend we want. Oh, I forgot. I'm just going to show it right here because there's no subtitles. There's no subtitles. They're just screaming in Hebrew. Watch this. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I am going to grab this actually. I think it's important to hear what they're saying and so on. Dang it. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Here we go. So the point, again, is that he is going up there to essentially express that this is wrong, right? That what's happening in particular in Al-Shifa Hospital is a crime. Now, we must realize that the world sees this. That at some level, at the very least, if he's saying that there's a very clear sentiment at some level of their government or some level of the society that this is, not what it appears to be. And just to see the way that they respond to this, like, doesn't it almost prove to you the way they're responding that there is a problem here? Right? Like, why wouldn't they just let him speak and be like, you're wrong, you're a liar? The way they respond is very telling to me. Here it is. Look at this, guys. They're physically removing him. That's wild. Democracy. And then just, chaos breaks out. They're, yelling at each other. And the bottom line is just, I can't, that's crazy to me right there. I mean, how do you keep these pretenses up when everybody can clearly see that you're not even remotely what you pretend to be? It is kind of mind blowing to me that anybody can even carry on the pretending. But getting back to this, here is the article. So, this is not just a weird clip video. Deputy expelled from Israeli Knesset Hall for saying Al-Shifa Hospital raid is a war crime. Because it is. Provably, in every single possible stretch of the imagination. And we'll get to that next. But Wyatt Reed points out, all these headlines are from the same day. Hey, my birthday, in fact. Or the day before my birthday. Israeli strike kills 5 World Central Kitchen aid workers in Gaza. Israeli strike on Iran Syria consulate kills 7. Netanyahu says Israel will shut down Al Jazeera in Israel. Biden administration set the green light $18 billion sale for F-15 fighters to Israel. Right? Who cares about those 3 stated war crimes? Here's more money and weapons. Even though that unquestionably violates both international and domestic law. This is why how do you explain that? We know they're lawless. These people don't care. But what they're doing is exposing to the average people that otherwise thought we lived in some kind of structured society that nothing matters. That there is no law bound by anything, and this is destroying everybody's perception, and they're doing it anyway. They're just keeping it going. So what is that? What kind of blackmail, and why is it suddenly starting to shift? So Al-Shifa, very quickly, I just wanted to highlight this. I'll include it for you. This is Euromed Human Rights Monitor. Israeli army uses Palestinian civilians as human shields in its operation in Shifa Medical Complex. And this is not even remotely the first example of them using human shields. I, in fact, used 2 of the images on the show today that are undeniably obvious, one from just recently and one from years before. Oh, I actually have it right here for you to see. That's one of them right there. These 2 guys in the middle of a tank being used as a human shield, unquestioningly. It's unquestionable that's what's happening. Now here, I just included this again so you can read it, but I wanted to show you that Twitter is now hiding these videos that you can't see, even though they left his tweets, right? It wasn't a link. He uploaded these videos and they left his tweet, but deleted the content. Gee, I wonder why. Because he's showing you what has happened in Al-Shifa. And he said he's never seen this in his life. He's never witnessed this before. And it was grotesque and horrific and obviously a war crime. Oh, and then we'll delete it, because whatever justification. Even though here's 14 images of dead anything else that you can see all over Twitter, but not this one, though, under the guise that it's about keeping you safe from these bad images. It's just so it's selective and it's obvious. This is a Zionist cover-up of what is going on, in my opinion. As Craig Murray pointed out, the details coming out of the massacre of Al-Shifa are simply incredible. Surgeons executed, children executed, bodies mutilated, medical facilities systematically destroyed. Forget sanctions. There needs to be international military action now. Here is what KJP had to say about it, because she clearly knows what's going on, right?
So look, Hamas should not be operating out of hospitals. We have said that. We've said that over and over again. And putting civilians at risk. That's what we're seeing. And we are concerned by how Hamas appears. They appear to have been able to reconstitute in a hospital so quickly. So we've always also made clear that we continue to support Israel's right to defend itself. We have urged Israel to take every step to avoid civilian casualties. And this just points to how challenging Israel's military operation is because...
Oh, okay. So the fact that they're killing civilians just proves our point. Doesn't the fact that they're killing all these civilians prove that they're trying to stop killing civilians? Because look how many are killed. It must just be that difficult. Not only is she just the worst possible person I've ever seen in this position, she's just that bad at the job. They just don't have any answers. So you put the worst person in this position who can't tie her own shoes without some kind of talking point list, and then give her a very difficult job. It's embarrassing. Reconstitute hospital. She was trying to make the argument about them. Like, they've already laid these narratives out. And she just was glancing down at a word and she kind of included it in what she was saying. This is what she does. It's really, really bad. Overall, the point is Hamas, human shields. But guess what? Our articles coming out from Haaretz and many others have already proven, as even Owen Jones just outlined, that they've acknowledged that that's not even remotely true. But what does she have? What does the bullet point say? Human shield. That's human shields in hospitals and reconstituted human shields. That's the truth. We've talked about it, and we've recircled back to talk about the reconstitution of human shields. I mean, I'm making it sound even worse, but realize that's what she does. She's not even making points, and we've readdressed this many times, and Biden has made it clear in his policy that and then she's looking for the next thing to say. Like, it's just filler. Very bad.
Hamas has intentionally embedded themselves into civilian infrastructure.
No evidence
into
of that.
These hospitals.
Zero evidence.
But we've been very clear. Like, this is.
See?
We also have to call out Hamas here. They are operating out of hospitals.
So your whole point you were just saying was Hamas did this and Hamas is using shields and we have to be clear. And then she was like, "What am I going to say?" Oh, we have to call it them too. Well, yeah, but that's what you just said. You got done with that point and then said we have to be clear about the same point. It's just too easy. Like, she's stumbling through her sentiments and people know that and nobody calls it out. I mean, it's just embarrassing.
Out of hospitals. That's what they're doing. They're embedding themselves in civilian population.
No evidence of that.
This is what they're doing.
No evidence.
And so we have to be also very clear about that.
Yeah, right. So we have to be clear that we have to be clear about that, is what she just basically said. God, she's bad at this. It's so embarrassing. But clearly, as Aviva Klampa says, Hamas should be not operating in hospitals. And why does she quote that? Just because the White House said. Therefore, we know that it's true. Even though the reality is, sadly, that the exact opposite that people take away when the White House says it. In my opinion, it's almost usually that we question it more than ever, but maybe that's just me. So I responded, the Israeli practice called the neighbor procedure, which has been called a violation of international law by the UN, is an open secret. Now, I've played it for you many times. This is, Reuters, you can see right there, tortured Palestinian soldiers used Palestinian boy, or Israeli soldiers used Palestinian boy as a human shield, or the UN documents, or the human rights groups, or on and on and on, that publicly, openly discuss the fact this has been a procedure they've used for a long time. But I guess we're all just confused and we're not sure, right? You think KJP doesn't know that? Probably doesn't know that, but the people writing her notes definitely know that, and they don't care. Here is the one I played in the beginning. This is about Al-Shifa and understanding that it's provable that, one, there is no evidence to back up her repeated statement that we know this is happening. It's not, and we don't. Human rights groups have made the statement that there hasn't been evidence, and until they produce it, we can't claim that this is true. It's always been on them. That was the first week, I think, they put that out. The U.S. is the reason this continues to drag along, because they pretend with her clumsy statements like you just saw that somehow they're standing here. Then Evie McClumpus posted on Twitter as if that's been proven, and that circles around. They point at each other as if that's the same as the rape allegations. Meanwhile, there's nothing but them saying it repeatedly that actually backs that up. But here is one of the doctors who have been and had repeatedly been in these hospitals who continues to tell you it's not true.
Every single part of the hospital has been destroyed. The whole infrastructure of the hospital has been destroyed. When I spoke to Marwan yesterday, he told me there were 107 patients still in the hospital, 60 medical staff. God only knows what has happened to them. I think we've seen some of the pictures. Surgeons I know have been executed in the last 48 hours there. Bodies have been discovered in the last 12 to 24 hours who have been handcuffed with their arms behind their back. And so there is no doubt at all that multiple healthcare workers have been executed there in the last few days.
You believe executed by whom, Doctor?
By the Israeli Defense Force.
Why would they seek to execute surgeons and medical professionals?
Well, they've been doing it since October the 7th. Over 450 healthcare workers have been killed. Friends of mine that I have worked with over the years. Many have been abducted as well, and nothing has been heard of them since. So there is no doubt in my mind, and I can bear witness from this from my time at Al-Aqsa Hospital and from talking to people, that there's been direct targeting of the healthcare system in Gaza, direct targeting of hospitals, and multiple killings of healthcare workers.
Any death is tragic, but this is not, and I say again, anyone dying in any sense. So this is not, and please don't be upset by this expression, collateral damage. This is specifically targeted, you're saying, medical professionals by the IDF to be taken off and executed, is your belief?
Most certainly, that is my belief.
Have you at any time seen anything that would lead you to believe that there had been terrorists who were hiding in the hospital?
Without exception, every single one has responded to say they have never witnessed any Hamas militant in the hospitals they have worked in.
And that's obviously a cut that I put together, and I include the actual link beneath the tweet itself, which you can see right here if you want to check it out. There's the source link for the full interview. It's worth watching. And the point is simply that every single person he knows of and has spoken to has repeatedly stated they've never, and other hospitals too, not a single example. Now, of course, they could be lying, but you can't just continue to lean into the unknown because you want to make a point. The evidence is absent. That is the point. So until they can prove that's the case, then there should not be well, obviously, we shouldn't see 15,000 children being killed. Obviously. Here's another example of another doctor telling you the same thing. We've already referenced her and spoken about her in the past. She is continuing she's been there before the October 7th. She's been there since, and she's screaming the same thing. And she's outraged she's even upset about the question because of how many times they've had to answer this, and there's no evidence to back it up. And the media personalities keep acting like it's true because, well, Israel said.
I look, the picture you paint is one of devastation. You'll know that the Israeli military say that they have killed and detained hundreds of Hamas militants within the Al-Shifa complex. Do you know if Hamas were there and were fighting with the Israelis?
I am just shocked that we're still having this conversation. They executed tens of people point blank, including one of our colleagues, Dr. Ahmed Khalalati, who's a very experienced plastic surgeon, him and his mother, who's also a physician. They executed people point blank. And including many of our colleagues who've been detained now. We haven't heard back from them. Previous students of mine, detained, young doctors detained. We don't know if they're dead or alive. They have been gone for over 100 days. So to say that this is a strategic targeting of Hamas is an insult to our intellect and our humanity.
Or even worse, not even to say that, just to say, well, they said there was Hamas. Like, so the answer is like, there could be Hamas there. So we have to at least muddy the waters about this obvious assassination and mass murder campaign. Like, it's just incredible. Like, the point should be the evidence is X, Y, and Z. What does that say in regard to what you're saying is happening? Not to float some narrative that nobody can prove, as if that then changes. And even the way he's nodding along, it's like, well, yeah, but what about that allegation? Do you condemn Hamas? It's the same kind of thing. Evidence versus narrative is what we've had from day one.
This is this is a destruction of people who heal. This is a direct targeting of healthcare workers.
Yes.
I just want to paint a very brief picture of what healthcare workers are telling me there. They're saying that when they leave the hospital, civilians give them civilian clothing because wearing scrubs is sticking a target sticker on their back.
This is not new. It's the same thing we've been reporting at this platform about journalists, about medical workers, that they target them because they don't want them helping Palestinians. There has been generals on the record. Electronic Intifada wrote about this. The famous example of the child who got shot by the sniper in 2018, where they filmed it and laughed about it. A general came out and said they were ordered to kill children. I've talked about this. This is why it's so infuriating for people that have been covering this. People like Amuda Ben from the Electronic Intifada in general. They've been trying to get attention about this stuff forever and been called racist for it. Finally, people are paying attention, but it's this obvious. And so right now, we need to look back at things that have already been proven and stop acting like we need to relitigate things that we already know. It's transparent.
That is how systematically healthcare has been targeted. And frankly, in the last 24 hours, what we've seen from Al-Shifa Hospital, what we've seen from Al-Aqsa Hospital, and what I worry is coming to the remaining hospitals of the Gaza Strip, because it has been the pattern and we will not ignore it, is a direct and systematic targeting of healthcare that is unjustifiable.
Here's an excellent article written by Robert. Israel's Al-Shifa Hospital massacre, one of the worst atrocities committed since 1948. And it's worth getting into. It's rough. Now, I included in here some of the links that I'll show you here that I think are important. Just remembering that we caught the altering of the Wikipedia page. Me personally, I've caught it as it was happening. And this is an important breakdown, even though it was reported by others that didn't give me any back for it. But the Wikipedia page for Al-Shifa Hospital has now been edited to remove the fact that tunnels were built under the hospital in 1983 by Israel, right? And even here is Ehud Barak, former prime minister of Israel, admitting that, yes, they built it. Israel did. And even she was like, what? Did you misspeak? He's like, no, we did. And here is a clip of the leader in the Israeli government. At the time, he was a councilman director. I think at the time he was just a member of Knesset. But the point is, he's speaking about teaching teams how to edit Wikipedia to control the conversation. Naftali Bennett. It's exactly what's happening to control the conversation. Now here, Daniela Modas highlights the video showing the footage of Al-Shifa after the fact. Now just ask yourself how any of this makes sense. If this was about getting Hamas, why did they burn out every room in every building? Why did they make sure that they were unusable? Because you realize that's a crime. Even if you claim you're going to go in and do that, means you knew at that point Hamas was gone. So every level of damage you did after that is crime. The truth is, we know all this. These are all war crimes because we know that they're lying about this based on every piece of evidence other than Israel's statements. Bottom line, they did this because they wanted to destroy what was helping Palestinians. And I think that is transparently obvious now. Absolutely destroyed. Now, in interest of time, I'm going to leave this here for you to look at. I'm going to read you the headlines, but this is all included. Muhammad Shihada broke this down. This is what I was referencing earlier. Hostages are having, then we're talking about Israeli Palestinians taken hostage by Israel. Hostages are having their legs amputated from being zip-tied by all 4 limbs for months. You just can't make this stuff up, guys. This is the worst kind of thing. This is worse. This is the kind of thing that the Zionists are trying to frame Hamas for doing. They take innocent people based on God only knows what, whether it's the AI program or just out of hatred. They zip tie these people for months to the point where they have to have legs cut off because their blood's been taken off. They've been cut off the circulation for months. They're being forced to defecate in diapers and fed through straws. This is being written by Haaretz. Those are Gazan hostages at Israel's side. So you won't see one word about it in Western media. Haaretz, doctor at Israeli field hospital for detained Gazans. We are all complicit in breaking the law. Those are the field hospitals that have been set up. This one says hundreds of Gazans are arrested during war, held blindfolded and handcuffed at Israeli base. Those are the people we're talking about. Remember, you've seen these images. These are innocent people. Number of Gazans detained in Israel jumps 150% in 1 month. It's just something especially evil about all this. Electronic Intifada, how Israel killed a child in front of his father's eyes. Just one more example. Now, Dan Cohen, and just a very quick point about the aid discussion. Well, first of all, this is the chairman of the Euromed Human Rights Group. And I'm going to play this clip for you. Footage of Israeli troops firing on Palestinians seeking aid. This is not the world. We're going to end with the World Kitchen point. This is just another example that just happened. This is on the 4th. Israeli soldiers deliberately kill a civilian carrying aid and prevent medical help until his death. It's just right out in the open, guys.
رد أن يكون تسقط المساعدات قرب السياج الحدودي في شمالي القطاع. يحاول بعض الشبان الحصول على ما يعودون به من نذر يسير عله يبقي الجوع يحوم قربهم دون أن يقتلهم. هنا ستقتلهم إسرائيل مباشرة بحسب ما تظهر صور حصرية حصلت عليها الجزيرة. يبدأ الجنود بإطلاق النار دون أن يقترب أي من الفلسطينيين من الآليات العسكرية. يبدو واضحاً من الصور التي حصلت عليها الجزيرة أن الشبان يحاولون فتح صندوق مما ألقته الطائرة. إطلاق نار مباشر يستمر بشكل متقطع. يحاولون الاحتماء وعندما ينجحون بالحصول على بعض ما في ذلك الصندوق يتراجعون من المكان.
Like, to me, the fact that you can see random shots, to me, this probably just speaks to just bored soldiers just murdering people because they want to out of hatred. Like, just kind of torturing them, just popping off shots, right? Like, I mean, there's obviously people that can watch this. They're seeing it happen. Soldiers. So they could just open up fire on all of them if they wanted to.
قليلة توثق ما تسميها الأمم المتحدة مأساة من صنع الإنسان. قبل بضعة أيام قال مفوض الأمم المتحدة السامي لحقوق الإنسان فولكر تورك إن هناك أسباباً محتملة للاعتقاد بأن إسرائيل.
This is exactly like the ones we just recently saw, and they said that they were Hamas terrorists, and it turned out they had to admit and apologize that it was wrong. It's the same thing over and over. We now know why. They're just being forced to say they're sorry when they don't mean it in the cases that get the most publication.
تستخدم الجوع سلاحاً.
They just shot one of the guys carrying the bag right there.
سلاح تقتل به وتقتل من يحاول الإفلات منه. فهنا أرض منبسطة تغيب عنها أي تضاريس قد تتذرع بها قوات الاحتلال للقول إن هؤلاء اقتربوا بها. تطلقون بترك المكان مبتعدين أحدهم وتظهر الصور مصير أحدهم. يستمر إطلاق النار نحوه قلاً. يستمر إطلاق النار أحداً يغيثه لا أحد. لكن الصور تظهر اقتراب كلاب من الشاب وكان لا يزال على قيد فتقترب الكلاب نحوه.
Right, and the point is they did everything they could to make sure that nobody came to help this person. Dan Cohen writes, Israeli soldiers are caught on video murdering a civilian carrying humanitarian aid, and they want us to believe the drone strikes on 3 World Central Kitchen vehicles were a mistake. Israeli soldiers have been primed for genocide. They see any amount of aid as an impediment to the goal of that genocide and don't care what political class says. And here's what it says right here. They basically goes on to say, this is an Israeli soldier saying also that terrible humanitarian aid that enables Hamas to retain its power. We're calling on the government to stop it immediately. It's the same old narrative that's been spinning through all of it. So in the meantime, guess who starves? Not just Palestinians, the hostages you claim you're trying to save. Yeah. You don't think they know that? Here is a reporter, an Al Jazeera English reporter who they're trying to outlaw right now in Israel, reporting on occupied forces attacking that civilian. And actually, I'm going to include that. Skip it so you guys can watch it later. We just saw the main point. Here's Cud's news network highlighting the same point. Michael Rappaport asked the question I was just highlighting, because this guy's clearly not that bright. Are the hostages being fed? You mean the hostages that you made sure stayed there because you refused the deal that would have brought them home, and then complain about not being fed because they're still there, even though you're shooting aid and stopping aid from getting to the people that would bring it to them? Think about how dumb that is to even put that out there. He says, are the hostages receiving any food from anyone? Like, do you not realize what you're saying? Like, I can't believe that this, or you do, and you're just trying to confuse people, which is probably what he's being paid to do. Either way, the food that they're trying to get through, that they're protesting to stop, is the food that they might be eating. I should have explained that to somebody who's a grown adult, but clearly they don't want to. He says, are the hostages receiving medical attention? Yes. Are you not paying attention, Michael? They've all come back and said that. In fact, one of them was given, they basically treated this girl with whatever, I think it was like veterinarian information, because that's all they had. And of course, instead of going, my God, Hamas went as far as to give her some treatment from, I forget, it was medication or some kind of treatment on her hand. I forget what it was, but from a veterinary hospital, because that's all they could have, because they've restricted all the stuff that's coming through. And all they could do was say they treated her with animal stuff and like acted like it was some kind of a torture. I mean, that's how desperate they are. But the question, to answer your question, Michael, because you can't piece it together for yourself, yes, they are. And they've even said it themselves when they come back. But then he goes 180 days without food or medical treatment, again, as if your question is answered by your own. It's just, am I crazy? Or is this, I mean, why do they pick people like this complete moron? Or what's his name? I'm blanking on his name now. Fetterman. Like, are they trying to pick the most ridiculous people, or is it just that the only people they can get are the most ridiculous people? I don't know. But it says, of course not. No one in Gaza is due to Israeli bombing of humanitarian aid. The point, though, is that I don't agree with that. I think there is some, and we've already shown this, but their intention is to diminish it to such a degree that it's throwing some scraps into a starving room of people. That's what they're doing, which only clearly hurts all of them, including the hostages that Michael pretends he cares about or is too dumb to know he's not helping. Aviva Klappas points out 217 trucks of humanitarian aid went into Gaza today. Yeah, which is, a fraction of what's needed. 500 before. They were still food insecure. 217 total, not food, total humanitarian aid. So they keep exposing their lies. That is an insult. That is guaranteeing kids are going to die that day. That's the truth. It says there were 179 food packages carrying 150,000 meals airdropped into northern Gaza. Then she goes, 0 hostages came out. So what's your point? So 0 hostages came out because you didn't make the deal that would have brought them out. So the agreement you guys ignored was for a full exchange, ceasefire, and aid. Okay, so you ignored that. You disagreed with that. Then aid goes through, which, by the way, should have been happening anyway. Then you go, now there's no hostages. Like they're somehow not meeting their obligation. You guys ignored the ceasefire. I just think it's pathetic. Like you can't get. All it does show you at the end of the day is that they see that they're floundering. And so they just start making narratives up. I mean, I don't know how else to read that. Why would they expect hostages to come out unless Israel's rescuing them? They're being let go for no reason, or you made a deal. It's not supporting anything. It's just simply highlighting the reality of the situation. Why isn't one of the entities going to just give up for no reason? In what fantasy world does that ever happen? Here's Elon Levy saying, I don't understand why James O'Brien gets away with continuing to make things up. Can you imagine this guy saying that? The guy who got fired for lying about food aid, he goes, I can't, this guy's lying about stuff. Even though what he says is, Elon Levy got fired for lying about food aid. That's what the guy says. His answer is, this guy lies. That's the best you can do, bud. Just, you're a liar. Why don't you call him an anti-Semite too? I mean, for good measure. Why not? It's just so sad.
That chap who was all over your TVs and radios not long ago, Elon Levy, got fired after essentially saying things that appeared to be untrue about the access of aid into Gaza to the British Foreign Secretary, to David Cameron. It's a now deleted tweet in which he insisted that there was absolutely no hindering or blocking of aid into Gaza, which seemed to be at odds with the available evidence. Suella Braverman has now gone down exactly the same path. Suella Braverman has claimed in the last couple of days, and she's in Israel, she's claimed that she knows Israel isn't in breach of international law because she has seen photographs of aid being delivered.
That's
she denies the international aid agency's warning that famine is imminent because she has seen photographs of food.
He's not joking, by the way. So what? So just because, like, you can show a huge room full of food coming in, that doesn't mean people aren't. That doesn't mean starvation isn't happening. But even then, how do we know the pictures are real? These people are blindly ignorant or bought off. I really just don't. It's so wild that that's even happening because it's very clear, and every metric anywhere that's ever meant anything to the international community has all said this is famine. Period. And now they're acting like it's just not happening. And of course, the embarrassing part is Elon Levy says this guy is lying. But the flour massacre is something that we already talked about. The obvious and undeniable reality that they shot at people that they set up to go for food. It was a manufactured situation that they thought they could blame on Hamas, and it blew up in their face because even Elon Levy got caught lying about it. Remember? We did not shoot the convoy. We did not shoot. And they came out the next day and said, well, we did. We shot this, we shot that, but here's why. And so he deleted the tweet, just showing you again how bad he is this job. But the point was, they did do that. They opened fire at innocent, starving people, and they got caught doing it. So here, luckily, at the very end of the show on April 1st, I did actually see this and was able to report it at the end. But this is the first time we got to talk about this since the 1st. So a lot has happened. But in any case, on the 1st, this is what we caught. 4 aid workers. It's got a lot more since then. And their driver killed. Now, at this point, it was like, we don't know. IDF hasn't commented. Now, anti-war points that reported on the 3rd, by the way. So think about this. It was already decided. It had already begun to happen. For all we know, they were already there. So, I mean, and even then, it wouldn't matter because the bombs they're using are already coming from the United States. So when they kill a bunch of innocent people from overseas or who are Palestinian, it should be the same meaning. It's being done with U.S. bombs. And they already sent, as we just heard before, a whole new transfer of 2,000-pound dumb bombs, even though we already know that that is been used in innocent areas, as the New York Times and Haaretz wrote. The most destructive dumb bombs in areas designated as safe. How many transparent things do we need? But here's where it gets even more ridiculous. This is another Haaretz article. This is the Hebrew version. The IDF fired 3 times at the aid convoy. The target of the attack left it before it set off. The bottom line is even their investigation found this was not an accident. It was direct. They bombed the car. They then got out, the ones that didn't die, and then went to the next one, and they bombed that car. Well after the fact, then it happened a 3rd time. A well-marked car in an area that they were aware of was being used by them for this purpose. There's just no way to misunderstand this, and they're still pretending it's an accident. Here's Mark Owen Jones pointing out it is misleading to describe this killing as an airstrike, singular. The actual fact, 3 vehicles were targeted, with the first and last being over 2.4 kilometers apart. That's not an accident, guys. It's not a slip of the finger. The IDF decided to make 3 targeted strikes, not 1. Now, you could maybe try to fold this in with the AI argument, and maybe that's their last saving grace and be like, whoops, we were trusting the AI, which I'm sure will happen at some point. Even then, it's still their fault. Very clear. And that's based on the Haaretz article. So, all of this is. Here is Furqan pointing out, since the first news, he said Israel and the IDF deliberately cold-blooded murder killed these people. He says because it's how foreigners operate in Gaza, there is literally zero probability to kill them with a mistake. Here's his point, and you can read what they wrote in this. The World Central Kitchen team was traveling in a deconflicted zone, first of all. right? So it shouldn't be bombing anyway, unless they have some specific risk. Again, we already know how that works out with AI systems, but armored cars branded with the logo, right? Which apparently it might have been dark at this time. Either way, branded, which they have night vision. They've got drone systems. They got all sorts of intense security. They would know, even if it was nighttime. Then they coordinated their movements with the IDF, which, by the way, was then previously coordinated through even the United States. It says 7 were killed. And I was on an interview like the day this happened, and I think I accidentally included Canada. It was Canada, but I think I said, no, I think that I was right if it was Canada as well. But anyway, it said Australia, Poland, United Kingdom, and the United States and Canada. These were entities that were there that were killed. Beautiful. It says beautiful lives today because of a targeted attack by the IDF. They lost beautiful lives, I guess. Anyway, the point. The video of the bombed car also leaves zero chance Israel to blame others for the attack. But you've already seen this. It's been all over. The bomb on top of the car. Now here, despite all of our very obvious and justified concerns about this guy and his otherwise connections to other concerning interest of other governments, the United States and others in regard to, foreign policy manipulation and the peer in particular, the point is that for whatever reason, he's coming out and saying the same. So which, again, adds to the shifting of the narrative. Like if this guy was involved in some larger agenda that overlap with the peer and Israeli policy and the United States, I find it hard to believe he would come out and say this. Unless it's about trying to blame only Netanyahu. I don't know. In any case, they're still pretending, both the U.S. government and most of the media, that this was this was a total accident. We didn't even know. And here's what the World Central Kitchen founder says himself.
Is that we were targeted deliberately, non-stop, until everybody was dead in this convoy. This happened over more than 1.5, 1.8 kilometers. So this was not just a bad luck situation where, we dropped the bomb in the wrong place or no, this was over 1.5, 1.8 kilometers with a very defined humanitarian convoy that had signs in the top, in the roof. That cannot be the role of an army. That cannot be the role of an army that has hundreds of drones above Gaza in any single moment.
Yep.
Humanitarians and civilians should never be paying the consequences of war. This is a basic principle of humanity. At the time, this looks like it's not a war against terrorism anymore. Seems this is a war against humanity itself.
That's a huge statement, not just about this one bombing, but a critique on everything Israel's doing, that this is a war on humanity itself. That's a huge statement. I kind of find it hard to understand why somebody who might be invested in a larger agenda would say that. I don't know. In any case, it's a powerful thing for him to say, well, I think we can prove that is what happened. So here, of course, is how Ben Shapiro responds, because this is what you get from these kind of people. He says, World Central Kitchen does good work. You got to start that way, right? You can't just go anti-Semite because he's kind of part of what you're promoting, right? But this is blood libel. How can you accuse somebody of blood libel, but then go, but they're doing good stuff though, but you're also a racist? It's just ridiculous. And again, blood libel, even Lindsey Graham just got fact checked even by Twitter, but then he deleted that because there's clearly a Zionist bent to this. You can't just call things blood libel that you don't agree with or that's negative against Israel. It's a very specific meaning that only pertains to a claim that Jewish people were accused of drinking Christian blood. You can't just broaden that out to just any accusation that Israel committed a crime. It then proves our point, Ben, but I think it shows you how desperate these people are. Unsupported by logic or evidence? What are you talking about? Look, this is one of the most obvious examples so far that they provably did this on purpose, but logic or evidence? Like, I think if you don't understand that there's evidence behind this, maybe that's why you don't understand any of the conversations that you clearly slant your coverage around, logic or evidence clearly don't play a factor, I guess is the point. Also, it says Andreas, the person in the video, has been accusing Israel of targeting civilians in hospitals for months on Twitter and called for a ceasefire on October 13th, less than a week after October. Okay, what's your point, Ben? That he knows what's going on? That he's obviously seeing the reality that, yes, we should be calling for a ceasefire and there's nothing to do with pro or con anybody? It's just so insulting. And he just simply highlights 7 aid workers were killed by Israeli airstrikes, targeted deliberately. And I think the evidence makes that clear. Netanyahu came out on the 2nd and said, unintentional strike innocent people. Typical. Always how this works. He came out, Israel, this is on the second as well. Israel deeply regrets the tragic incident which claimed the lives of 7 workers. Our hearts go out to their families in their home countries. So knowing that this was an intentional attack, let that sink into the kind of sociopathic, borderline psychopathic mindset it must take to come out and go, we're so sorry for your families. Claim the lives of people we care about. Like this gross, over the top, knowing you did this. And again, in the same moment where you're unintentional to basically taking, this came out at first, denying it as usual. Then it becomes something they take advantage of. Blame it on somebody else, maybe conflate it with the idea that Hamas might have been present, which is ultimately where this ended up. He says the IDF is conducting a swift and transparent investigation, and we will make our findings public. Yeah, hardly. You're going to tell us what you find, and then you're not going to give us any investigation. No documents we can review. It's going to be, this is what we found, and you shut up. You're racist, pretty much. That's what, interestingly contrasting with what I guarantee is already coming out or will be from Russia about their investigation, which in every single time they've done this, they at least produce something. And sure, they could make it up and lie about it, but they give you something you can look through and decide for yourself whether it has merit. I promise you, whatever they produce for you, it's going to be, this is what we think, and this is what the story is. Our investigation found. And there won't be an independent anything, despite what they claim. And the process has already happened, quite frankly. Israel is fully committed to enabling humanitarian aid to reach the civilian population. Like, just stating that, we all need to have a collective laugh about how horrible these people are. And the fact that he's lying about this, and a macabre laugh, I guess. You're enabling aid to reach everyone needed? I mean, nobody believes that. Nobody. And here's Dan Cohen saying, this is what you're going to see soon. I certainly hope so. Prison for the podcast. Oh, actually, this was Rami from Euromed Human Rights Group says Israel's typical response to mass killing of Palestinian civilians is also applied to the killing of these employees. It wasn't us, first of all, which is what happened. Then they said, we're investigating, which is what they did. Then it says, apparently it was us, but it was an accident. It was exactly what happened. Then so what? Other countries are doing worse. It's anti-Semitic to single us out. I mean, exactly what they do every time. Now here's what John Kirby said on the 2nd.
Right. Well, on the point of conditions, the President on February 8th issued a memo, and it said, and you already know this, but just for context, it said that it was the policy of this administration to prevent arms transfers that risk facilitating or otherwise contributing to violations of human rights or international humanitarian law. Is firing a missile at people delivering food and killing them not a violation of international humanitarian law?
Well, the Israelis have already admitted that this was a mistake that they made. They're doing an investigation. They'll get to the bottom of this. Let's not get ahead of that. Your question presumes, at this very early hour, that it was a deliberate strike, that they knew exactly what they were hitting, that they were hitting aid workers and did it on purpose, and there's no evidence of that. I would also remind you, sir, that we continue to look at incidents as they occur. The State Department has a process in place. And to date, as you and I are speaking, they have not found any incidents where the Israelis have violated international humanitarian law. Unless you think we don't take it seriously, I can assure you that we do. We look at this in real time.
Very confrontational.
Never violated international humanitarian law ever in the past 5 to 6 months.
I'm telling you, the State Department has looked at incidents in the past and has yet to determine that any of those incidents violate international humanitarian law.
Well, who cares what you think? I mean, honestly, who genuinely cares what the State Department thinks? Why are you some kind of arbiter of whether this is valid or not? We have countless human rights groups investigations. We have UN investigations. Now, any number of them or all of them, we should not take at face value. All of them are guilty in one way or another over time of swaying one thing or another for clear political reasons. The point is, all of them found clear, provable examples. I've shown you 2 today from Human Rights Watch and Amnesty, and yet they stand here and say, we didn't find it? Well, frankly, John Kirby, we don't care what you think. We don't care what your State Department claims you found, because you're liars and have proven this over the years. The bottom line is, so too the rest possibly. But what does the evidence, the full body, show? Where's your investigation? Can you produce a document for us? Clearly not. So what we have is a bunch of investigations that do produce all the evidence, the documents, the videos, and their own personal on-the-ground work that shows you that they've killed them. I mean, for F's sake, we've got videos of them shooting children and claiming it's something else. How just because they go, oops, doesn't make it not a crime. Or the fact that they're continuing to bomb UN workers just because you say that they're UNRWA, that UNRWA doesn't even mean, or rather that you say they're Hamas. It doesn't mean that you could prove this because they state that. There is no evidence. And even your government has made that statement. And yet you still pretend like there's no evidence that any crime has been committed. This, guys, is enough to put somebody like John Kirby behind bars. Should this truly go the right way? Because that is what they're doing. They are hiding the truth about one of the most obvious, if not the most obvious, genocides I've ever seen in living memory. But, most people alive today have not lived through what we were told happened in World War II. Right now, most people have never in their lifetime seen something like this. And here he is with his smug little face acting like somehow you're wrong because we know better than you. Tell you what, bud, hubris is not going to work on people that are seeing this happen right now. That's for sure. Here is what Al Jazeera highlighted his video with, just to show you how obvious it is that he's lying.
Israelis have already admitted that this was a mistake that they made. They're doing an investigation. They'll get to the bottom of this. Let's not get ahead of that. Your question presumes at this very early hour that it was a deliberate strike, that they knew exactly what they were hitting, that they were hitting aid workers and did it on purpose. And there's no evidence of that.
Don't you love that? So no evidence, and your whole point was they have yet to conduct an investigation. So what do you mean there's no evidence? Well, there's no evidence in general, right? Other than things that clearly prove, as you're showing on the screen, that this was something that was provably deliberate. I guess that evidence is not what you like. It's for the podcast, it's going over the same stuff we already discussed.
That we continue to look at incidents as they occur. The State Department has a process in place. And to date, as you and I are speaking, they have not found any incidents where the Israelis have violated international humanitarian law. Unless you think we don't take it seriously, I can assure you that we do. We look at this in real time.
They have never violated international humanitarian law ever in the past 5 to 6 months.
I'm telling you, the State Department has looked at incidents in the past and has yet to determine that any of those incidents violate international humanitarian law. Okay, go ahead.
And on the screen to show you, 196 aid workers have been killed. Right? Again, that's the point they made. So are they Hamas? They say they're UNRWA, which is Hamas, but you've never proven that. I mean, all the buildings they've destroyed with the guys, Israeli forces have repeatedly fired on Palestinians getting aid. We've proven this. Incompetence is no excuse for the law. How many times have we been forcefully told that by police officers? I guess it doesn't apply to governments who have the power of nuclear weapons at their hands, right? I mean, it's just overwhelming. Here is Ilan Levy again, responding to Francesca Albanese, who is saying, in her opinion, this was intentional. And he says, why does the UN continue to employ this tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist? I mean, it doesn't even need comment anymore. I mean, it's just, I'm fully embarrassed for these people. And I wonder, I truly hope that they're actually unhappy. I don't think so, because sociopaths don't tend to care. But just, my God, this is the kind of feeble effort you're putting forward. I think you deserve to be embarrassed. Here's what she said. Knowing how Israel operates, my assessment is that Israeli forces intentionally killed these workers so that donors would pull out and civilians in Gaza would continue to be starved quietly. Israel knows Western countries and most Arab countries won't move a finger for the Palestinians. See, his response is desperately resting on the hope that that people get scared away from acknowledging the most obvious truth in our lifetimes. That they're absolutely doing what they're doing. It's obvious. We can see it. Everybody knows that they're admitting it. Their own politicians have said they want to do it. Their settlers have been clearly doing it on purpose in front of you. They're arrested for it. Biden has sanctioned them. But who cares? It's all fake news because you might be racist. Right? That's what it all comes down to. Look at this. So she's a conspiracy theorist for highlighting that they might deliberately kill people. Really? Is it that crazy? Have we not proven that the United States government and Israel and the rest of these governments, Britain included, have clearly done that? So your desperate effort is to go, she's crazy. Is that going to work? I think you know the answer. Here is another one, and this is Kirby as well. And it's another, this is on the 3rd now. So going forward, and this is what even the corporate media are putting to Kirby. Remember what he just said, by the way.
You described the strike as a possible mistake by Israel. According to Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, it wasn't one strike but 3. The first one, then an interval during which aid workers got out of their vehicles, removed the wounded, tried to move to another vehicle which was struck, and then a third strike as they tried to move and escape in a third vehicle, at which point all of them were dead. How would the second and third strikes of these marked vehicles be a mistake? And why would the U.S. not more forcefully set conditions on the use of U.S.-made weaponry when it is being used to target aid workers? If the first one was a mistake, the second two were targeted with the intent of killing everyone in that convoy. So how do you respond to that?
First of all, there's an investigation going on. So why don't we let it get done? And why don't we see what they find in terms of the decision-making process that led to this terrible outcome? Prime Minister and the IDF have noted that it was their error. If you don't like the word mistake, their error. They're investigating it. Let them do that work and let them see what they come up with, and then we'll go from there.
And sorry, one more, John. 2 years ago, the IDF killed an Al Jazeera journalist. They said that was a mistake, that she was wearing a marked press vest. She was shot anyway.
They investigated it, and they released the findings of their investigation, which found that they were at fault. Go on.
But my question, sir, is in that case, the Israelis did not initiate any criminal proceeding. In this case, if it's found that the marked convoy was deliberately targeted, if not with the first shot, but the second 2 shots, would the U.S. support criminal penalties?
As I said, we would expect that should there be a need for accountability, that accountability be properly put in place for whoever may be responsible.
That is not an
for
answer.
this. But again, that's going to...
Should there be a need for accountability? Not should there... Should it be justified? Right? So they'll decide that there's not a need because, well, it was an accident or whatever the damn thing is. It's the same old roundabout BS. Obviously that they all see it. Everyone in that room sees it. They all know that. And as I wrote, would they afford that same luxury to any of their political adversaries? Well, let's let Iran or Russia or China finish their investigation, and then we'll decide based on what they produce. Obviously not. So that's stupid. If you're not going to apply the same level of investigation to adversaries and allies alike, then you're dishonest, period. It says, of course, you know the answer. They would not. It says, and this is the same game that we've done, whether it's Saudi Arabia, the United States, or Israel. We've investigated ourselves and we found ourselves not guilty. Or we've decided we are guilty, but guess what? We're not going to do anything about it. Too bad. That's the last answer. They know this. But of course, we're going to pretend like the investigation hasn't concluded, but therefore, we're already telling you it's a mistake. You want to explain that one for me? Same thing happens here. Oh, actually, well, this is just Muhammad Shihada highlighting the same. Oh, here's the non-Hebrew version. Same thing. IDF drone bombed World Central Kitchen aid convoy 3 times, targeting armed Hamas member who wasn't there. They claim that there was a Hamas member that they thought was there. This is the Lavender program. That's why that was included. Now I'll skip this. This is just kind of an overview of the article itself. Here's the main point, though. This is on 2023, November. What's it say? U.S. has sent Israel data on aid group locations to try and prevent strikes. Do you realize how disgusting that is? Like, do you think they actually think they're preventing strikes? Do you think they truly don't know by now what's happening? They know. They're covering it up. So what they did here is they gave them direction on how to murder innocent people. Shocking. It shouldn't be. It's who they are. Just recognize that, guys. This is the U.S. government who is actively working and complicit with what they're doing, and they refuse to listen to what the true you realize the Haaretz investigation is what they're pointing at. This was not some patched together narrative. This was an investigation. They spoke to people on the ground. They've got satellite imagery. They did the math. Guys, this is a real investigation. So what is the response? Let's wait for the Mossad to tell us what they want us to think. That's the same thing as waiting for the U.S. government to tell you what happened. They don't tell you the truth, or they don't even follow through anyway. Meanwhile, here is a true investigation with data you can look at for yourself. Oh, and it turns out the U.S. government told them where they were, which is how that tends to go. Blinken, disgustingly, on the 2nd, stands up and says, humanitarian aid workers are heroes. They show the best of what we are, but here's how we killed them yesterday. Or this is how gross this is. He literally says the deepest condolences to the families But we're waiting for Israel to tell us what happened because they're investigating. That's the truth. Condolences, huh? You really care? Are you going to do anything about it? Hardly. On top of that, Solus Global, a British intelligence firm, was the employer of the 3 British citizens who were there. Were they spies? Was there something else going on? Who knows? But here's the Canary article. It's cut off on the top, but it says the World Central Kitchen workers slaughtered by Israel were ex-military working for a private UK government-backed security contractor. See it right there. So it's what was going on. I think it's obvious. I think there's something else going on around this. And this is not what the reality of them all acting to save lives of Palestinians. There's a hell of a lot more going on, as we think we know. Weapons testing, probably biological testing. Who knows what goes on? The point is, they don't care about what they claim they care about. Here is the engagement with Matt Miller, which I think is embarrassing, as usual.
The foreign aid workers who were tragically killed in Gaza. What do you make of the Israeli explanation of it? Prime Minister Netanyahu says it was unintentional and that they're investigating.
So we're looking for them to do 2 things. One, to conduct a full, swift, and transparent investigation. And if that investigation shows that accountability is appropriate, then there, of course, should be accountability. And we will wait to see the results of that investigation before we pass judgment on it. Mr. Gallant said that they are going to stand up a situation room to improve coordination between aid workers and the IDF. I don't want to pass judgment on what this investigation will show, just as you don't want to pass judgment on what any investigation would show before it's concluded. They need to find out exactly what happened, and we will. I'll wait to pass judgment on it until it's completed.
There's been reporting in Israeli media about how the attack has taken place. It said the drone fired 3 missiles in succession, and like each of them sort of struck one of the cars. And we have an interview with Jose Andres actually just on our wire, and he told us that the Israeli army targeted the convoy, quote, systematically, car by car. Prime Minister Netanyahu talked about this being a mistake and unintentional. How do you reconcile those 2, the reporting and what Jose Andres is saying and what Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying?
The chief of staff for the Israeli Defense Forces has come out and said it was a misidentification. But that said, we need to wait and see the outcome of this investigation to know with any confidence what it was that happened, and we're going to wait to do that. It doesn't really matter how they made the mistake. At the end of the day, you have 7 dead aid workers. So whatever the reason was that led to this tragedy, whatever the mistake that happened inside the IDF, it's unacceptable. And they need to do better.
Doesn't we already know, this kind of incident make U.S. stop and reconsider its arms sales or military aid to Israel?
We continue to be committed to Israel's defense, but we continue to press them consistently to ensure that they fully comply with international humanitarian law, and critically, that when they do make mistakes, as they very obviously did yesterday, that they are transparent about those mistakes, that they investigate them, and if appropriate, there's accountability.
Is that what the U.S. government have been told, that it was a misidentification?
They have told us the same things privately that they have said publicly. The point about misidentification that General Halevi said in that public statement is what they have communicated to us privately. I'm not going to get further into the conversations, but ultimately, what's important is that they conduct an investigation to identify how that mistake happened.
And one on just timing, I know you say swift investigation. Can you give us any more detail, whether this is days, weeks?
I would defer to the government of Israel to speak to that. We want to see it happen as soon as possible while ensuring that it is thorough and gets to the actual bottom of what happened.
So has the government of Israel shared with you any information that prove that this was what they're saying a misidentification, or are you just trusting that?
What we are trusting is that they're going to conduct a full investigation. We will look at how that investigation is conducted. We will look at the results of that, and then we will pass judgment on it. So I don't want to pass judgment on anything that they have said privately or publicly until they've conducted a full investigation. So we're going to wait and pass judgment when we see the full results.
But in a way, you're passing judgment by standing up there and saying it was a misidentification already before you have the actual facts before you.
I don't have any reason to dispute that, but we will pass. We will wait and see the full investigation. So I think we will wait, as I said, for the results of the investigation to pass judgment on how this mistake happened. But as I said, it ultimately doesn't matter whether it was 3 or 2. They killed 7 aid workers. However they made the mistake, it resulted in a tragedy that should have never happened. Let's just wait, see what the investigation comes up with, and then we can make our judgments.
Okay. But as much as you want to stand there and say it should have never happened, okay, fine. So let's say you find out the ruling is it was a mistake. What happens then? If your statement is that it shouldn't have happened, it doesn't really matter whether it's a mistake. Well, it does to us. If your answer then is it was a mistake, therefore they're going to do better. And that's the end of the conversation, which is where we already know this is going to go. You're already setting the table. It was a mistake. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. We'll wait till the investigation and we'll find out it's a mistake. Okay, they go, we made a mistake. And they go, well, they set up a command center to make sure they're not going to make the mistake again. They've already said that. It's already done. They did it. It's over. All they're doing now is giving us a couple of days to let it float, and they're going to come out and say just that. I bet my life on that. The sad reality is obviously this is an intentional attack. Your government, wherever you are in the world, unless you're in Yemen, seems to be okay with that and hiding it from you. Here's the next clip.
They need to put in place better deconfliction and better coordination measures to protect humanitarian workers and to protect all the civilians on the ground. Mr. Gallant said that they are going to stand up a situation room to improve coordination between aid workers and the IDF. They need to do better in delivering in allowing humanitarian assistance to be delivered, better deconfliction and coordination measures. We're going to.
In the interest of time, actually, there was another point I was going to make that here's the overall breakdown. They were doing another evaluation of his statements within that same clip. I'm going to skip it for now. They Censored News always doing amazing work on this. It's just it's really sad for those of us seeing this to just recognize how bad this is. You know, that this is not some little oversight or one bad person or a bad apple. Like, this is a full systematic problem, guys. They don't care. And anybody that's still going along to get along with a government that's okay with genocide is part of the problem. And again, this is Lens Veritatis pointing out another one of their representatives just continuing to lie about the same story.
Anyone be held accountable for this particular incident?
So look, our procedures are very robust. There will be a fact-finding inquiry into what happened. It will be independent, it will be transparent, and it will be produced as quickly as possible. You know, this country has a free press with, scrutiny on steroids, I would say, on everything the government does here, which is, of course, the right thing to do in an open, liberal democracy. And we're trying to make a better future for Gazans as well as Israelis.
Just think about how bad that is. Like, this is your public statement right now. Like, maybe that could have worked at the beginning, but it's just falling on deaf ears. Her question, by the way, was, is anybody going to be held accountable? And your answer is, we're the best and we investigate and we're going to do the right thing. That's not her answer. Should you find out there's a problem, we already know the answer, though. That's the point. His answer, his non-answer was the answer. There will not be accountability. We're going to sidestep everything. We're going to blame Hamas. We're going to give you all the same. It doesn't matter. We're not going to pretend that we're ever responsible because we're always the victim. That's Israeli mindset as the Zionist government. And here's Decentralized News again pointing out Reuters, and this is as of the 4th. Following the U.S. and Israeli government's lead, reporting that the Israeli military has acknowledged that its murderous strikes on the kitchen were a mistake. So here's their amazing breakdown. What Israel said. Signed by Reuters. There's your investigation. There's your breakdown. On top of that, the point that we were making in general and that anybody saw coming, now the ships that were on the way are turning back. So much for the pier. Oh, but don't worry, we're going to use the pier for something else. In fact, what it was always planned for. And you fell for the game that, the same thing that always happens. The pier, you mean the pier that they had planned long before October 7th? They pretended was Biden's plan, but was actually Netanyahu's, that they already floated in January for displacing Palestinians, but we pretended it was for some kind of pier for aid that Israel was going to be involved with anyway, so it didn't make a difference. Well, the ships are turning away. 240 tons of undelivered aid are now going to be going away because, well, they're going to get shot. And as David points out, it's a famine genocide. He doesn't care if it sounds hyperbolic. It's what it is. And it takes a willful blindness not to see it. We are subsidizing a famine genocide. Ireland for Palestine writes, not when, this basically Ricky Sunak says, the situation is increasingly intolerable. Oh, is it intolerable? Is 6 months of genocide just a little bit too intolerable for you? Or was it the 15,000 child, or was it when it was 14,000? When did it become intolerable for you? I'm so sorry that it's so difficult for you to deal with the bad news. This is what we get from the leaders of the world. It says, not when Israel killed over 100 UN workers, over 100 reporters, countless doctors, tens of thousands of civilians, but now 7 aid workers, who some of them happen to be British. Well, that's intolerable. Frankly, I don't even think he cares about them. I think it's because there were British people involved. Now he feels obligated because other British people are going, you can't just do nothing. So he has to go, it's intolerable. Then do nothing. Just you made a mistake. You're an anti-Semite. Like that's the too far. No, too far would be you guys are murdering civilians. You're doing it intentionally. And yeah, historically you work with Nazis, but that's too much. No, intolerable is a weak and meek and pathetic answer to open murder of people that you're supposed to represent. Not even getting into Palestinians, but that's what we deal with. Hopefully the average people in the world are seeing that we're led by a bunch of meek followers. Congressman Brad Sherman, speaking of meek followers, says those attacking Israel regarding the tragic death of the workers, the World Central Kitchen, claim that it must have been intentional. Why? Because the vehicles were clearly marked. Is that the only reason? No. He says, but the World Central Kitchen says the incident occurred late at night. That's your response? And then follows it up by saying, relief workers in a war zone are heroes. We should, agencies shouldn't authorize that. So your game was to act like you want investigation, but your first tweet basically says, probably didn't happen though, because it was dark outside. Oh, did you overlook, Congressman Brad Sherman, the fact that the IDF was involved with knowing where they were, coordinated GPS, drones, night surveillance? Are you serious? Are you actually that stupid, or are you truly gaslighting for genocide? You guys can decide for yourselves. That's something special. That's an attempt to hide with the most clumsy answer. One of the most obvious and publicized parts of this, of course, disgustingly, because it was people who weren't from Palestine. Life should matter no matter where they're from. Here's Senator John Fetterman, who again comes out with the clumsy thing, right? Like the same thing he did last time. So the New York Times writes, in a call with Benjamin Netanyahu, President Biden called an airstrike that killed aid workers, quote, unacceptable, and appeared to condition support on how Israel changes course. Guess what he said again? In this war against Hamas, no conditions for Israel. You know what I think about this? This is a guy who's not smart enough to know he's being used in such a way that makes everything the U.S. government's trying to do look stupid, but clearly works for Israel because they don't care if the U.S. government looks stupid. So this guy's getting driven, pushed, incentivized to make these statements. Where are the rest of where's his staff? Where are the other congressmen? They're like, hey, John, you can't say no conditions, man. All you're doing is admitting that we have no conditions for Israel, which means they can kill whoever they want, and there's no conditions. Dummy? How do you not recognize that? And my point is, I think that's whoever is influencing him is going, yeah, say that, because it's good for Israel, for him to say, we have no conditions for Israel, even though clearly, at least you're supposed to pretend they're bound by the law. But no conditions means no conditions. Break the law, murder children. We don't have any conditions for you. If you're confused about what those words mean, look it up. So think about how crazy that is. And I think what's happening is John Fetterman, not realizing he's being used, is being the clumsy John Fetterman that he is, but admitting the truth. They don't have any conditions. Here's Arsen Ostrovsky making a very clumsy move as well, I argue. The article says Poland calls on Israel to pay compensation to the families of the aid workers. Now, isn't that a very simple thing? It's not saying because you did it on purpose or because you hate these people. It's just simply going, well, those people died. Even if it's a mistake, you should pay for it. God forbid, right? Here's how this guy responds. Not only this is the same thing I've been pointing out. It shows you not only a reflexive kind of defensiveness, which shows you that I think there's like a guilt there, but it just shows you that you can't even accept that even a mistake you should be accountable for. But he goes, really, Donald Tusk? Does Poland really want to talk about compensation? Because we too have quite the bill yet to settle. It's just like these Zionists are creepy, man. So the argument is, yeah, you want to call out our things? Well, we're going to call out your. So all you're really admitting, like I keep showing you, is, okay, so you're both dishonest. And all you're willing to do is we'll drag you down if you start calling us out. So the point is, you all know we're terrorists and guilty and doing all the bad things. And if you start pointing that out, we're going to start pulling out the skeletons out of Poland's closet. I don't know how you misunderstand that. So you know you're a bad person, and we're going to make sure they know you're a bad person too if you dare to expose us. But that's not even what they did. They're simply going pay for the families because you killed them, because you said you did. I think it's hilarious. Now, what's even crazier is this fact check says Mr. Arson probably means German Nazi crimes against Jewish citizens of German-occupied Poland. How the hell do you think you know that? What do you mean probably? Our community note supposed to be probably means? It's just so very clearly Zionist influenced about whatever works for these agenda. The point is, who the hell knows what he means? Even let's just pretend that's what the case is. So you're saying we're going to ask for you to settle up with us for killing Jews during German Nazi crimes? I just can't even understand how anybody doesn't recognize how wild this is. I think it shows you who they really are. You're threatening Poland for highlighting the truth. Biden tells Netanyahu future U.S. support for Israel war depends on new steps to protect civilians. Well, I'm sure glad it took you 6 months to use your leverage there, Netanyahu, Biden. That's what's happening, right? So if this is happening now, well, nothing has changed. In fact, there was even less aid coming through right in the very beginning. So all you're really doing is admitting that you always could have done this. And now because anybody other than Palestinians were killed, then you suddenly have to act like it matters more because you guys are disgusting. Every single one of you. Here, Biden tells Israel's Netanyahu the next day, strikes on humanitarian workers are unacceptable. Right. Okay. Once we get past 170, then it's suddenly unacceptable, right? Same point, guys. You can't just pretend on a dime. Now it's something we care about because you're ridiculous. Here's Times of Israel. High Court, this on the 4th, by the way. High Court gives government 6 days to submit answers on why they're closing certain areas, certain border crossings, right? Remember, there's like 6 or 7, I think there's 6 of them, 6 or 7 of the crossings, and all but one have been closed this whole time, and they haven't been able, most of the time, and they haven't been able to get aid through those crossings. Which even if they pump through the whole time, as they delay and stop and block through the one, it's guaranteed that they're going to cause famine. They know that. They're doing it on purpose. So now the High Court and human rights groups and everyone else involved basically submits to them, you have to give us an answer in 6 days. Why are you doing that? Remember what they've been saying the whole time? We're not doing that. It's Hamas and they're blocking this and it's not our fault. Everybody else's fault. Well, finally someone goes, you need to give us a written answer in 6 days. What do they do? Boom. Opening more crossings, just like that. Like it never. Well, what does that prove to you? They always could have done that. They finally get some level of pressure, and boom, just like that, Israel agrees to open another border crossing. And then more pressure. Okay, we'll make it 2. 2 new aid crossings. It's that simple, is it? Yes. And we've been showing you that from the very beginning. All they had to do was just stop blocking them. And that's why Elon Levy gets fired and the rest of them, because they're that bad at hiding how clear this is. And your government knows it and has always known it, and they're still supporting genocide. Israel says it will open new aid routes in Gaza. This is just the BBC article. I just think it's hilariously insulting. It's disgusting. They were talking about the starvation of children, and all you can do is act like they're doing their best and ignore everything until finally you just pressure them and they go, okay, fine. Fine, we'll give in and we'll do it. And we don't acknowledge how clear that is. That should be right there. There's your evidence. Proof. Genocide. They've been doing it on purpose. We know it because they just opened them. Nothing changed. There wasn't something new that was removed. They just suddenly decided to. And at the same time, on the 4th, Huffington Post writes, hawkish Democrat quietly seeking to extend the U.S. ban on aid to Palestinians. So even while it's the most obvious to the work, most governments are now finally going, fine, we'll have to pretend like we care. Some of these people are so pro-Israel or so compromised that they're like, still, even more. No more funding than ever. I mean, it's mid-genocide and you're pressuring people to do even more. That is the kind of person that goes down in history. That's Mud and like these names that get remembered forever because of just how ridiculous you were at the most ridiculous situation. UNRWA points out the same thing we've been saying. This is a war of superlatives. Like they're breaking records for the worst things in history everywhere. Most journalists, most children. At this point, they're making 176 UNRWA staff have been killed since the start of the war. Humanitarian workers are not targets. Right? This is interesting, right? How suddenly they're going, we can't bomb humanitarian aid. What do you think UNRWA has been doing? And you didn't care this whole time. So I guess it takes a Canadian and Britain to make it matter, right? To end in general, the UN human rights body is now called to halt weapons shipments to Israel. And this is reporting again from Lens Veritatis, that's showing you the breakdown of the vote. Here's the NPR article. UN human rights body calls for a halt to weapons shipments to Israel on the 5th. That is today. Of course, Germany spoke up and said, we can't allow that. This is suggesting that they have apartheid and they're bad. Well, yeah, because they are. They are an apartheid state. They are a criminal state. They are breaking the law. They are murdering children. But of course, Germany is still just so blindly adherent to Israel's needs and wants that they stood up and tried to argue this would be a problem. We can't claim that they're committing genocide. Actually, the worst part about it, it is a Human Rights Council resolution calling for a ban. We're really calling for an investigation, right? And the point is, they stand up and go, well, we can't, in the terms of the investigation, argue that they might be committing genocide or apartheid. So you're taking issue with words that are describing what you're trying to find out? I mean, talk about ridiculous. So how are you supposed to, we're investigating this thing that we can't mention because otherwise that would be insulting to somebody. That's stupid. First of all, we know that they're an apartheid state based on every human rights group that matters anywhere in the world and the fact that they are, but also just that they can't even investigate these things because that's an insult. Where does that work to anybody else? By the way, the UN has said this since the 23rd of this year, of February, arms exports to Israel must stop immediately because they're committing genocide, guys. And here is the clip at the end. This is Ben-Gvir saying, in Israeli prisons, even if we run out of bullets, we will further worsen the conditions of those who want to harm the state of Israel. He demanded Netanyahu do root treatment in Rafah. This is the face of the extreme Israel right that even Netanyahu is afraid of. And they are the ones that are pushing for open genocide, more so than you're seeing now. And seemingly the U.S. government just is unperturbed by that. That's alarming as hell. And if they push Netanyahu out of the way, that's the guy who's going to step in, or one of these same crazy, mad people who are pushing for even more than Netanyahu. You think your governments don't know that? In fact, it's almost like they're trying to expedite that. Lastly, Robin Minotti points out, states must adhere to obligations under Genocide Convention to prevent further loss of life in Gaza. So, and this is from Francesca Albanese, so we've already referenced. Let me grab this on the way out. I'm going to leave you with this clip from her. You know, just really, what's important to highlight here is that everybody knows this is the breakdown. Like, everybody knows the truth about international law and, you know, the inner workings of it and who's violating what. And ultimately what we're watching right now is this play where anybody who actually tried to adhere to that is calling this out. And those that have never truly cared about it in the first place, I guess, are just happy to allow this to, I mean, highlighting the fact, where was that? Hold on, there it is. I have to put it on the side, sorry. So, highlighting the fact that, you know, the Geneva Convention, the Genocide Convention, or the Geneva Convention, any of these international processes that they pretend they're bound by, truly only bound the people that care about what we pretend we care about: morals, integrity, human life. And right now we're seeing, with such a stark contrast, those that do and those that don't. And here's what she said. One of the key findings of the report is that Israel's executive and military leadership and soldiers have intentionally distorted foundational rules of international law. And this is what we've already talked about, how they're the use of human shields, collective punishment, the way they've kind of bent these things to make it's like, well, yes, it's happening, but here's why it doesn't matter in this case. Like some kind of abstract way to specifically create laws that only circle around Israel's special circumstance, like everything else that Zionists have done. So I'm going to leave you with this clip of what she has to say. Very long show today, longer than usual, but I think I just myself wanted to get caught up. You know, wanted to talk about a lot of the stuff, and some of which I put off anyway. But Most likely a show tomorrow. If not, either way, I'm back in my usual routine, 4-5 shows a week. And I have some interviews coming up as well. And I had an article I was going to put up from Derek today. Unfortunately, he didn't get it done until I started. That'll be going up tomorrow. So make sure you keep an eye out for this stuff. But we're Robert and I just spoke. Derek and I just spoke. We are. This isn't stopping, guys. No matter, like I said before, it was never going to anyway. Even if that meant we're in some new place doing different things, but nonetheless, because of your support, we've been able to push the efforts back to stop us even more. We're going to get back to some writing this month. Robert and Derek and everybody else. Thank you for your support, guys. I really just want you to know that we wouldn't be here without you. It means everything, and I believe that we're truly changing the field, independent media, but also just adding to the change of the betterment of who we are as a species. And I think that's important, that I really see that happening right now. And it's moment by moment, people are recognizing that we have been misled by the people that have always pushed us in the direction of what they claimed was better, moral, integrity. And in truth, they were driving us in a direction that benefited themselves under that illusion. And at the end of the day, we turned around and we were light years from anything that resembled integrity. And of course, they had a nice flowery narrative around it. When the two partisan sides scream back and forth about how somehow we were finding a closer situation. And the truth is we were going further and further from it. But I think people have woken up to that right now. I really do. So thank you for continuing to support this platform and anybody else that truly cares about human life, morals, integrity, the basics, journalistic integrity. And I'll leave you with this clip. Francesca Albanese, somebody who I do believe is fighting for what she believes is right. So do the same. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
It's time to take concrete actions. Arms embargo, sanctions, economic, political, and diplomatic sanctions. It was with the heaviest heart that I investigated what has happened in Gaza in the past nearly 6 months. The mass killing, the infliction of harm, bodily and mental harm, and the creation of conditions that would make life impossible. This is a jarring reality in Gaza, and the scars of this devastation will haunt generations to come. More than anything else, the most striking finding of my report is that Israel has used a humanitarian camouflage, has intentionally distorted categories of international humanitarian law like proportionality, precautions, distinction, to justify its genocidal violence against the Palestinian people.